It's a little less important to get Wind of Nature when your opposing marksman is a Harif here, so it's mostly magic damage, and Hesu doesn't really seem too interested in going for Shizo a lot of the time, which I think it might be time for him to start going for the carry instead. Maybe try and bait out the Purify before these fights start, because 5-0 means that Shizo is pretty busted right now.
I have to agree with that. Man. It's a tough position to be in. If you look at the damage dealt ranking, it's it's Shizo, Zyme Senpai, and then AJ, and then Hesu, right? But the difference between AJ and Hesu's overall damage compared to Shizo and Zyme Senpai, 6,000 overall. So we're seeing that Todak is getting more effective fights.
You look at Trap, he is more than 10,000 behind Zyme Senpai and Shizo.
It's pretty weird. I think Todak are quite happy about this as well. You would think that having to deal with a Yuzong means that you had to guard your backline quite a bit, but Hesu hasn't really been diving all the way, which means that both Shizo and Zyme Senpai are sitting very comfortably and just dishing out DPS.
I think he's more than happy. Instead of trying to go for the backline and basically just forcing out all the abilities coming out from Todak's side and not really getting much out of it, but to take the time, actually play towards that front side and wait for that opportunity to jump into the backline later on after the Black Dragon form is probably the most ideal, right? Because at the end of it, even if it's just a 2v1, if it's Reflation plus Shizo against Hesu, I don't think Hesu ever gets a kill on Shizo.
No.
But at the very least, he can buy some space right now, right? I feel like that's what Barracuda is missing a little bit. They're jumping the gun in these fights. They're trying to be a bit too aggressive the moment that Todak engages on them. And it did work for them before, but it's clear that Todak has adjusted once again. So Barracuda needs to up their adaptability game.
I'd say that Hesu at this point in time has been relegated to more of a utility zoning role, right?
Yes.
Does fall off as the game goes on. Rafflesia with the concealed, scout out the map, doesn't see anyone. Gray's coming from the bottom end of the map.
They're still going to just dance here. I have an even simpler solution to this. It's not just Hesu, it's just we need Grace to hit a final slash.
Oh, yes.
Just he needs to hit something now.
Missing some crucial ones. Maybe expand that flicker, right? You gotta reach the back, find the gourd, find the carry.
Yes.
And not just their hair.
Not just their hair.
Look, clean fades are nice, but like eventually we gotta call it quits here.
I prefer clean kills.
That's true.
I want clean plays.
No clean fades, just clean fades.
I will say the Lord is really hurting and is benefiting Amao because he has Guardian's helmet and Gary does not. Get the fear of Flesia, losing half of that health bar. I'm offended used already. They want to commit Amao now. They turn Squawk committed everything. They get rid of Gary. This is a good start by Amao. He's low as well. The Lord gets resetted. Do you really want to continue doing it? I don't think that's wise. Flesia goes down. That's 2 from Todak, not in the fight. But Barracuda not in a condition to really go on to this full-on brawl. They will still try to leash this though. Big damage from AJ to zone out the rest of Todak. Zyme Senpai and Shizo, they're walking up. Grace, now flicker final slash. Only has a moment. Pull back, but the barrage finished off. Now the Lord is low. Gets reset at the last second. Zyme Senpai, the only one left alive, unfortunately, for Todak. Barracuda outlasting the Swordfishes.
Oof. Oh, I mean,
This is sweaty.
this is a very sweaty game. Are they still? Okay, they're not. They're not going.
I mean, if he steals it, can you imagine?
That would be too hilarious, too funny, in a matter of fact. I think this is just, you got to give it to Amal, right? That wasn't even his team. That was Amal's overall game sense. He just knew, hey, if Ruby is going to attempt to stun me, to lock me down even for a second, Gary is going to jump on me, and then the whole team is going to jump on me, right? That was a very risky call to go for a 50-50 Daytona's welcome. It could have been a delayed attempt even from Reflection to bait out his ult, but Amal, he got the call right.
It's not often that you take advantage of the CC immunity from Daytona's welcome in this way. It's usually more of a bonus for you to catch on to someone, but by using it preemptively to avoid being caught by Todak, Amon was able to keep himself alive in that fight, even at a tiny sliver of HP to secure the Lord, which unfortunately has been taken out quite quickly here by Todak.
I love it when a composition has 2 true damage dealers. And that was the first death for Shizzle.
Oh, that is
18 minutes.
After all, I mean, considering everything that has happened so far, I was hoping that this game would end up being similar to how Friday was in day 1, just because we're the most entertaining region. I haven't seen like a hard throw just yet.
You want to see a hard throw?
Hey man, that's what we're known
for. We were on the desk for one of those games. No, I will confidently say no.
Come on. Come on, somebody's gonna get impatient here.
Now, I know that we want to have a Malaysian signature on the international stage, but I don't want throwing to be it.
Okay, fine. We just won't get out of groups again.
All right, let's start throwing. All right.
Go back to
I might as
throwing.
well
I feel like that's the same thing.
No, I'll take it back. I want to go down looking good.
Yeah, man. Put on those Gucci slides while I'm in my casket, bro.
It's like if I get eliminated from groups because I dove the fountain, so be it.
At this point, I'm just gonna accept the recall spam.
Hey man, we gotta get known for something, dude. That's why we're the most entertaining region. We're 12 and 10, 20 minutes into this game. What are we, MPL PH or something? Come on, let's double the score.
We are 30 minutes away from that, but we're getting
Darn it.
we're getting there. We're getting there.
We're getting there. Okay.
We gotta
MPL
break the MAL record first. That's 47 minutes.
Oh, dude, no way. No way.
On the second day of the first week.
On the second day as
Believe
well.
it? Yeah, that was crazy.
That actually is crazy. 30 seconds to the upcoming Lord, and so far, both Todak and Barracuda in a stalemate. It's like, as much as Barracuda want to go for this hard engage, Todak just has too much disengage and too much counter engage to actually make it worthwhile. 40% win rate prediction for Barracuda with 60.
Both roamers with the conceal.
Oh!
What did I tell you?
Beautiful.
What did I tell you? It's the ROG phone. It's A-Mouse, and this man is awake.
I can't wait. I can't wait for the interview. Is like, how did you have that reaction time? 164 hertz?
65.
Sorry, 65 hertz.
You're missing 1 hertz there.
Well, we'll get this full-blown combo. Okay, Grace, he's gone. Jesus tries to dive, but Shizo, he's going to force the dragon to back off, and Todak, well, finding an opening.
Let's go, Lord. Let's go, Lord. Todak's already just going to move their way over. I mean, luckily, they're still following their fundamentals. They're sending Zion Senpai to deal with the top wave in the meantime, but this should fall into the hands of Todak pretty easily.
Yeah, the goal of Barracuda here is to try and slow this down, get a reset if possible, but Grace down for 30 seconds, I think it's kind of unlikely. Todak in full control over the Lord Pit.
Just gonna force Hesu away. He doesn't have the back dragon fall. Reflexia, he knows what's up.
Oh.
Just pull him back. The Eternal Guardian is not gonna do enough. Immortality has been popped. Hesu ends up going down. And the patience game has paid off for Todak. And now it is truly Lord time.
Yeah, Barracuda side getting a little impatient as well. Like, I mean, for the fact that Hesu already used the Black Dragon form, and as well as the Petrify, why go for an aggressive angle like that, right? You're probably waiting for Grace to be the person to do so, but he just spawned as well, and Emal should have been probably in that front to tank it first.
Ooh, we are definitely seeing some very calculated plays though from Todak, taking every single Lord fight slowly, making sure that even though the Lord is lost, they're gonna try and transition into a fight win so that they can clear it up, and then finally, now that they're able to get a couple of pickoffs, they go for the Lord, and this could be a chance for them to get that victory.
15 seconds for Jesus to come back, and Todak, they can feel the tide shifting. Amao with his body to try to keep this game within control, but Zion Senpai straight up flickers to the back, and Todak, they want the juggler. Swordfishers will not be denied. Ocean Derby claim, and the sea will be ruled by Todak to start off their debut.
Ooh, the legends of MPL MY make a glorious return in their debut match of MPL Malaysia Season 13, proving that they are the top of this food chain and they are the biggest predator in the sea.
Oh man, that's gotta be frustrating for Barracuda, right? A grueling 20-minute game, looking for the opportunity to engage, not given that chance as soon as the 15-minute mark occurred.
I think the craziest thing was that, okay, so the first two Lord didn't do much. Third Lord, unfortunately, also got melted, but the last one, oh, Grace, he was mirroring Reflexia the entire game. When Reflexia used Conceal, he did the same. He was trying to find opportunity. But that pixel of a face spatial migration into Violet Requiem was what sealed the fate of Barracuda. The most minuscule of differences. Woof. And Abang Lord rejoicing. You can hear the crowd pumped up.
The Todak fans very happy with this result, and I imagine Todak themselves are going to be very satisfied with what they've done here. Their plays were very precise, very well coordinated. They didn't get a lot of Lords, but the ones they did get, they made them count.
Yeah, definitely a difference in terms of overall experience coming in from Todak's side. Not the most polished gameplay we've seen thus far, but definitely moving in the right direction.
And the Patriots, just let them have their moment. A symphony of cheers. Well, we're going to pass it to Rose to talk to Todak about this 2-1 win. Rose, take it away.
And there you have it. Kemenangan pertama untuk pasukan Toda. 2-1 lawan Barracuda. Alright guys. Hello, how are you feeling? Semua okay ke tak?
Okay, cuba first game.
First game, nervous sikit? Nervous. Okay, since the mic is with Gary. Gary, new player untuk Toda musim ini. How are you feeling? How's Toda? Okay ke tak environment kat Toda?
So far, so good. Alhamdulillah, saya dapat teammate saya cepat adapt lah. Cuma untuk first game ni, kita orang still baru permulaan kan.
Gary nampak menggigil. Okay ke Gary? Nervous Okay Gary. So tadi you guys dah dapat macam bincang lah apa yang menjadi dalam game kedua tu. That's why managed to bounce back masa game ketiga, is it?
Game kedua tu sebenarnya otak kita orang yang loading sebenarnya. Macam nge-lag sikit tadi.
Oh, nge-lag sikit.
Game ketiga betul-betul lah main.
Okay, awal lagi kan. Okay, my next question will go to let me see. Okay, kita bagi dekat Rafael Shah. Okay? Kita bagi dekat Rafael Shah. Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
You're good. Okay guys, mesti ramai kenal Rafael Shah kan? He's one of the OG players dekat Philippines dulu dan sekarang dia dah masuk Toda. So Rafael Shah, how is Toda treating you? How is it like inside? Are you having fun? Are the boys nice to you?
Yeah, it's so fun. They teach me a lot of things, especially the good things.
Oh wow, wait. That's a bit sus. Why did he have to say especially the good things? What have they been teaching you?
How to fasting like that. So I usually eat with them, but I cannot do it really like
Wait,
that.
you puasa?
Yeah, we eat with them.
Oh, you
Usually.
buka with them.
Yeah.
I see. Have you tried fasting the whole day?
Yeah, we tried but cannot.
That's fine. So, how do you feel about the atmosphere in MPL Malaysia? Is it fun?
I think it's so fun, like the hype and the excitement like that.
It's there,
Okay.
right? It's there. Okay, next, coach. Let's pass it over to the coach. Fly solo. Fly solo. Ramai nak tahu pasal fly solo ni. Okay, hi coach. How are you?
I'm good.
You're good. Okay, coach. What are your difficulties currently in coaching Toda? What are your difficulties in coaching Toda? Like, is there any communication issue, any language barrier? How is it like currently?
I think only the language barrier, but my experience a lot already, so I don't have any difficulties aside from language.
Aside from the language, are you learning Malay or are they speaking in English?
Still learning Malay.
Can you say something in Malay that you know?
Dingin banget.
That's not Malay. Okay, that's Indonesian. Okay guys,
My
it's
bad.
fine. It's all right. Okay guys, agak-agaknya siapa yang MVP game ni? Zaim. Alright guys, mari kita tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. Zaim Sempoy. Hi Zaim.
Hi,
Hi, okay. How are you feeling? MVP first match korang?
I'm good. Happy lah sebab MVP. Tapi MVP sebab tim jugalah.
Wow. So, you rasa Toda kali ni rasa macam lain tak? Sebab line-up ni tak ada Ciku. So, is it like macam different? Apa yang beza dan macam mana in-game punya communication actually?
Mungkin yang ni first game, so kita orang tak panas lagi lah. So mungkin ada banyak mistake daripada decision dan banyak miscom lah. So kita orang mungkin next week kita orang akan fix mana yang patut lah.
Alright, I like that. Okay, since the mic is with you dan kita dah habis interview korang, I would like you guys, I would like Zaim to cakap, you know, kata-kata sikit.
I think,
Tengok, almost full house.
Terus, I think better Shizu say to fans.
Shizu? Pandai korang troll kawan. Shizu, what do you want to say to the Toda fans who came today?
Thank you for coming to venue to support us.
Wait, they're teaching you to say something. Dia teach kat Melayu Dia ada teach kat Melayu ke? Philippine. No, I mean does he know how to say? Because just now Gary suruh dia cakap dalam BM. Tak ada. Alright. Deg-degan mo na. Why so little? Okay, it's fine, guys. All right, thank you so much, Toda. You guys may head on over to the media room. Guys, once again, a round of applause. Their first win this season. Woo. Seru Saturday, first match. 2-1. What's going to happen in the second match? Sekejap lagi, adakah dia akan jadi 2-1 juga? Ataupun clean sweep 2-0? Tapi sebelum kita masuk match kedua, let us pass it back to the casters untuk mendapat tahu apa yang menjadi dalam game 2-1 ini. Casters, dipersilakan.
A stellar beginning to Seru Saturdays here as Todak secures a well-fought victory, with Zion Senpoi securing MVP of the match, and honestly, it could go to no one else.
Man has only went down like what? 3 times in total across 3 games, right? And I'm including the Novaria game in this. If he keeps doing this, man, I have nothing else that can top the good things I've said about him.
I mean, I feel like he hasn't changed much.
No.
This time on SMG, pretty much the same thing.
Still the same Zion.
Still the same Zion that we all know and love.
I still remember the times when he was playing as a roamer as well, and making plays even like with flicker wild charges, doing things that other players would only dream of being able to do. So it's clear that the game sense on this man is on a different level altogether, and I'm very happy to see that he is with a lineup and a coach with so much potential and their eyes set for the skies.
Yeah, I think Gary, said it quite well during that interview. The fact that this team is great at adapting, right? They're great at consistently learning on the fly, and I think that's one of the biggest strengths that Todak have so far. We don't see that blind aggression anymore, but we do see at least somewhat a controlled tempo.
As perhaps this series, the results could put some of the doubts to rest as well, because a lot of people, you look at the scrim results of Todak and you know how netizens go. They have no faith in Todak. They're like, wow, you're spending on imports. What are you going to do with it? I think this is a good omen for Todak. At least when you look at the series as a whole, taking on Barracuda was not an easy feat.
Absolutely not, and I think a lot of that is props given to Barracuda as well. I think this is a team that came into the season with not a lot of expectations compared to all the other incredible lineups we've seen, but they really gave Todak a run for their money today, and even until the end of that game, anything could have happened. So we really got to keep our eyes open for both these teams as we proceed with the regular season, but for now, let's look at the match.
Yep, I mean, based off the items so far, we can see that everybody was looking to somewhat have some kind of defensive utility against their opponents. They didn't want to afford to get caught here. Even Emal himself is like, you know what? I'm taking a Winter Truncheon just so that I can dodge one more extra ability if necessary.
And I think at the end of the day, it really came down to just who makes the first mistake or who takes the first initiative, right? I think Barracuda and Todak, they both have their fair share of errors, but it was Todak's willingness to look for opportunities that really garnered them that lead that broke open the entire game. And when you look at Barracuda roster as a whole, they're not the most hype roster coming into this season. They're definitely the more low-key one, aside from their very colorful thematic on their social media. But aside from that, I think expectations aren't really set for this team. They themselves have set it high.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement as well. I think that, especially in a match like this, right? Yes, they are actively trying to look for these types of pickoffs here, but I think a lot of the onus, I would say, is due to the experience from Todak. The fact that when they are looking for picks, the timings of when the waves are about to crash and when they are about to spawn are very, very precise, in a matter of fact. They know that a rotation is expected to be made, and that's why they're looking for those picks in the first place. Unlike Barracuda, we don't see that exact type of precision.
Yeah, I think experience speaks volumes when it comes down to macro decision making like this. It just takes a lot more time on the stage to be able to understand timings based on minion waves, based on the flow of the game. And I think Barracuda Esports did do a good job overall. I think a lot of their decisions, a lot of the team fights that they did take were made on the fly, but they were still able to take control of most of this game until Todak decided it's time to slow things down, wait for Shizo to get full build, and then just run over the game with it.
I think a stalemate is actually the scariest state of the game, right? Because that really comes down to how much control do you have over the state of the game? How do you start manipulating the micros, like your lane equilibrium, your map control? I think that's what Todak has been doing very well. They are fine playing a slow and quiet game, but Barracuda, you can feel the nerves settling in. They're like, oh well, we don't see anything. We gotta get something done, and that's where Todak is good at responding with their own pounce.
Yep, the impatience that started to build up here. And I feel after 2 really decent games coming in from Grace, Game 3 is where he actually played by far the worst on this Arlet, where it's so all in. These final slashes were not making the impact we were hoping to see.
The impatience, right? It's like you are jittering a little bit, you're making the calls, and he's still actively trying to find an opportunity, but he's starting to miss the beat a little bit.
Yes. It's unfortunate to say the least. I would say that consistently, Amal, whether, yes, game number 1, the most impatient I've ever seen him. Game 2 and 3 is when he starts calming down. They kind of all need to kind of heat up, warm up together.
Yeah, you gotta have that synergy between the team here, but a lot of potential is there. It's just quite unfortunate that Arlet's 0% win rate still persists here until day 2. Someone's gotta break it eventually.
Eventually. I don't know. I gotta double check the stats to see how good it's going amongst public ranks before we start comparing it to the competitive scene globally as
I
well.
want to look at the other regions, man. I know public ranked, it might be skewed a little bit because they build full damage Arlets.
At least it gives us a baseline at the very least
That
of what
is
it
true.
should be leaning more towards.
Maybe that's what the players should start building, right? Just full Hunter Strike, I don't know, Thunder Belt.
That is what people are building on Arlet in the EXP lane, though. Being able to just one-shot people is very effective when you have like the Vengeance combo with the Final Slash.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good time, and then Mincetar shows up and he's just like, I will build full damage as well.
Yeah.
But can you believe it? Mincetar got won a game before Arlet did.
Oh man, you are correct. Now that you frame it like that, it's even sadder.
All right, let's have a look at the Hall of Famers here from Rich Guy B. From the Rich Guy to the carry, from the sandbag to the best wingman, we're seeing Zyme Senpai. We're seeing Zyme Senpai consistently on the carry every single game.
Yeah, designers must be happy. They don't have to change the portrait for the character.
They don't have to change his picture.
It's just Zyme Senpai all the way.
Our designer is just holding his fist together. It's like, yes, a big fan of Zyme Senpai. Saves me a little bit of work.
Now he just needs to be able to secure his spot on the other roles as well. Like one of these days, all 4 is just gonna be Zyme Senpai.
It's gonna be the sandbag.
I'm gonna have a problem if he is the sandbag, unless he plays like Terizla mid, but that is highly unlikely.
Hey, who knows, man? Todak, Todak, you know,
Todak is
never know.
You could see like the Phobius mid. You can see if you still want the old meta, you got the Grok mid. You know?
Zyme is his own person. He's not gonna be influenced by all these shenanigans, you know. That's why he's the pillar of the team.
Let's have a look at specifically the gold graph here, because I think this tells quite an interesting story here, because it's, I wouldn't even say it's a back and forth. It really is, when do people start hitting their power spikes and when do you see the adaptation begin for a team? For Todak, it starts at the 10-minute mark. Prior to that, Barracuda, again, we are seeing them go in, but this time with a very good reason of why they can't actually capitalize and multiply that goal by 2x or even a 5x this time round to break it into at least the 5,000. They hardly even broke 3,000.
I think it's very smart what Todak did do here, because now that they're under the tutelage of Coach Fly Solo, it does seem that they're a much more controlled team, right? We're not really seeing the same Langar style, where we've seen this gold graph earlier in the series as well, and it never really leaned too far in either direction. Todak seems to be very good at maintaining the net worth at a manageable level. They still really like going for that late game, but they adjust their draft and their gameplay to make sure they never fall too behind until that power spike comes.
Yeah, when you look at the first 2 lords, despite Barracuda getting the lord, Todak is the one that has the goal advantage, right? It's not a big goal advantage, as not after the first one, but the second one is where they started getting all the kills onto Barracuda. They took care of the lord, and that is also, I think, a big factor of why Barracuda's goal lead never really got increased, because Todak was just stopping them, was just throwing a wrench in their plans, even though the plan sort of worked out.
Yeah, I mean, you can see even in the highlights, right? The general idea is to play around these neutral objectives and get these either a pick or a really, really big fight. And that's the biggest problem, because there's so many ults that disrupt the entire composition from the side of Barracuda, especially that King's Call-in. It's obnoxious to deal with. And if not, you still have to worry about the Mystic Gush at the very end as a big nuclear option.
This one was kind of what really started the comeback for Todak, at least keeping them in the game, right? Barracuda got the dive and just ended up in a what do you call it, the kill box.
And Todak never fully invests either in these team fights, right? You can see that they're not really going for these team fights with the purpose of taking the objective. They're going in with the purpose of picking off members of Barracuda who go too far, because they know with Shizo around and Zion Senpoi, lore defense is not going to be much of an issue for them.
I mean, it's tough. It's tough to see because there's so many annoying things to deal with. And I think it's something to keep in mind that maybe Mincetar might be coming up back in popularity here in your public games for Malaysian solo queue. Todak, they shoot right back up. It's not a 2-0, but at least a 2-1 sitting underneath both Team Hawk and as well as Langor Red Giants.
I think that's good enough of a start for Todak. I don't expect them to shoot to the top at least in the first 2 to 3 weeks, and this is a team that needs time to adjust. We saw that with the transfer window last season where Zaim Senpoi joined in. They had some adjustment rough at that point. At one point was playing in the marksman role, and then Shigu went to jungle. We even saw Rival in the jungle at one point. But both of them are right now, at least for Rival, he's back. He's down in MA with Todak Legion. So I think Todak, these adjustments are good. This is not the explosive start, but it's a good enough start.
Yeah, and for Barracuda Esports as well, because they were able to put up such a tight fight here, they're not going to be joining Bounty and Homeboys at the bottom of the table. They're going to be sitting comfortably around the middle right now as we wait for the remaining MPL teams to play their first matches of the season.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot more of that here, but a very good way to kind of start today on Saru Saturdays, especially getting a good look at both Barracuda and as well as Todak. We can kind of roughly tell the potential power that they could be having when they reach their peak later down the line.
Yeah, the best part has just begun, right? We had the Ocean Derby, or as our friend Renma likes to call it, the fish fight.
The fish fight.
The fish fight. Now we have Monster Vicious against RGMY coming up.
Ooh, that's an interesting one. We have a team that was one of the favorites to become champion last season against a team that has been dominating the Tier 2 scene before coming into MPL MY with some familiar faces as well. I'm so excited to see Nova and Fakers playing with their original lineup.
Yeah, not being loaned out to anybody this time round. It's like, finally, we got the OGs in the OG squad playing for the MPL.
Yeah, Subway, Ames, you know, so this is kind of like a throwback, right? A run it back to a lot of these players coming together. I mean, you can say the same about Bounty Esports, but I think MV hits closer to home.
Absolutely. And let's not forget, RSGMY, this is a team that, again, a very disappointing run last season, even after dominating everybody else, with a couple of tweaks and changes to the roster. Could this be now the perfect concoction?
Without Demon Kai, and now Ripple might be taking the backseat as well. We see Kaiser being brought back in. That this man has raised a lot of questions in the community. And this, I think, would be a very good litmus test to see how they fare up against MV. And I'm expecting, if you're an RSG fan, you're expecting a clean 2-0. But if MV makes a dent, ooh, there'll be more questions to be asked.
Ooh, it's gonna be such an exciting match to watch here. Just like every other squad here in Season 13 of MPL MY, both these teams have a lot to prove in their very first match. So once again, we're gonna remind you guys of what is coming up next for Day 2 of the first week of Season 13. We just watched Todak's secure victory against Barracuda Esports. We're already talking about it. Monster Vicious versus RSGMY is going to be next. And we'll top off the day with Niners versus King Empire.
Yeah, another matchup that's going to be interesting to see. People want to kind of judge where King Empire is going to be amongst the power rankings of everybody else. And the Niners keeping a majority of their roster, a couple of tweaks here and there. But so far, kind of looking good.
I mean, the return of Moon. He has been there for quite a while, right? The legacy of Todak, the one that even back in the M1 days, he was a crucial player to bring Todak to stardom, the one who popularized zero ultimate, zero cooldown for meteor shower Chang'e, wind talker Chang'e, and all of that good stuff. And now finally, after a break, he joins the Niners, finally kind of leaving Todak. Perhaps a new start.
Well, I mean, the Moonatics are definitely going to be happy here for him. At least we're getting to see his style of play all over again. I don't know whether it's going to force him to adapt to the team or whether he's going to stay true to himself the way that he plays the game. Hopefully he comes back to that form. Hey man, guerrilla tactics. You never know when he's going to start showing up from a bush, blow you up with a Kadena or stealing away your buffs with a on-hit Chang'e.
It does seem like we're seeing a lot of returns of legacy mid laners, right? We got Moon coming in, we had Dominus already with Bounty, Zion Senpoi showing up today with Todak. A lot of old players wanting to regain their place in the MPL, even with all the new talent coming in. I'm very excited to see what happens in the next game, but we're gonna go on a short break before that. Any final thoughts on this first series of the day?
I have a quick conspiracy. The
really?
reason we're seeing so many legacy plays is because this year M Series is in Malaysia, so gotta come out of retirement. Time to bring the trophy back home.
Maybe.
I don't know. MSC is like 3 million prize pool. Oh, 3 million sounds like a lot of money. Not a big deal. Not a big deal.
Not a big deal at all.
The M Series.
It's always about the M Series. Every international is going to be important, but I am excited to see Kaiser play all over again.
We're excited to see so many players play all over again. Lots of surprises this season. Lots of unexpected situations have already occurred. And we're not even halfway through the second day of the first week. We still have 6 weeks of the regular season here. I have no idea who's going to be representing us once we head on into MSC. But we're going to take a short break before we go on into the next series of the day. Before we go, we'll leave you guys with a bit of a mic check so that you guys have something to entertain yourselves with. Until then, we'll see you.
Oh, take it out. I'm good.
Okay, Hiro Shizo.
Yeah.
Hey, no,
Vedrin. I got Vedrin. Nice.
Nice more.
Back up.
I don't have mana.
Nice.
Back.
Back. Just back. Sige. Nice.
Just go.
Nice. Targeting. Nice. Just
Go,
wait.
more.
I think we can end.
Boleh.
Just me. Boleh. Nice. Oi! Tower! Nice!
Ako lock.
Gary. Nice, guys.
Aku hidup.
Boleh, track free hit. Nice, guys.
Nice.
Nice.
Tiga, aku tak tiga.
Nice.
Tiga tak join.
Alot, guys. Alot.
Okay.
Targeting. Alot. Just
Die. Bye. Balik.
No para.
Mid, guys, mid.
No para.
Lo emit. Weekend. Aku tutup tiga.
Tigrel.
Dek.
Nice. Ni. Momo.
Ni.
Boleh tak, Momo? Nice,
Ah,
guys.
Santai guys.
Tahu je. Santai.
Go Nana.
Nice.
Nice.
Hero ya. I just hati here.
Baran ulti.
I got three.
Baran ulti.
Just fight. We win. She's so pretty.
Ah.
Nice, Momo.
Anjing kena.
One moment, Momo.
Let's go. Bawah. Pause. Bawah. Arlot.
Tower lock.
I got it.
Nice.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke playoff akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2020.
Leslie! Meet Mr. Bunny! You'll be the best sniper ever!
No! It's a decoy! I'm sorry.
Leave me alone. Great job, guys!
Versus satu Skylar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang. Avalanche fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the... Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang buhay! Backline already, and they're running for the lines, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu warrior weapon deploy yang membuat pergerakan dari Liga ke Alpha benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
I'm me, and there's no one I'd rather be. You can sit around and wait and see. For a moment I'll be standing free. So hurry up and wait for me. Got a bag of chips by the sea. The sun is blazing down. I've got my smile now. Here's the thing, your chips will really make me sing. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, I'm right where I wanna speed up, but slow down. I'd be kicking my feet up and just going to town. A bag of chips in hand, I got nothing planned, yeah. Good treats by the sand, you know I wanna chow down. Oh yeah. So when you ask me if I'm gonna stay, I'm promising you I will. 'Cause there's one thing we gotta do. Chips with me. Chill out, lay back, and right where I wanna be. We've got time today. And I'm all that I wanna be.
Hotlink Prepaid 5G serba baharu. Nikmati jago 5G untukmu. Dengan kelajuan internet 5G tanpa batas. Layan gaming sepantas kilat. Dan stream video paling lancar. Nikmati juga lebih nilai dengan 20% cashback. Hanya RM32 sebulan. Dapatkan sekarang. Welcome to All-Star 2024. Hey, superstars.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Oh, okay, get out. I'm good.
Okay, Hiro Shizo.
Yeah.
Hey, no,
Get out.
Fedrin.
I got Fedrin. Nice.
Nice, more.
Back up.
I don't have banana.
Nice.
Back.
Back. Just back. Sige, Immortal. Nice.
Just go.
Nice. Targeting. Nice. Just wait. I think we can end. Boleh.
Just me.
Boleh. Nah. Oi! Tower. Nice.
Tengah aku guys.
Ako lock.
Gary. Nice guys.
Aku hidup.
Boleh, track free hit. Nice guys.
Nice.
Tiga.
Aku tak join. Tigra tak join.
Alot guys, alot. Targeting, alot. Just
Die. Bye. Alik.
No barang. Mid guys.
Low emit. We can. Aku tutup tiga. Tigra seorang.
Tigrel.
Dead.
Nice. Ni. Momo.
Ni.
Boleh tak Momo? Nice guys.
Santai guys.
Tahu je. Santai. Go Nana, tahu Nana. Santai.
Hati. Hero ya. I just hati here.
Baran ulti. Baran ulti.
Just fight. We win. She's so pretty.
Nice, Momo.
Anjing kena.
One moment.
Let's go. Bawah. Pause. Bawah. Tower lock. I got it.
Nice.
Masa lagi mencuba.
Walaupun Jesus terpaksa dijatuhkan, tapi mereka masih lagi sempat untuk mendapatkan lot yang seterusnya. Tengokkan bagaimana trap yang telah pun di-shutdown oleh Gary. Gary cuba untuk bertahan, mencari ruang. Mungkin Emal yang akan dicari referee. Syah tenang aja, cukup kemas. Emal mungkin akan dikejar, nyawa semakin rendah tapi Emal. Agak bahaya Emal, nyawa yang semakin rendah tapi referee Syah daripada belakang. Cuba untuk melakukan implosion tapi referee Syah yang dijatuhkan oleh Jesus. Emal sempat lagi untuk dijatuhkan daripada Zem Point. Kali ini mereka cuba untuk masuk, memaksa keadaan tapi Gary hilang. Untuk mencari pasukan lawan, tapi kali ini tengokkan bagaimana Emal masih lagi berjaya untuk belakang lot yang ada. Tapi kali ini mangsa yang pertama telah pun digugurkan oleh Chris daripada tangan Zem Point. Mungkin cuba untuk mencari mangsa seterusnya, tapi Shizo tak boleh makan. Trap Jesus juga tak dengan Gary, tapi Shizo berjaya untuk mendapatkan double kill.
Dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah. Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Meet Mr. Bunny! Ta-da! Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
Now, hit the decoy!
I'm sorry. Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
to kind of bring us back to the past a little bit. We want to talk about Haru as the coach for MV, because you look at when during Haru's time with Team SMG is your staple, by the book, sometimes boring but very stable team. And now you're looking at a team like Monster Vicious, who generally plays a bit faster, sometimes a bit more ruthless and erratic. I wonder how this dynamic is going to work out, right? Between a coach that has been with a team that is by the book and right now a team that generally wants to go a bit more often.
Well, I definitely think you can see his teachings in the game itself. Oh, whoa, I didn't realize Coach Rain is coming in with a full-on blazer and matching pants as well. Look at clean standing up there. But I think
Sora too, actually.
I mean, so of course, Sora that goes without saying. He was on the BM broadcast just now with LaFell. They all having a bit of a chat about the team, but I definitely think in Haru in these cases is probably looking at Zeno was like, man, I wish you played Benedetta.
Doesn't he? I feel like I remember seeing Zeno play Benedetta at some point in the past. Maybe not the best Benedetta, but I imagine that enough time has passed that it could be the case. And yeah, that's actually a hero I was eyeing during last game as well, before the Paquito came out, because being able to split these team fights and match in terms of mobility would have been really valuable.
I think not even matching mobility, just outpacing him entirely, clearing away faster and like, oh no, I lost a little bit of health. Doesn't really matter. I'm going to be at the fight like 3-4 seconds ahead of time.
And actually you have a fallback plan that makes it easier for you to put yourself in a line of fire, right? It's not like Paquito, you miss a punch or two, you're dead. Benedetta, you have the eye for an eye. There are certain ways for you to get in and out of fights. And in this case, I think with RSG on the blue side, I wonder what the priority is going to be. It could be the Nolan again.
It doesn't look like anything is...
Yeah,
oh, wait.
They did ban it this time.
They did ban it, all right.
So they did ban it. They also got rid of the Matilda like they did previously. Does that the Joy is going to be open unless they ban that too, or if they're even considering to ban out the Vexana instead to follow along their same draft pattern. But RSG, they changed things up. They get rid of the Boxia this time around.
They're basically telling Monster Vicious that if you don't ban Joy, we're going to pick it. And if they do ban Joy, there's a good chance they might want to go for like the Barats in this situation.
Or they just pick Fredrin and be like, Subway.
That's also true.
Subway. Have you learned anything else yet?
I think Barats is a better matchup into Fredrin comparatively, so I guess we'll see.
It kind of depends, because keep in mind, if it goes exactly the way of the previous draft, right? It's like, oh, I take the Fredrin. If you take the Valentina this time round or the Farmus, doesn't really matter. It's a give and take. You know, it's a handshake on the mid lanes.
In fact, if you take Faramis, I'm fine with it. If you take Valentina, I'm going to take Faramis. I got everything, at least I got kind of the foundation set with this Fredrin pick.
Unless they change it up, because Vexana is open. And I mean, if MV thinks that Vexana deserves to be banned, it might be worth picking up.
I think you go for it in this first pick. You could go for that or your classic carry Minotaur, right? That has always been a prominent duo pick when you're on that red side.
But showing the carry so early on is so many teams have been punished by it. So very many teams. No matter how good a hero pick is going to be, there's still plenty of counters or even an entire composition that forces you to play very awkwardly. But it's cool. Ooh, CC as well as Minotaur?
But CC has gone missing for a while. We did talk about how CC, as good as you can make her out to be, she has very glaring weaknesses, especially when she plays from behind.
Yeah, she's very clearly designed to be best at 1v1 duel sort of situations where she has more mobility than her opponent. In a big team fight, she can't really contribute very much unless she's already quite far ahead. Then she can actually do quite a bit of damage with her ultimate on 2 people. But otherwise, it can be kind of a risky hero to show this early on, especially considering how volatile EXP lane matchups can be.
Export. I'm looking at Export like right now. You have a CC, you have a Minotaur. If Barras can be a consideration, I think Export is not too bad of a response, but carry also does the job.
Yeah, I think so far so good. Doesn't really change too much here, and I think that RSG is going to take the safer route of I'm not 100% sure what you want your comp to be, other than the fact that you want a team fight, which is totally fine. So I'm going to take the Valentina the onus on Valentina on myself in case you want to double down on that Farmus, but instead MV are going to take the Vexana, which I think is great because now it's going to be a little scary for, well, at the very least, Izanami to walk out of his lane. He might have to take a more safe route because Vexana is always going to be able to clear faster if it's just both the mid laners.
I'm surprised that Vexana hasn't won a single game. I thought it was just an Arlet syndrome, but Vexana also has been kind of taking a beating.
I think she has, from what I can remember seeing, is she's only actually been picked once this season, so 0%.
4 times actually.
4 times. Was that the ban or the pick?
Picked.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
No wins in 4 games. Okay, that is
I
surprising.
mean, look at Arla, right? And no wins in I don't know how many games. About to reach
Yeah,
10.
feels bad.
I mean, you can't have them all right? Now, MV, they're going to be banning out the Yuzong this time round to make sure that Kaiser doesn't exactly get his more comfortable picks. And if we're following based on previous draft patterns, they're probably also going to get rid of Glue as well.
You still get rid of Glue in this scenario?
Well, I mean, it's not like CC can do much against Glue, to be
That
fair.
that is true.
Like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do to me? Oh no, CC, please stop! I'm just gonna regenerate underneath my turret if I have to.
I think if you are CC, you generally don't really like smash your lane. You at best you keep them away,
Yes.
but you will never really dominate them.
Ooh, they banned the Tigreal instead. So that's going to be interesting. They're basically trying to deny RSG MY easy ways to set up big teamfight ultimates in the similar way that Minnow and Fury would be able to bring to the table. Though, I will say right now, if there's anyone who is going to make Rome Arlet work, it is going to be Stome. He was one of the pioneers here last season in MPL MY. So, considering that the hero is still left open, I think it's not a bad idea for RSG.
I don't know about that. I feel like any hero that is looking to try to go for an all-in here is going to get punished very heavily by this Vexana, right? Or anything that kind of pairs up with the Vexana, whether it be Minotaur. We might even see another tank jungler for the side of Envy to kind of supplement that as well.
Yeah, we see no more Guinevere, no more Ruby. The tank pool is definitely dwindling a little bit. I mean, we still have the Kufra in play. I'm not sure if you want to revisit Edith, so maybe Kufra and Arlott could be the best option. Xeno given a second chance to play the Paquito.
Jungle Paquito.
No, Jungle Paquito. Wait, yeah.
Yeah.
You're correct. Subway Paquito.
Interesting. This might be a really difficult. Yes, the early game is much better for Paquito nowadays, but he eventually falls off pretty hard. So again, it's pretty dependent for MV to have a dominating gold lane in this type of situation now. I mean, they've gotten rid of that. They've gotten rid of so many picks already. Harith is still generally available here, and now they have a much better distribution of overall damage. Let's see how RSG responds.
If you pick Harry for Monster Vicious, you essentially only have one true front line, which is the Minotaur, right?
Yeah.
CC is more like a disruption. If this was like CC on release, I would just say that maybe it's a CC jungle. But, oh, here we go. Stoem, the Arlott, and the Kaja. So this is an Arlott exchange. And
Whoa, hold on.
Range, okay. All right.
What? Wait.
Hey, man.
What?
Tier 2 technology.
CC gold lane.
This is the CC, no, the tier 2 technology. So it's a Granger jungle. Yo, Gideon.
What?
I mean, I'm happy with a Granger jungle. Like that sounds like
What
a fun
year is
time.
it?
Hey, going back to the hyper marksman. That's what I'm talking about.
Dude, what is this comp
What
right
is
now?
going on?
What is this comp right now? I would have been happy with the Roger, but I think that RSG has replied very, very well in this sense. Yes, they have the Valentina to make sure that team fights is going to fall in their favor by stealing the Minnow and Fury. But keep in mind, if you have a hard engage and it's a really good engage, Kaja, go for the Divine Judgment to kick things off, right? And they even have the final slash as a double insurance policy.
Yeah, but that's going to be very interesting here. Kaja as well is a hero that hasn't seen a lot of play recently, but Stome also very confident with it. The Divine Judgment could catch members of Monster Vicious off guard, but now that they are fielding the double fighter side lane marksman jungle combination that we have not seen in years, I'm very curious and excited about what kind of game is in store for us.
That's why we're the most entertaining region to watch. We got all these picks. I mean, Roger, completely understand. Vincenta, all right, we're doing something different. But Granger is like, back to what, years ago, I believe.
I don't know. What are we, Latam right now? It's
I don't
crazy,
know.
dude.
Whoa,
it's crazy.
If Granger jungle wins before Arlott does,
I'm telling you, if Granger jungle wins, That means Vexana also gets her first win.
Hey, that's
true, yes.
true. Oh, that's the trade-off now. But look at the way that this game is going to be played, right? This early game especially. Because prior to these level 4s, it's going to be interesting to see how this actually plays out. Ruff, especially on this CC, up against Loliels. Like, Loliels, yeah, he get a couple of good trades, but Ruff is going to generally have a slight advantage here every single time.
Yeah, at the very least, until Loliel gets like a second or third item, Ruff is going to be ahead of him every time. One of the few EXP laners that can match up in terms of consistent damage and durability. Meanwhile, we could see that things are going to be slowing down here overall. The worry for RSG MY this game is that they are now playing the composition that's quite reliant on the late game scaling of Loliel and Izanami, while Monster Vicious, they want to play for early.
Right, Loliel, there's no getting out from this. Only gotta purify. No first blood, you kidding me? Never mind, Subway. Of course with the snipe.
That's what we want to see. Gotta trust in the Granger, right? If you don't go down to the burn from the oh wait, hold on, Zeno playing a dangerous game, but Kaiser spots out Face walking into the lane by doing so.
Turtle now going to be contested. Venogo, the only person here, but Subway will join very, very soon. Comparatively, Nova going to have a lot more setup potential, but if it's a 1v1, 2v2 situation, Divine Judgment could make a difference if they can find Subway.
Oh! Didn't even need to try. You know what? It's like, well, I blew my ultimate, and now I'm left out to dry. Face trying to save him, and actually does. Kaiser tried to flicker, but can't even get in range for the ult, and well, a bit of a blunder from RSG.
Ah, nicely done. I mean, Nova forces out Vinogo's retribution pretty early on. As soon as he saw that jump, Vinogo was like, I got a retry here, right? I don't have much of a choice. If I don't, it's pretty much gone, so I have to risk the 50-50. Just well-timed by MV.
This does seem to be a composition that Monster Vicious is much more comfortable with playing. Knowing the tier 2 scene, a lot more builds are viable. And looks like this one right now working pretty well for Monster Vicious in that early game. They will need to be careful once the mid game comes about and the front line for RSG becomes a little tankier. But if they can keep the snowball going, it's going to be hard for RSG to catch up.
Yeah, snowball Granger nonetheless. And now Storm forced back. Vinogo shows up. Izanami to supplement the damage. Face has to flicker away, but he's probably going to die. As the final slash is coming out as well. Actually, it's the Appraisal's Wrath of Vinogo. Face goes down, Monster Vicious on the retreat.
Yeah, it's too difficult. Once you've lost formation here and Face having to flicker in an awkward spot, everybody's just going to pounce on you, and that's exactly what we saw from the side of RSG. As long as Vinogo is able to maintain that front line, it's going to be a good time. Loliels, on the other hand, not having the most fun time against this CC. You know, it's a little awkward to fight against because you are so short range. You're always going to be within the range of the yo-yos. There's just not much you can really do about that until you have your items.
It's a very smart play coming out from Monster Vicious here, and now that I've seen it for myself, I wouldn't be surprised if other teams were to decide to try it out for themselves later on in the regular season, but that will also depend on the success of it in this game. As of right now, 10 seconds until the turtle comes up, and that's going to be a very important timing because now RSG MY have all their utility ready for an actual team fight.
This is where it might just give us the first glimpse of who is going to be in the lead. Nova Escobar the target. But Fakes just saves him. Eternal Guardian has to be used though in that situation.
Okay, let's see whether or not this turtle is going to fall into the hands of MV, right? Because the last time this happened, it was just, you know, Vinogo being forced to use his retreat just slightly earlier than he needed to be. But now that Fakes doesn't actually have the Eternal Guardian, this is a significant disadvantage in a full 5v5.
Yeah, Nova Escobar just walking up first, posturing, threatening a potential steal. Subway in position already.
This is a 4v5 situation. Kaiser is here, as you know.
Oh, just Vinogo quicker on the trigger finger, but the AoE damage from Monster Vicious proving to be a threat. Nova Escobar first to go down, and Fakes is going to get dragged back by Storm, and that's 2 for RSG.
Dang, Kaiser nearly trolled there for a second, but Subway going to get chased down. Retribution has been used to slow down Vinogo so he can't keep up with it, but man, that was close. Kaiser nearly throwing it.
The extra healing from that last Vengeance was just enough to keep him alive against that Death Sonata here. Ruff starting to reach the point where it's actually quite difficult for him to trade against Loliel, and now Vinogo is here to finish things off potentially.
Nova Escobar is going to be that motivational raw to keep him topped up just enough to prevent a potential dive.
Take their time now. Back to square one here. But look, Veno, he is not going to leave that lane anytime soon. Focusing purely on getting this push, knowing that Kaiser is willing to sacrifice for the team.
I do feel like in game 1, Zeno did end up making a mistake when he left his lane to try and get a backline gank up top, and then resulted in losing his team a pretty notable team fight. So looks like he's going to be focusing more on macro this game, but Sto, ooh,
wow,
nice flicker from Fakus.
Yeah, he got nervous. He got nervous that Storm might have actually gone for the Divine Judgment on him. But now, back to the stalemates, back to just hovering around no man's land as much as he can.
Subway trying to take some space. Izanami actually don't have to be worried about too much. Monster Vicious trying to get some push going, but bottom lane handled by Kaiser. Top side, CC not the best hero in terms of pushing. Monster Vicious posturing towards this top side of the map.
Oh, playing it slow. Looks like they're going to focus on getting this top tier 1. Lolil actually dashing forward.
Eternal Guardian even used as well. Storm though. Don't think he can continue this pursuit, but no-go gets the energy eruption. Nova Escobar forced back, terrified. The stolen Eternal Guardian dropped by Izanami. And this is not a good place for Ruff. He's so far forward, had to pop the Vengeance and Subway with the long-range snipe to get rid of Storm.
Man, I'm surprised that Ruff actually survives there. Couldn't sneak in another auto attack, couldn't sneak in another ability, and Storm ends up dying, still holding on to his Divine Judgment. But now it's going to be a quick rush from the side of RSG.
Subway has arrived, and he does have the 2-level advantage, but in terms of numbers, he doesn't have it. Kaiser just flicker Vengeance, okay, no follow-up, didn't need to. And Zeno is going to take that bot here too.
We do see this as the reason why tank junglers are so prevalent nowadays. If a single member of the opposite team is able to zone you out from the objective, it's usually not ideal. But Monster Vicious is still in a very comfortable position, and a lot of the fights they've taken have been at a disadvantage since Zeno has been focusing on pushing down that tier 2, which he did successfully take earlier now. We do see a lane swap here from RSG, allowing Lolil some space to maybe farm now that their bottom tier 2 is gone.
Subway just lost his purple, had to use the ultimate to back off from Storm as well. Bringing Nova Escobar to the mid lane, the Retribution used, and unfortunately to get the pull, Zeno again! Just found out by RSG.
Positioning there. Zeno again getting caught out the moment he decides to leave his lane. RSG definitely putting a fear in him to not leave his house.
I mean, for as long as he can, I think it's totally fine. Ruff, on the other hand, I don't know how long this is going to start working for, right? Like, how does he really scale into the rest of his game? I mean, yes, they're going to have a lot of ways to actually deal with that front line, especially with Subway, but eventually even he's going to start falling off.
Lolil being given a lot of space. He'll be able to get his own tier 2 now, being finished off by the minion wave, which means that all the effort Zeno has been putting into that bottom lane has just been rendered nil by a very effective catch by Storm in the mid lane.
Speaking of that, they are setting up shop in this brush again. Zeno finally going to the top side, which I feel like should have been done quite a while ago. Would have prevented his death earlier on, but you look at the net worth of both teams, it's dead even.
Pretty low kill count game as well, 4-2. I would have expected them to fight more often than not, but it feels like, you know, the teachings from Coach Haru on MV, you gotta fight with some kind of purpose, some way to kind of convert that advantage into something more tangible rather than just gold from kills.
But I do wonder if advice like that maybe... Oh, hold on.
Okay, another pull. Nova Escobar again as a backup. Storm this time is punting Zeno. Finishes his low Liao with the flicker, and that is what you want to see from Monster Vicious.
Very nice response there. Now understanding that they gotta keep an eye out for that Divine Judgment. And being able to so quickly respond there, Nova Escobar, this is much more akin to the usual player we expect there. Getting 2 kills and now a free Lord means that Monster Vicious will regain control over this game.
And now, more importantly, a successful way to force a lead. If this tier 1 falls, yep, now they're in so much trouble. Oh,
rough. Might have overstepped. No final slash. The RCNY not going to commit to it. And I mean, it's good enough. Monster Vicious finally getting a bit of a lead for themselves. It's 2.3k. And that looking to balloon it very, very soon as we check out the hand cam for Subway jungler for Monster Vicious, brought to you by our official gaming phone, ROG Phone 8.
It's very interesting to see this side of Subway as well, since we're very used to him playing these tanky junglers. we've seen him try assassins in the past to not the best track record, but a marksman jungle, that's a new one here. 3-0-1, very strong debut for Granger in MPL Season 13.
Might just get his first win before Arlet at this point.
Oh boy.
The Lord will be taken care of. I mean, there is a carry on the other side after all, so Monster Vicious not able to crack any inhibitors. That's good news number 1. Good news number 2, RGMY should be able to defend this mid-tier 2, as Izanami will steal the Eternal Guardian from Fix again. Monster Vicious will try to push though. Might even attempt to get it. In fact, they will. RGMY using their last outer tier defense.
I do wonder if the choice to steal Eternal Guard instead of something like Minwen Fury is the right choice here, because I'm not too sure how much that really contributes in the grand scheme of things. Looking at the item builds overall, Lil is going for Trinity. He did start with Thunderbelt, so at the very least the carry is a little bit on the tankier side. But the Sea Halberd coming out from Ruff gonna make that quite difficult for him.
I mean, I was thinking whether or not he wanted to consider building into Dominance Ice instead of going for something like the Sea Halberd in these types of situations. But, I mean, he's already got the Vengeance, I suppose, so you might as well apply and get the extra damage. Actually, having the extra attack speed might actually keep you alive a little bit longer or finish off those kills. But at the end of it all, right, majority of the gold is coming from both Zeno as well as Subway on this Granger. The question is, RSGMY, at this point in time with no out-of-tier turrets to really work with and only with these inhibitors, right? They probably just want to drag out this game, which is why you're seeing this position of MV just freezing as many of these lanes as possible to try and get some information on whether RSGMY is going to walk out. And if they do, they might actually forcefully start a fight.
And also to minimize as much resources as possible for RSGMY, right? Like, if they can't enter the lane, they're getting less. And that actually helps Monster Vicious not only get control of the map, but also allow them to set up shop in the jungle if they need to, kind of get a lot more resources into their own pockets. I like how Nova Escobar is constantly walking together with Ruff. If they see RCMY, at least there's someone there to respond.
RSG's movements across the map right now are very risky because Zeno is still going for full damage per Keto, but now without the Nether Realm to protect them, the backline for RSG is much more vulnerable, especially when Subway is also going full DPS. Both just finished their Blade of Despairs a moment ago. So the DPS potential from Monster Vicious is massive, and RSG MY needs a very good pickoff if they want any hope of winning these teamfights.
So Kaiser kind of taste the rainbow from Ruff. Did force the ultimate out of the CC, but brings Kaiser down 60% HP. Lord gets resetted as RGMY takes that opportunity to break that mid-tier 1.
Whether or not they're going to get is a different story, though. RSG now have full position over this Lord. I'm not seeing a split push being done by Zeno just yet. He wants to be nearby enough to actually commit to this fight, but I don't know. It's 15-14. I would have expected MV to try and get something done here, but they're nervous. And so far, they haven't spotted out where this Kaja is going to be just yet. They see him out mid. They see that Lolios is going to take a tier 2 for free if MV does nothing.
Nova Escobar, here we go. Flicker, Izanami dashes away. They still want to chase. The Flicker Terrify is enough to get rid of Izanami. Final slash from Kaiser from the back. But RGMY, can they keep up? Ruff, isolated, finished off by Kaiser. The 1-for-1 so far. Monster Vicious still keeping that health bar. And now Divine Judgment is actually still available on Storm.
Yeah, they weren't able to quite use it that last fight, but trading 1-for-1 right now for RSG MY is pretty valuable. It's a bit hard to determine what the exact trade... Oh, hold on!
Yep, and that's a Flicker Divine Judgment. Zeno is going to go for his own Flicker, but no cooldowns. Can't get away. And that could just be enough for RSGMY to step on forward to contest this Lord. Kaiser will do that, knocked out by the Lord.
Oh!
The damage just enough, the Lord taking the side of Monster Vicious. And now Subway just needs to press Retribution, and his Fakers to secure the objective. Monster Vicious getting away.
Nicely done coming out from MV here. I was questioning whether or not Zeno really needed to actually utilize that Flicker, but noticing the rest of MV actually coordinating well to rush down this Lord, having Subway a level ahead of a no-go, they've taken full advantage of the situation, right? Zeno can die 100 more times just like that as long as they secure that Luminous Lord.
A very good eye for opportunity there from Monster Vicious, understanding that, hey, Storm and Lolil are not here. There's no way RSG can actually contest. Let's blitz the Lord here. You're going to be able to use it to start pushing down the top lane. Subway 4-0-1. Full build on the Granger. He is scary.
Now Subway is going to unleash the Death Sonata first. Chip away at the health bars of RCMY. RCMY trying to hold this Lord at their gates. Kaiser with the final slash to bring Ralph back down underneath the inhibitor, but it's not enough. Nova Escobar with them in no inferior to keep RCMY away, but at the end of the day, they defended that top inhibitor.
What a game we're having right here as Monster Vicious flipping everything on its head despite a strong performance from RCMY that made it seem like they clearly outclassed this new team to the MPL stage. Monster Vicious says, nope, we still got some pocket strats down there and we are ready to show them to you. This is an incredible performance right now. In a very unexpected way, RCMY, while they do still have some late game scaling here, their team fight definitely does not quite match up to what Monster Vicious has. So the approach to how they get kills and extend their influence across the map needs to be very meticulous.
I don't know. It's a low kill count game. We're pushing in towards the 17th minute as well. I feel like Monster Vicious is going to start hitting a brick wall sooner rather than later against RCMY, who are eventually getting their level 15s pretty soon as well. So with no inhibitors missing, it really comes down to how do you actually play this Lord dance. And let's look at the in-game equipment to see whether or not there's anything out of the ordinary. Looks like pretty standard builds all across the board. And it looks like, oh, we're also not seeing any no winds of nature coming up from the carry at all. It's just brute force breastplate. I just want a kite.
Yeah, and also, and in place of that, she also has a thunder belt, right? So a bit more durability.
Yeah, this is a much more popular carry build nowadays where you do build the hero a bit of a semi-tank because she already has inbuilt true max HP damage in her passive. So if you're able to make sure that she's able to stay alive a little bit longer in team fights, it's actually very good for them. RCMY doing a good job of matching rotations across the map, but Lolion Storm here, they're waiting for some to walk into their trap.
Oh, good game sense here. Good game sense from the side of MV. If you're going to move, you got to move together.
No, Escobar is going to check this. And that means that no pull yet. I think Monster Vicious, they haven't been handling this top wave for quite a while, and that eventually allowed RCMY to get the tier 1. Now they're going to be on the Lord.
I mean, they're okay with that, right? It's better than sending Subway up and being like, hey, could you clear...
Oh, they're looking for Zeno!
Oh?
Did they find it? Yep, Zeno, he's going to go down. Unfortunately, Monster Vicious a bit late to respond. That's what, 40 plus seconds.
Yeah, caught with his pants down there. I mean, I don't know. Probably should have communicated with the rest of the team, and now RCMY, I mean, they can force this.
They definitely can. Look at Kaiser's position. This could be deadly. Monster Vicious, they do not know this. Izanami happy to put himself in the line of fire. Subway can't get the snipe. Ruff wants to follow up, but also cannot get that done. Nova Escobar pushed away by Lo Liao. And Ruff also not in a healthy state. They have to give this up.
Yep, they have to give this up. Nothing they can really do about this. They have to wait for the full 5v5 rather than just try to man fight it 4v5 and almost guaranteed to lose the game off of that one push.
Yep, an incredibly clean sequence of events coming out from RCMY here, slowly picking off the members of Monster Vicious one by one because they understand that they're not going to be able to win these big 5v5 team fights. Unfortunately, Zeno very much experiencing the reason why a lot of Paquito players do not go for that full damage build. You just end up melting so quickly, especially in situations like this. And Monster Vicious, without their full lineup, it does not offer enough of a protective shell for Figs and Subway to do damage, which is why they're forced to retreat and mount a defense here against this Lord.
Still crazy that the AI winner prediction brought to you by Nescafe still predicts 68%. In favor of Monster Vicious, despite the circumstances. But we might finally see the first inhibitor drop in this game. The bottom one for Monster Vicious. Lord still fairly healthy and needs immediate attention. And look at Stone's position. Flicker, Divine Judgment, ready at the helm. Eternal Guardian drop. Nova Escobar tries to cover a lot more ground. Zeno doing the same thing in the top side of the map.
What we're seeing here is akin to a very quick reversal. We are seeing this a lot more often in recent late game matches where a single mistake costs you the entirety of your control over the map. There's still another 100 seconds or so until the next Lord. So until then, Monster Vicious can play just a little bit more aggressively, but They gotta avoid being picked off here. This Divine Judgment now having a lot of utility to Monster Vicious, who wants to split up to try and macro the map.
I don't know. I just think it's a little obnoxious here, right? Like RSG MY has been losing from early to mid off of small interactions against MV, and now that we're coming to this point with this overall even scored game, the fact is it's difficult to get in on their composition because if they make that first move, Nova X Kobar has an easy way to counter engage, and the same can be said even for Zeno. If he has to give up his life, that's totally fine. He just needs to combo with Fakes.
It's the Twilight Armor for Venogo already, going for the Immortality next.
Thing is, I feel like if Zeno was on a slightly more defensive build, if he had things like Dominance Ice and Bloodlust Axe, it would be a lot easier for him to actually like push out and try and set up slow pushes. Instead, he's gonna be forced to wait with his team because he technically acts as another source of DPS, and they cannot afford to lose him before RSG fully commits to the fight.
Oh man, this is a painful 21-minute game. Both sides really don't want to lose, especially when they're so deep in there. But look at that damage.
Ooh, this is rough.
Both junglers still have perfect KD so far. I mean, talk about not wanting to die in this game and understanding their importance, right? The objectives are getting more and more important by every single passing minute. And Zeno, I feel like he was thinking about it, but realizes he can't one-shot Lo Liao, not at this point.
What is the play right now for Monster Vicious? RSG and Y, they can basically just keep doing what they're doing. Eventually, they're going to catch a straggler because the way that they've been pushing out the lanes has been very clean. But for Monster Vicious, is there any clear example of something they need to make happen in the next couple of minutes?
Well, I think number one, they need to find a pick on either Loliels or Izanami. I feel like Vinogo, Storm, and even Kaiser probably isn't going to find as much value without their big if they're trying to enable someone without damage, right? And all three of them at this point have pretty much are just giant meat shields with CC.
Look at where Zeno has been waiting in the top brush for a long time and now decides to reset. I thought at least he would try to get some map control and maybe get a flank, or at least push out the wave on the top side. He's not getting anything done. That means RGMY, they might just get a free Lord. Get the pull onto the X Kobar, Subway, trying to support his support as much as he can. The X Kobar gets knocked out by the Stolen Eternal Guardian. Immortality is going to pop. Flickers to safety with the heal. And that's crucial resources expended from the side of Monster Vicious.
But the same can be said for RSG MY. They actually committed quite a lot there, and the only thing they got was the Immortality from the Minotaur here. So I actually think that Monster Vicious is in a pretty solid position here to contest this Lord, especially now that Divine Judgment is gone for a while.
Yes, it is, but the Lord Dance is going to be difficult to play, right? 2 flickers are already gone. Fakes, though, doesn't have his flicker. Same goes for Nova X Kobar. And RSG, considering how they like to actually play these Lord Dances, just drag it out until you have your resources back, right? It wouldn't take too long. Yep, Storm already with the Divine Judgment ready to go.
Kaiser, he is fine standing in that position. Seems like it's towards RSGMY. Another pull this time. It's rough of all people. I mean, if you're only onto one person, it might not be enough. Vinogo, he's going to slam that giant blade down, and Nova X Kobar removed from the fight.
And RSGMY not overstepping their boundaries as well. Kaiser does lose Immortality here, drops low.
Subway couldn't finish him off, but is it enough to push RSGMY back? Storm just popped it concealed just in case. It might just come down to a miraculous steal from Subway.
Minion wave up top, actually nearly taking the inhibitor here. I think Kaiser will be just in time to stop it, but that could have been a free tower for Monster Vicious.
Oh, again, this time the Terrify fakes. He was ready to respond. Subway with the Death Sonata. They get the pick onto Izanami. And Vinogo, Immortality shattered as Zeno shows back up with the combo. And the patience paying off for Monster Vicious. Lord claimed. And RSGMY on the run. Vinogo, can you get out of this predicament? Fakes just accurate with the Terrify. Monster Vicious with 3.
Oh man, the idea was good, but Fakes said no. He was not going to let him get away with that. And now with 3 dead, this is only a potential closeout for the side of MB. These death timers are so very, very long, and the Lord is only going to spawn in 3 seconds.
RGMY repeated the same engage a few too many times, and it was clear that Monster Vicious positioned in such a way so that the Terrify would be able to stop him right when he went in for that Divine Judgment. So now, RSGM wide, we could be looking at another tie game here. Will Monster Vicious bring another game 3?
Well, beasts of different origins. Monster Vicious bringing some new technology to the big stage. And we are gifted with a game 3 in this series, gentlemen.
Yep, and Granger as well as Vexana have now a better win rate than having someone like an Arlen.
And
pretty
the
crazy.
CC as well. CC got her first
That's
win.
true.
Woo!
A lot of first times here, and it's good to see that they're making this competitive. They're bringing it to all 3 of these games. Congratulations to MV for taking the second one, but they still have a long journey ahead of them, especially since RSG is really matching them in their aggression as well as their team fights.
And Monster Vicious has proved to the world one thing here. Tier 2 metas can be brought to the MPL stage as long as you have the experience and the confidence to be able to pull it off. Being able to adjust at that final moment to catch out Storm and take advantage of RSGMY's own habits. Excellently done.
Combo breaker, right? Fakes the Vexana Terrify. That was all that it took. And Zeno, we've kind of criticized him here and there, game 1 and game 2, and finally when the most important moment, that man showed up, took out Lo Liao, and that was all that was needed.
Daddy came back with milk now. Finally came back after so long. Don't worry, I'm just gonna split push. I'll be back soon. 15 years later. I'm back, son. Welcome home.
Training in the mountains, you know.
Yeah, sitting under waterfalls.
Comes back in a full damage build.
Yeah, full damage build as well. I don't know. It is pretty painstaking. Like, each moment of that game was very painstaking, and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears was going into both sides. But let's have a go look backstage to see our MVP of this game. Give it up for Subway here, our MVP on a Granger nonetheless.
I think it's an excellent showing here from Subway, demonstrating to all MPL MY fans that he is not just a one-trick pony, he's not just a Fredrin bot, he's not just a Barat bot. He can have other pocket picks to bring to the table as well. And who would have thought that the double fighter side lane marksman jungle meta would work against a team like RSGMY?
Well, blast to the past nonetheless. This Granger, deadly accurate, 4-0 and 3 nonetheless. This entire game he has been deathless and accurate on the trigger finger. Every time, just being able to not only take important objectives, but that ultimate snipe has always been a crucial tool to whittle down the members of RSG.
I mean, the Death Sonata has been a great tool, not only to kind of slow down engages, but to look for those big executes for the low targets and squishier targets in the composition. I think, you know, pair that with the fact that you have other tools at your disposal as well. As long as you position well, you're generally going to be okay. And Venogod, he didn't get punished too often in this matchup, but at the very least, he did have to always keep that into consideration. What angle do I have to stand in front to block these shots?
Yeah, you look at kind of the KD, especially for Venogo and Kaiser, the one death was the only death that was the one death that kind of ended the game for RSGMY. So this painfully slow tug of war sort of game, I think at the end of the day, it was MV's patience that really paid off at the end. And just, again, taking advantage of RSG's force habits.
Is this an indication that a team that is very reliant on a singular source of DPS doesn't quite match up in today's meta?
Depends on how you execute it. You could see a lot of times that when RSG does find the actual good engage, it really didn't matter how much quote-unquote damage you actually had. It's just very quick, clean, and when you execute it well, you never stood a chance to begin with. And I think that goes for both teams here, whether it be MV or even RSG. A one clean engage, that's all you need, and basically you win the fight before it even starts.
I think the numbers here can kind of reinforce that, right? Lo Liao and Izanami, they both deal the most damage on their team, and honestly on the side of MV, it was Fake's majority of the time because he's a Vexana. But then you look at Subway as this Granger jungler, didn't do as much as the carry nor the Valentina, but it's the fight that matters for MV. Every time these damage are being pumped up, they're getting something in return.
It goes to show, right? Execution is extremely key. Having some strong fundamentals, and more importantly, just the macro here has been setting the difference and has been the overall theme for these past 2 best of 3s.
And it does feel bad for RSG MY. They were doing such a good job of keeping the lanes pushed up and separating Monster Vicious so that they could take advantage of catches with the Divine Judgment. But it turns out that their gameplay, all it took was that one push for the House of Cards to just come toppling down when there's so much DPS coming out of Monster Vicious, and Subway positioning excellently behind all of the bulk of his team. It's very difficult for RSG to actually jump in and dive that back line. Kaiser, that's kind of his job, but Arlet just not having a good time this season.
Yeah, want to give a quick shout out to Nova Escobar. His response on Minotaur towards every RSG move has been impeccable. His counter engages, his awareness to identify which targets to protect, and the craziest thing was, prior to that last team fight, he was ganged out by multiple RSG members. Not for a second he thought of unleashing that ultimate as a means of escape. He let the Immortality tank that revive, and afterwards he had the tool to respond to RSG.
Hey man, suppressions are difficult to get rid of, and I think that, yes, he could have preemptively forced it out, but at the end of it, I think it's all about finding those right moments. And for RSG, it felt like they got into a pattern towards the end, especially once you've dragged it on for at least 20 minutes into these games, where each and every one of these kills is going to be very valuable with, what, 40 to 50 second death timers here. That's when it becomes very punishing, and that's when Storm can really say, hey, I pick one person, that person needs to die.
That's kind of what, like, you guys pointed out early on, where it's a actually very smart move for MV to move together as a unit. He also understood what RSG was thinking.
I mean, to a certain extent, it's two sides of the exact same coin. They play very, very similarly, and I think the only real difference is the EXP laners and how they manage their waves and how they actually have the outlook on the game of, oh, do I want to scrape up gold, or do I want to kind of group up together to make sure we win every single neutral?
And a direct comparison, Paquito is definitely always going to be better at split pushing as compared to Arlet. And I think that's one of the weaknesses that you see in Arlet as a hero, as an EXP laner. It's a very important job, especially in these really back-to-forth situations, to be able to force someone away by pushing the other side of the map. Instead, that job had to be relegated to other members of RSG MY, and although they did do a good job of that, not having as many tools to split up the fight and having very orchestrated styles of engagement depending on their Divine Judgment allowed Monster Vicious all the time they needed to fine-tune their strategy.
This is probably the first and the last time we'd see a gold laner taking the most damage in a single game.
Oh boy, I don't know. I still don't know how to feel about this CC in the gold lane just yet. Obviously, it does have its own benefits, and I think, you know, having the Vengeance as an insurance policy that you don't actually die in that 1v1 is kind of nice to have. But is this going to be the direction of where the meta is going to lean to? Hey, you want to play a more dominant gold laner? Sure, I'm just going to play a fighter to kind of find the counter.
Well, it's always been a valid option, but CC would normally not be the hero you go for in that situation because you'd want something that pressures more heavily, like Paquito or Yuizong, right? CC just so happens to match very well into the carry, so whether or not more teams will pick up this hero in the gold lane, well, we'll just have to see.
Okay, we're late enough into the day.
I've silenced the desk.
It's a 20-minute game, man.
Come on. We just got out of... We're not even done with the series, man.
That one deserves a death timer. That one deserves a death timer. I'm calling it for 50 seconds. I'm out of here.
I mean, if I can take a break from casting for a while, I don't mind.
Oh, boy. I think it's rough, but overall, I do think that both of these teams seem to be like... I wish they wouldn't play as defensively as we see them so far, right? It feels like they're very macro-heavy, and they understand what it's like to get consistently punished. But when you get punished, you are obviously looking for trades and timings, both of which aren't abused as often as I would like it as often. Oh, even my words are coming all together and repeating themselves.
As often as you would like it.
Exactly, because we keep seeing the exact same patterns happen over and over again, not in just team fights, but even off-tempo plays from both sides. The target priorities at the same time is still the same. Nothing much has changed from game 1 to game number 2.
You would think game 2 was scripted by how they moved in the last, like, 8 to 10 minutes.
Exactly.
But it's also pretty rare to see RSG Malaysia be so passive. It feels a bit odd. aggressive, right? They like to push the tempo. But perhaps it's a sign of respect towards MV, considering that MV has been putting up a pretty good fight with a unconventional lineup.
I mean, I would blame MV in a matter of fact, because why do you have such strong counter engage? And maybe that's something that you should consider getting rid of. Like, I don't know. This Minotaur has been a big nuance here at MPL MY of whoever has a Minotaur, I guess we just have to wait for them to engage first, right? It forces you to play defensively because the counter engage is just that devastating.
I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that it's a new season where you have a lot of new lineups, a lot of familiar and new players kind of mixing together. So they also are not only trying to figure out their own synergies on the MPL stage, but also figuring out how well other teams are performing. So they're trying to play it a little bit slower, a little bit safer, but I imagine we'll get to see something a little bit different as the season progresses. For now though, let's talk about RSG Prime.
Hey man, I know we are following like the M Series Prime edition, but I'm not convinced just yet. This is definitely not RSG at their prime. If it is RSG Prime, then fans have to be very worried.
They are. They would be. I mean, especially with the hashtag, right? No, sorry, not the hashtag, but after the quote down at the bottom. Second trophy after 3 years. That's a long time. That's a long time since they haven't reached that stage just yet.
Yeah. So if it is their prime, if it is prime time, please tell me it's not now, right? Like, let it be the playoffs. Let it be the playoffs, and then I think we can settle in a bit more comfortably.
Well, we can't exactly just afford to wait until the playoffs to bring up prime time anymore, though. Considering the new format of the playoffs this season, only 6 teams will actually get to make it into the next stage. And not only that, the bottom team just immediately loses their slot and falls to MAL. So competition is fierce.
Only one of them will directly fall to MAL.
Yeah, one of them.
The 9th place will fight with the 2nd place MAL team after the regular season from the Challenger Conference. Ooh, that's a mouthful, but
yeah, a literal
it's a best of 5 that's going to be happening during the MAL playoffs, I believe. So that's going to be very interesting as well.
Very much a literal death sentence.
A literal death sentence. One of them has a fighting chance, the other one sent to the gulag instantly.
It's one way of putting it here, but now that Coach Rain is going to have a conversation with the rest of the players, definitely you can see that there is a lack of confidence in the way that they're maintaining these team fights and why it was dragged for so long, when honestly, they should be consistently making proactive plays whenever Storm has his ultimate. Something which wasn't abused as often as I would like to have seen, and I think that's what Coach Rain is going to be addressing here. Build that confidence back up, keep communications sound and clear, and more importantly, really take advantage of the heroes that are given to you.
Yeah, a natural-born charismatic leader, right? Coach Rain is not like your militaristic style coach or analyst. He's a more calm person. You know, he kind of talks you out of your
delusions.
Delusions. Talks you out of a bad time. I think that's a better way to put it.
He washes away all your doubts like the rain itself. He is a calming presence that is omnipresent, especially in the humid season.
I can imagine his conversations with Loliel's just like, it's not your fault. CC is just an annoying hero, man. And then Loliel's just like, give me CC! Lock me in, coach!
No, Loliel, we can't do that.
Please, coach, lock me in!
We have Harif, you know, we have...
No, Loliel, you haven't finished your yo-yo training yet.
Yeah, look, you just lost to CC and you think CC is going to win the game? That's not how it works.
It's a meta pick. I lost on carry, sir.
I can't imagine Loliel fighting back, so I think it's all good.
It probably is all good here, but let's see whether they're going to come back to form so far, because right now, the fact that it dragged on for 20 minutes and the fact that, like, it's understandable that MV has to wait for the engagement from the side of RSG, but it doesn't excuse the fact that RSG were playing very passively despite having a divine judgment.
Speaking of that, I remember, so last season we also talked about how Izanami, actually since his debut, he has always been more of a utility type mid laner, right? So your Valentina, Faramis, Novaria once in a while. I wonder if kind of this new era is going to see a shift in him and how he plays as well. Like maybe Lilia, something that maybe has a lot more offensive capabilities. I know it's not Izanami style, but that's also one thing that has held RSG back during certain times.
Well, actually, to be honest, the fact that Izanami plays utility mid laners is more of a personal choice rather than a hero pool issue, because there have been many examples in history where RGMY has been behind or having some trouble, and Izanami just decides, okay boys, I'm the carry now. He's fully capable of that. He just chooses not to.
I agree with the statement, and I think that sometimes the draft isn't going to be designed around him sometimes, and I think that's totally fine. We've seen a lot of these similar examples in other MPLs across the world, right? We're seeing people like, oh no, I guess you have to play Angela in the mid lane and not a Lilia Novaria, even though you've been hitting every single skill shot since the beginning of time.
He doesn't pick on he doesn't like kind of dust off the rust, you know, put on some gloves until the team really needs it.
Possibly.
Playoff seasons, I guess. It's the only time we might be able to see it.
He takes off the training weights during playoffs. Finally,
Rock Lee moment.
The Rock Lee moment, actually.
Let's see what they're going to go for this time. And it looks like Ruby, Angela for the side of RSG on the blue side. MV get rid of the Vixana, and as well as the Matilda on red side.
Like, my biggest question right now, right, is going to be, do you still contest the Arlet?
I
say no.
I say you
Stats
just
say
let
no,
it
right?
through. Just let it through, you know, let nature take its course. I feel like it's like a cursed gift, you know, like, you take Arlet, good luck. But the Phobius ban means that we might be going back to the Nolan for RSG.
I think MV, it's going to be a bit of a problem, right?
Wow, Joy.
They're just going to open up everything.
All right, let's do it. Let's do that matchup again.
Yeah,
we saw that yesterday.
They're forcing the matchup between Nolan and Joy in this situation. They can't afford to ban either one. Looks like RSG does prefer the Nolan in this particular situation, so Joy should be the obvious pickup here, but they could also lean towards the Barats just to have someone that just never dies to the Nolan.
I suppose, but come on, let's make it interesting here.
Okay, now they got the Arlet.
Oh, I guess that's one way of making it interesting here. Still 0% win rate.
I don't
total
know about
picks,
this,
total game.
man. I really don't like when teams open as safely as this. And I don't even consider Arlet a safe pick anymore.
That's why Guinevere is not prioritized as much. That could be one of the examples in terms of how these flex picks are shifting. And maybe Ruby is the only viable one in the forefront of the draft. It's Minotaur picked up by Storm again. We've seen him in game 1. This guy's lethal.
Pretty deadly overall.
You would think Minotaur would be a little more heavily contested, considering he's been on the winning team both times this game. The carry gonna be locked in as well. So clearly neither coach cares too much about statistics.
They're gonna be playing true to their identity here.
I'm telling you, if Joy makes it through until the very end, I would be surprised.
I doubt so.
There's no
you
way,
pick it
right?
now, right?
It's either you pick it now,
Okay,
or
never mind.
you say I'm gonna pick CC, right? Oh no,
We're not seeing
No.
Joy this game, I guess.
okay.
Where's the joy? Now I'm
that's fine.
sad.
Have you seen Marie Kondo? She's not doing it anymore. No more. No joy. It does not spark joy.
Just let it go.
Let it go.
Throw it away. But at least MV is making a bit of an adjustment here compared to their previous match. I mean, this is relatively similar to their Game 1 draft, right? We are seeing a lot of similar elements into it, and I think, MV have taken into account, hey, Yuzong, bit of an issue, let's get rid of it now.
Yeah, the Yuzong was banned out in game 2 as well, and it worked out pretty well for them, so they're getting rid of it once again. But this exact trio, right, the Fredrin, Arlet, Valentina, hasn't been having a very good success rate today because, again, it's a situation where you leave a lot of the consistent DPS to your marksman. And that has not been working for a lot of teams.
Like, your XP laner and your marksman better be some big damage dealers. And I think the XP laner has to be able to push the tempo. I think that's the most important part for the last two picks. I'm looking at a Claude. If you want to play that late game, Claude is probably the only choice. If not, maybe the...
I mean, don't say that.
Nah, you're just making it worse then at that point.
They lock in CC 2 for 2. 2 for 2 against this carry. It's just like, you haven't learned your lesson, have you, lol yells?
I think actually there is a genuine possibility that this is like maybe a Fredrin EXP, and then they just pull out like the Joy after they confirm that there's no way they can counterpick it.
I mean, if Look,
or the Fanny, right? If Subway can play Fanny.
I feel like it's a grief if you CC go lane and then just pick. And no jungler can save you at that point. You just don't have damage.
Oh boy, we'll see. We'll see what it's going to be here.
You just go all in. CC
Ranger,
export jungle, no damage anywhere.
I would so much rather take an export jungle, if that's how you're gonna play it, right? But I mean, it's banned out.
That's true. We don't know what MV is going to go for. They had some crazy ideas in the second matchup, so I wouldn't be too surprised if they have some more crazy ideas for this third one.
All right, Granger.
Come on, 4 seconds.
Do it.
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Oh, it's Claude. All right. We're going back to Claude. You can't. I mean, they've won with CC go lane once. No, you can't show the same tricks twice.
Why?
What do you mean, why? They had match point.
Yeah,
serious
why
point, that's
you
why.
go Claude in this situation? You have no early game presence at all.
I mean, why does that matter? As long as RSG.
What do you
plays
mean? Why does that matter?
I saw a 20-minute game where RSG basically got punished for everything that they did after the 15-minute mark. If that happens again, MV.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Look alive, ladies and gentlemen. We got one more match here for Seru Saturdays, and we welcome you all back to MPL MY Season 13, Week 1, Day 2. And we are welcomed back by a chorus of fan chants and loud drumming right behind us, because the last match is gonna be the Niners versus King Empire. My name's Stafa, along with Gideon and Husky once again.
Niners brought their usual tour band. It's just week number 1, and I can feel the ground vibrating. My soul is being affected, and I'm already a Niner before the game even starts.
Yeah, no, honestly, every single time this happens, even from last season, it feels like the English broadcast always has to have the biggest fan club right behind us. You can even see some of the Niners back here, and they're preparing to cheer their team on for the upcoming bout.
You always gotta love when the fans are here to provide all the support that their team needs, and maybe a little bit more as well. Because we have been through quite a long day of matches here. Some very interesting results and some very chaotic results as well, where we were able to witness 2 matches come to their conclusion, both times going to Game 3. What'll happen for our last series of the day?
You know, if this goes to Game 3, which I have a feeling it will, I want it to be at least a high quality game. None of the, RSG Monster Vicious, push and pull that someone is trolling the game every now and then. I want some high quality game because we have some high quality players on both teams.
I have to agree here, and especially from King Empire, where, looking at some of the names in that roster alone is going to send shivers down a lot of people's spines here. But even for the Niners, right? Again, the big question, have they beaten their plateau from before? And having a couple of additional players, as well as coaches' analysis to really supplement this team, it looks very promising that the Niners might end up in the top 4 by the end of the season.
I think a player that a lot of fans are going to have their eyes on as well is going to be none other than Moon. Now, Moon G, who just joined Niners not too long ago. Hopefully, he'll be back and ready and energized to take on a new season of MPL MY. Just like you guys can get energized if you recharge yourself with superior taste and quality Arabica beans by grinding on with Nescafe.
If there's one thing that I've learned from Moonji streams is the fact that, hey man, you're going to have to keep grinding on, and if you want to get that next level of competitive spirit, consider going for Nescafe.
Plenty of flavors. I like Mocha the best. Mocha keeps me awake.
That's the go-to one. That's the go-to one, right? Latte is always like that. That is similar to how much I would chug water. And then if I want to feel fancy, I go for mocha.
Yeah, I just like it because I like chocolate.
Fair enough.
Chocolate is very good. We're all fans of chocolate here. Just like we have a lot of fans of both these teams in the stadium right now. Like we mentioned, Moon gonna be attracting a lot of eyes, but King Empire as well. Don't let the new name fool you. This is full of some familiar faces. We got the triple S tier lineup from Team SMG. Previously, Sasa's move, they were with Stormy and Subway, but now they're gonna be combined with Sutsujin. What do you think about this?
This is an interesting prospect, right? Sutsujin from the Indonesian region, a very aggressive assassin type, intuitive jungler, and everyone's wondering how is he gonna gel with the rest of King Empire? Are they going to be able to match up to his pace?
I guess it's going to be interesting to keep an eye out, but without further ado, it's time for us to jump on into the match. But the match can't begin until the players are up on stage. So let's go ahead and welcome JP Niners and King Empire.
Sujin akan berjaya meluaskan jajahan Empire. Ladies and gentlemen, penjajahan Empire baru telah pun bermula. King Empire! Sekarang marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops, Cedric, yang akan menggalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Terima kasih atas kerja keras anda.
I mean, a team that has just been rebranded and a team trying to establish the brand of its own, King Empire, against JP9ers, or formerly known as MPXNC. I mean, both teams have some sort of adjustment to their roster. King Empire building it from scratch, sort of, while for JP9ers, they brought back the King of Mages. We talk about the Prince of Mage Izanami, and now it's time to meet his forefather, it's Moonji.
It's pretty crazy because initially I thought the Niners had a pretty huge fan club sitting right behind us because they're closest, but they were blocking the overall roaring crowd from the side of the King's Empire right behind the BM broadcast. They were loud.
I honestly only heard the Niners.
You only heard the Niners? Dude, I'm wearing noise-canceling headphones, and even then I could still hear the roar coming out from the Empire.
I suppose we can't beat this, you know?
Yeah, now not anymore.
Yeah, with the reverberations of the fan chants and the drumming here to give the players all the support they need, let's talk about the dynamics of these two teams. We have the Niners in the process of rebranding as a squad, but largely with a similar lineup with some new additions to clean up their performance. Whereas on the opposite end, King Empire has been able to pull players from multiple different lineups to create a brand new composition here to face MPL MY Season 13.
I can't wait to look at the Niners lineup because this team, when we look at them, they actually have Barbosa, an antagonist previously of Homeboys, right? I believe they are on loan, and antagonist at one point, he wanted to take up a bigger role in Homeboys, but he's now exploring options, and Niner is kind of his breeding ground for his skills, and maybe he is the recipe that can bring the Niners to surpass that plateau that they already have. They brought back Moonji, they have Maldith, they have Zav, Yetri, and then they have Barbosa.
I mean, the story coming in for the Niners is pretty interesting, right? Especially coming in for Zav specifically because he has played this game for a long time and competitive is his breathing life. But now with the shot calling of Moonji and Barbosa, he might just hit the next level, especially when you're up against a triple S tier lineup in King Empire Esports.
We already know them, Sasa and Smooth, previously part of the second place team SMG that recently disbanded, now joining the new roster of King Empire Esports. They're joined by Sutsujin and Xwin, along with Detto, a familiar face here in MPL MY.
It's going to be a very interesting bout, I would say. If you want a more classic, traditional, more familiar feeling, you're going to go with the Niners, but if you would like to be adventurous, I think King Empire Esports is a safe bet for a lot of fans out there.
It's a pretty, well, I mean, safe bet is one thing mainly because of the namesake names, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they are a full-on team just yet, and that's what they're here to prove today, right? Yeah. Do they have that chemistry amongst their players? Do they have the communications down? And more importantly, the draft.
The draft.
The draft has been a point of contention the entire day today with teams. We've definitely had our disagreements here about whether or not it's a good idea to have lineups that rely on maybe like one DPS source in the marksman. We've been debating about Arlet, like...
I think we have come to a conclusion that Arlet is just not winning games.
Arlet sucks. The win rate is abysmal. It's terrible, apparently. I don't know. If there is, I mean, eventually we are going to be able to have access to the overall database of the competitive scene. And once we do have access to that, we're probably going to see a huge delta dip for Arlet overall.
I think currently we are bringing down the overall CGPA of Arlet win rate. Because we are just not finding success. I gotta say, Nova Escobar came close, but you know, it kind of gave it away at the end as well.
Also true, and that's why I'm curious to see what both of these teams are willing to bring, right? Barbosa in particular, with the help of Moonji, obviously with them, as I would assume they're the ones making the shot calling here. And previously, Barbosa used to work with Warlord when during his time during the Homeboys, and they found major success. Not finding the championship, of course, that comes later down the line, but at the end of the day, he was part of that.
Absolutely, and I think he really did make an impact in. Of course, since then, he did get replaced by Zorn for basically having that major impact overall, but Barbosa is still a very powerful and strong roam player, and we've seen the impact that a good roamer can have in these team fights, especially in a meta as aggressive as this. So without further ado, we got the Niners on the blue side, King Empire on the red side. Two teams with brands that want to prove themselves in the land of Dawn.
Thank you, Antagonist, for banning out that dang Arlott. Don't want to see that. But we also have the Angela taken out from the side of KG. I would say last season, I think Barbosa only played like one game, right? He was paired with Anip, and that game didn't go well. And since then, didn't really get to see Barbosa on the big stage. So I think for him, it's also sort of a second chance after a forced break in season 12. And in this case, when you look at the Niners in overall, there's another individual that I think a lot of questions will be raised at, and that's Malvis, right? Not much info on this man. We know he comes from the Indonesian region, so expectations itself has already been set to a pretty high standard.
I mean, knowing the players coming in from Indonesia, you expect a certain level of mechanical prowess coming in from him, right? And I think that is to be expected, but anything more than that, how does he drive well with the team? Is he going to be making calls for the team as well on top of it as well? Is he going to be able to create these openings for the team overall? But more importantly so, how much is he going to ego challenge King Empire here? I mean, this is the debut game, right? So it's either you come out swinging, like we've seen a lot of these imports actually show off in the first week of MPL, and he might just follow in suit.
Yeah, Sasa delayed his retirement for another season for this. All right, him and Zorn. A pretty interesting story.
I think these players are also identifying that this is an interesting season. Let's put the fact that it's a chance to go to MSC for a pretty notable prize pool on the back burner here. These players do want to experiment with a lot of new lineups, with a lot of new faces coming into the MPL stage. Ever since a couple seasons ago, more and more imports have been making their names known among the community here. And let's talk about what's going to be happening on the other side as well, right? Sutsujin definitely has a bit more of a legacy as compared to Malvis, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, he's known for his killer instincts with assassin junglers. That's why you see Niners paying him so much respect. This Fanny first phase ban is very, very rare at this point of the meta. But then you look at KGE's ban, they already have banned the Joy, and Nolan is kind of a red side must ban unless you're ready to deal with it. So we have the 3 prime assassin junglers already removed from the equation.
But that begs the question, right? A lot of the utility and more importantly, so some of the other priority picks are left out in the open here. Let's see what the Niners are going to go for their first pick. And it looks like instantly Matilda, that comes to mind, right? 100% win rate, 9 total bans. So many teams respect the fact that Matilda is just good in every type of composition.
Yeah, we've seen that example. Yesterday, Matilda was left open once and never again.
Yeah, absolutely. Besides that as well, heroes like Ruby have actually been led through the draft, so I wouldn't be surprised if King Empire were to lock it in here. Both these teams definitely opening up the draft a little bit more to these common meta bans because they are focusing a bit more on taking out comfort picks. So compared to what we've seen today, where teams play it very safe to try and suss out their opponents, Niners and King Empire are already coming out swinging.
Oh, yeah. Boy, I like where King Empire is going in on this. They're going to get the Barats. They want to deny the combination with the Matilda, but also having a sustainable and, more importantly, a very stable gold lane in Claude.
And speaking about gold lane, the gold lane, the Sasa, he has a lot of accolades under his belt. He won MPL Dream Team, MPL Legend Award, and the M5 Day 3 Star last year back in 2023. So this man, he's a Kage for a reason, but kind of to carry on that legacy, he's no longer the only Kage in this region, right? Udil has just joined the ranks of Homeboys, and how far can you keep that to your namesake? I think that is also something that Sasa, to a certain extent, will have to prove once again.
True. And more importantly, so we're waiting for the rest of the Kages to reunite here in Malaysia. Hey, Adrian, the invitation's open.
I feel like we've said this before.
I have.
I mean,
it never gets old.
Dream played in like Dewa United, went for like Nuclear Marsha and won. So Come on.
At this point, you may as well keep it up, right? Every day is like day 3 of asking Drian to come until he comes.
Until he actually comes here.
Coming back into the draft, the Niners, we are seeing the export as well as the Fredrin get locked in pretty early on here with the instant response of the Minotaur for the side of KGE. Pretty fast drafting phase here.
Yeah, Minotaur into Matilda, it's definitely Matilda favored. So I'm interested to see what's the thought process for KG, right? How are they going to execute this draft that just got a bit more technical because of the involvement of that Matilda?
Not to mention that Ruby actually just completely allowed through the first phase of the picks here. Don't know whether teams will decide that it's priority enough to finally ban it in the second phase, but that's a hero that has been seeing first phase ban ever since the start of the season. So both sides taking very interesting and innovative approaches to how they want to take this draft. King Empire gonna be banning out the carry. Makes a lot of sense since they already have the Minotaur and Barats.
The last time that Ruby was picked was actually earlier today, right, by Grace. And after that, it was permanently banned, essentially. There's another answer with true damage aside from the export with just the Gourd. That could be an option for the side of the Niners. You do have the Matilda. You kind of function like a Matilda XL combo where you can relocate with the Guiding Wind. I wonder if Moon wants to go for it. I mean, mid laner still has not been picked yet by the Niners.
It kind of depends on what they want to go for here. I feel like even for KGE, they themselves don't mind actually picking the Gourd up for themselves or add on having a Lilia. It really depends on what this next upcoming ban is going to be. We see the Paquito get banned out for the side of the Niners. Kind of makes sense here. I think that Smooth overall, I think he's too flexible of a player to really pinch him for now.
There's still the Benedetta in his arsenal, and we have not seen that. If there's one player that is going to pull that hero, I think the first one is most likely going to be Smooth.
I hope he uses the Quantum Edge skin as well. It's just so flavorful.
Yeah, I got the skin myself. It's very nice. It's purple. So yeah, obviously gonna have a bias to it overall, but we will see here. The Harif going to be focused now by King Empire. Makes sense. Basically the easiest choice if you want to go for a counter to Claude in that gold lane 1v1. As for Niners, they already focused on the EXP lane by taking out the Paquito. I wonder if they'll go for more.
I wonder if we would go back to that Bruno pick in the gold lane again. We did not see Bruno at all, not touched in the bans, not picked the entire day. Yesterday was sort of a different story, but in this case, when you want to go up against the Claude and the two strongest picks have been kind of removed, I believe Bruno is the next on the list.
Yeah, it could be a little tough to say here. Well, let's see, right? Let's see what the final ban from the Niners is going to be first, and maybe give us a little bit of an indication of what they want to actually provide.
Respect.
Heavy Smooth focus in the second phase of bans for Niners. Look at that smile. He knows.
That's the most emotion you'll see out of him
for
a long time.
He's going to be like, just like the old days, Terizla.
Nothing
we got to go older, Esmeralda.
Oh, boy. I mean, it's not a bad idea. You do have Matilda, you do have Fredrin, you know? It could work.
I don't know. I don't know if he wants to play the Esmeralda into the export matchup here this
Probably
time around.
not the best.
No. If you pick Esmeralda, you're basically telling Niners that the first 15 minutes is all yours. But from that point onwards, then it's us.
Ruby actually is still open up until this point as well. They go for the Lilia. Again, makes a lot of sense. Very good against the Fredrin early on.
All right. Question being, do we see the Gourd here? Do we see the Gourd from Moonji?
It might change a little bit with the Lilia on the side of KGE. But then again, you have the...
You have the Matilda.
Yeah, you have the Matilda.
I think that's the beauty of it all, right? Because now, when you have the Matilda, for most heroes who are like, oh, I'm immobile, I wish I had Flicker, you don't need that anymore. It's actually quite optimal to go for the Purify just so that you can actually have access to the Guiding Winds later on.
Common picks like the Vexana are still open as well. With enough zoning, that's a good amount of backline damage onto the side of King Empire. Seconds are ticking down. Niners, what are they going to be finishing off their draft with? It is the Gourd. Good call. Oh,
and the Natan. All right.
I like this.
Yeah. Natan and the Claw is a very interesting matchup. In fact, I would argue in the ultra late game, Natan actually sort of beats Claude if you catches him first.
Well, to a certain degree, right? Because it all really boils down with what is the purpose of this marksman in this matchup, right? And I think for Claude, it's super safe. It's not like he has a losing matchup, but neither does he have a hard winning matchup at the same time. It's very much a skill matchup against the Natan, and more importantly, so the extra mobility is always going to be super useful. Now, the Yuzong lock-in for the side of KGE is going to make Natan's life a little bit difficult, especially if he has to use his ult really early on prior to the build-up of the neutral objective.
You do lock yourself in a certain range before the entropy eventually breaks, so that could be kind of the radius that KG can take advantage of.
We've already seen the value of Yuzong as well, especially when fighting into these sort of front-to-back lineups here. If he's able to delay his timing to enter the fight a little bit later with the Black Dragon form, it doesn't matter even if you're able to get out with the guiding wind. Smooth will be able to find you. I'm very excited to see. These are two interesting lineups here. Let's jump right into it. It's going to be the Niners versus King Empire in the first game of our final match of the day. Let us welcome once again the Land of Dawn.
You can already hear the crowd building up to a roar despite the game just only starting, but Niners waiting in anticipation. This is the road to redemption, and I wouldn't really say redemption, but it's more like the road to breaking the ceiling for them.
I'm just glad that this is a standard draft. This is the most standard draft we've seen all day here, right? It's very clear what they want to actually do in these lanes. It's very clear how they want to start playing these lanes and what they are trying to achieve. And I think for the most part of it, King Empire, right? They don't have to be too aggressive about it all. They just want to fight purely around neutral objectives. They don't necessarily have to get hyper aggressive unless they find a mistake in the Niners before they start pushing their leads and bleeding it into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, I agree here. The fact that King Empire have the Minotaur here means that they automatically have a pretty good counter engage. If you add that onto Lilia's Peel and the Black Dragon form, it's very easy for them to wait for Niners to try and force the play onto them. But the Niners themselves are actually a pretty good team at peeling with the Fredrin, X-Borg, and the Guiding Winds available. So I don't think either team will be looking to make overly aggressive plays until we see some neutral objective contests.
And I do like the emblems that Zalf has opted for. A Weakness Finder, Bargain Hunter, Rupture. It's all about oppressing you as much as possible and hit that early item spike before this Claude comes online. And that's sort of what you want to do as the Natan. Bottom side, Smooth takes the blade in the face and first blood for Malvis.
It's cheesed, man. A little unfortunate. Like, Smooth wasn't able to break Ye3's Faraga armor and gets punished for it. At the very least, he didn't use any of his battle spells. He will be a little late on his level 4, which is going to be unfortunate as he runs over into the lane, which Lilia Deto is going to pick up.
And they have just found another target. X-Wind also denied entry to this turtle area.
The first turtle now going to be firmly in control of the Niners since they were able to take out Smooth very early on. He has not hit his level 4 just yet. King Empire, will they give this up?
Gobble up from Susujin. Trying to break the Faraga armor, but it's the last standing into a Princess Trap, into the Mystic Gush. As the Niners layer that true damage. They get the turtle, and now it's Barbosa with a circling Eagle for a 2-man knockup. Losing Ye3 in the back. Niners, they get out with the objective.
I mean, Niners, they come up actually even bigger because now, yes, Ye3 died, but that means that he's just even with Smooth when he gets back into lane. More importantly so, Malvis has now developed a full level lead against Sutsujin, and that means that Niners have a new potential out to play against King Empire.
Yeah, I think Sutsujin probably jumped the gun a little bit too much there. The fact that he used the Tona's Welcome onto Ye3 doesn't really matter too much to the X-Borg. And then he just turns around with the Faraga armor and gets the kill himself. King Empire Esports were clearly not in position to actually contest that yet, especially after the EXP lane gank. I feel like they should have been willing to give it up a little bit.
This does make the life of Zalf so much easier on the top side. A Smooth to be gone on again. Circling Eagle, the damage early is pretty deadly. Smooth needs to run away, but Malvis sticking onto him like glue. Malvis will get the kill and a quick trip out with the Guiding Wind.
Really, really unfortunate. They catch him in the middle of the jungle as well, while X-Borg is actually proxying that wave. This is going to be a huge lead advantage.
Forcing out the flicker. This time, Sasa actually had to purify BMI. Susujin will get the gobble onto Malvis, and at least that is something for KGE.
This is what we want to see. This is how we want to see opponents punish each other. Wait for these rotations. Look for opportunities to actually greed out in these lanes, and then the oppression starts to come in. It doesn't necessarily have to be the cleanest in the world, but the ideas in theory is there.
Yeah, and I'm really liking the ideas of the Niners right now. They definitely didn't need to lose Malvis there, but the aggressive play so far does make up for it, considering that Susujin already died once earlier as well. The fact that they've been focusing so hard on this move is clearly because they understand that King Empire is depending on this Black Dragon form as a core aspect of their team fighting potential.
Yetri just ate the whole plate, that whole energy shield in the bottom tier 1 as well. So this man is ahead in terms of economy. Second turtle is going to be up Barbosa to open up the map for the rest of his team. So Suji is going to hit 7, so at least in this retro battle it's going to be even, but they're going to go on to X-Win to try and force a reaction. Nothing yet so far.
Yeah, King Empire Esports going to wisely take a step back here. I'm not too sure if they can contest this anymore.
Barbosa is going to get gobbled up. In the meantime, Malvis gets the turtle for himself. Barbosa now needs to run away. Yetri in the forefront. Smooth coming in with the Black Dragon form, but it's a clean disengage for the Niners.
Really nicely done from Barbosa, using that Purify to get on out of there, and he does bring along with him Yet3 at the same time, so nobody gets picked off here. Really nicely done.
Sasa uses the BMI, sidesteps, Mystic Projectile. Pressure from Niners on the bottom lane, and Malvis is not letting up as well. It's not going to be easy. Entropy is used preemptively. Zav taking this fight to his heart's content, chipping away at the tier 1, and at the end of the day, it's still Niners getting an advantage.
I just like how proactive the Niners are right now. They know that King Empire have been kind of like, have been ankle broken after that turtle fight, and they want to just make sure that they're continuously off balance.
Yeah, and in this game especially, we are really seeing the impact of the Matilda as a whole. Barbosa has been making full use of the utility of this support hero and basically allowing his teammates to play as aggressively as they want, because they know that there is always going to be a get out of jail free card, even using it aggressively to stick closely onto the members of King Empire.
Considering everything that has happened in the EXP lane, I'm surprised that Yeti only has a 474 gold lead against Smooth, considering that he's already died twice in coming back into lane and in lane itself.
Smooth has been doing a good job of keeping up. Of course, part of this is because we can see that Yetri has been pulled into a lot of fights overall. Again, it's a situation where if you roam around the map very often, then your lane opponent will be able to catch up in terms of gold and EXP. But I think the value of it is very much there for the Niners. They've been able to build a 1.4k net worth lead now, 6 minutes in. Another turtle going to be up in 10 seconds. We'll see whether King Empire are ready to contest this one.
Yeah, it's a small lead obtained off of minuscule decisions, minor movements from the Niners. Now they are going to congregate on this top side. Malvis to start it off against Susujin, barely keeping up in level, but Malvis is going to hit 10 in just a little bit. Detto is going to get stunned up, and that's Mystic Gush to force out the black shoes.
Okay, doesn't break the Firaga armor, but he does end up losing the black shoes, which might just cost him here. Smooth, a lot of work for him to do here.
Black Dragon form, Malvis just get pulled away. They even force out that Manu and Fury. Sure, King Empire, they get the turtle, and now 3-man energy eruption. Malvis, like Ego, that knockout from Borsa is perfect! As Malvis gets the executing blow onto Detto. So Sujin had to use the Daytona's Welcome just to escape. And X-Win chased out of the jungle. The Niners still punishes KGE.
Great decision making overall. They understand it's not that important if your opponents decide to take the turtle for themselves. Look at how many resources they expanded just to make it happen, and they are punishing them all across the map.
It's just so oppressive now from the Niners. Just look at how aggressive, how confident they feel. Barbosa is an absolute menace to King Empire Esports because of how much he is enabling his team. And now the net worth lead is growing steady, but very much in the Niners' favor.
How long can they actually hold this for? Detto, I mean, he needs to start scaling up, right? We're only going to start seeing his actual relevance in terms of like just raw power from the orbs only once he gets his Enchanted Talisman, which I'm pretty sure he's already finished. But more importantly, the Ice Queen's wand to start peeling away the Niners, and hopefully that's going to force the Niners to depend on Barbosa's guiding wind just a little bit more.
But they already are depending on it quite a lot. I don't know if the slow is going to be enough to really deter the way that the Niners have been playing, but I suppose you are right, it would be something at least, because right now King Empire Esports are finding themselves in a situation where they really cannot position in any way aggressively. This is a team that does want to play for a slightly later phase of the game with the Claude and the Lilia, but things are already going out of control a little bit too quickly.
Yeah, side lanes open up, Zav still continuing to get their resources in without much contention. He's a level ahead of Sasa at this point in time.
Scaling fast.
Very fast. And he has Bargain Hunter.
Yeah, and he has Bargain Hunter as well. I don't know. These neutral objectives, especially if King Empire doesn't decide to contest for it, could be a major problem, right? Because if Zavs is nearby, he just melts these neutral objectives so fast.
Niners, decisive decision to go onto the Lord. Started out first. Deto's Black Shoot forced out, and he still might go down.
Ooh.
The Entropy Ricochet, and now a two-man taunt into a Appraiser's Wrath. Sujin forced away. Smooth gets to the back. They need to look for Zav, but can't find it. Sujin first to fall and Smooth the second. KGE forced out of a battle that they decided to take, and Niners have free reign of the Lord.
Nicely played by Zav specifically, right? Furious dive into the Petrify, coming in for Smooth, lands right on the target, but Zav instantly purifies out of it into the Entropy to create some space and zones himself away, making sure that he doesn't fall into the Blazing Duet coming in from Sasa. Like, this is all predicted. Like, Niners, it felt like they've played this matchup 100 times.
And Deto, oh Deto, he is definitely not going to make it out of this. An explosion of damage in his face. Sasa also forced to run away.
I think the way that King Empire Esports is being taken out here is very reflective of the way that Niners are playing. This is explosive MLBB coming out from the blue side of the map right now. We have to remember, this is a team that was just rookies a couple of seasons ago with a lot of potential, and now they are allowing all of that growth to bear fruit on the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, if you look at teams like SRG, Niners, they have this main character arc that's just catapulting them into better, greater heights. And I think it's a good time to talk about Zav as a player, right? If you guys have paid attention to the news, he was covered. His journey to becoming a pro player in MPL, an arduous one. I don't think most people would have made it through that, but the perseverance has brought Zav to this very moment. And what a way to kick off that debut for the new season. So far, 2-0.
People say that difficulty builds character, and we can see that here. Zavs, he has been growing slowly but ever so surely as a marksman all the way since the debut of MPX NC. And now King Empire Esports are on the receiving end of that. A 7k net worth lead 11 minutes in. This is probably the most handy advantage we've had all day.
Yeah, it's really forcing King Empire to be shoved right into their base, and now they're probably regretting giving Barbosa this build, and it's frustrating to deal with when you're about to kill somebody. Oh no, the flash kicks into place and saves their lives. Oh, the guiding wind is going to pull them back in. Oh no, what can you really do about it, right? Even opening the map is quite a frustration.
Yeah, like how the hero is designed just changes the dynamic of how your team functions and how the enemy functions. Heroes without mobility now suddenly have mobility. One of the craziest part about this hero, in fact.
I mean, just look at Zavs, right? He's disrespecting King Empire. He can drop down the Entropy whenever he wants to, and if he procs even one time from the Weakness Finder, instantly he can 100-0 you if you stand too close.
Yeah, that's what we saw from X-Win. This Minotaur just getting sliced through by this Natan.
Time is running out right here for King Empire Esports. They want scaling, but they were also dependent on the Barat and the Yuzong to be able to delay that early game for them to get their itemization.
Look at the
Niners. Yeah, they're actually...
KG gets nothing.
They're controlling them so well as well.
Can't do anything about this, right? Look at Zavs. Look at Zavs. So disrespectful. Even Moonji being part of the show as well, right? Freezing the lanes as much as they can.
Oh, man.
The Lord is about to show. They can start shoving now if they wanted to, but honestly, no real reason to. But let's go. Let's see them. 12 minutes, 13 minutes now. And the Niners, they just need the jungler and as well as Zavs to handle this Lord, while the rest of them just keeps them in check.
KG feeling grateful to be able to get a couple of minutes, let alone walk out their base. Starvation tactics from the Niners. The encirclement outside of KG's base is a torturous for them.
the most important thing for the Niners right now is to make sure they don't fall into the same trap a lot of teams have today of being way too confident of their advantage and then making mistakes that the enemy team can capitalize on. But so far, this has been the most effective performance we have seen all day, so I doubt that is going to happen. Looking at the itemization here, yeah, it's understandable that even Sutsujin would not be tanky enough to be able to survive Zavs at this point. There's not enough magic defense on that side.
Yeah. I mean, the game plan coming in from the Niners was actually really good, right? They just leave Zavs by himself, make sure that they have an idea of where X-Win is going to be. And because he doesn't provide a lot of early game pressure, you can start abusing the fact that you can walk into the jungle. You can start cheesing out the EXP laner specifically because Smooth was supposed to carry them through early mid.
And yeah, and he was not able to do that because from minute 1 onward, they were already suppressing him. King Empire, can they mount this defense at least to give themselves a fighting chance? That's the sanity to the back, and that means X-Win has the flicker to get away. Lord should be okay.
Oh.
Take care of this. Move to the back. Team and petrified by Barbosa. He's the savior. Niners are just gliding through the wind like a pack of doves. And now they're going to jump back onto Smooth. Take him down first. Moonji with the ultimate, with the flicker in front of Sasujin's face. The absolute disrespect from the Niners. And Zav collects the first one on the X-Win. Sasujin can't stand no more. And Niners rejoice as they open this up with a win.
Wow. The quickest and cleanest game we have had all week so far as the Niners make their debut in Season 13 with an impact. They have heard the cheers. They have heard the support of the fans as it echoes across the entire hall. And they have responded in kind.
That's got to be frustrating for King Empire. They've got to make a couple of adjustments, and I think with a few adjustments, they should be able to even out this score against the Niners. But great showing. As you mentioned, Stappa, this has been the cleanest game we've seen all week so far.
I mean, what a blow it is to KGE. They say you take out enemies, death by 1,000 cut, but Niners, they go straight for the heart.
Just goes to show, man, Matilda, that's why it's such a hot priority pick.
You really cannot afford to let this hero through. In just the one moment you think, hey, maybe we can deal with the Matilda if we get some peel, we get some tanky options, we get some dives to follow if they run from us. But what if they don't run from you?
Yeah, letting Matilda through is like the raw definition of mess around and find out.
Yep.
I think that's why we need to see a couple of adjustments from KG. Yes, they're pushing their limits. Yes, okay, Matilda did get through, and obviously you don't want those S-tier assassin junglers to also go through, but at a certain point, it's a give and take.
It really is. Let's head back to the Niners camp.
Yep.
In this cacophony of celebration, it's Barbosa as our MVP. Oh, it's so good to see him back on the screen again after one full season.
Of course it's going to be him. Literally the presence that allows Niners to play aggressively. The presence that is always pressuring King Empire. And the tool that makes it so that his team is never caught out while applying as much domination across the map as possible. Barbosa definitely deserves MVP for Game 1.
I don't know what's giving him the power right now, the Matilda or the Dreads. Either or, it's really making the difference here.
Why
for
not
his
both?
Team. Why not both? Oh, I mean, it's process of elimination, man. Let's say he doesn't get one or the other. He either cuts his hair or doesn't get the Matilda. Does his gameplay start dropping off, especially against the King Empire, right? Because the early game went very much in sorry, not in King Empire's, the Niners' favor. And I think if they can repeat that process again, it looks very prominent for the Niners, but it doesn't show us their full extent of their power. Can they play for the ultra late stages of the game?
Yeah, and I think the Niners definitely showed a bit of their focus in Game 1. We target Smooth, that part of it based on the draft, part of it based on their win condition, but now KG maybe have a better idea on how to handle that going into game number 2, right? Maybe for Smooth, you just have to sandbag the lane a bit more and perhaps give him a pick that doesn't require him to be as aggressive. I want to see what the adjustment from KG is for next game, but for now, you look at the post-game stats, this is so clean that it is hard to look at Niners and be like, yeah, they did something wrong.
I honestly cannot help but feel that the Niners went into this game completely planning from head to toe exactly what they wanted to do. They wanted to deny key picks from both Setsujin and Smooth to force them to play into a certain way. And then they decided that they would change the style and focus onto Smooth's lane to try and put him as far behind as possible, even though Yetri on the Xbox doesn't usually need it. And then when you look at their itemization, they just ignored all physical defense because they knew the damage was already done and focused on building radiant armors to deal with Detto. It's so smart the way that they approach this.
Yep, I mean, it's purely calculated, right? And especially for a 14-minute and 53-second game. Let's look at some of the post-game stats. In terms of total damage, we are seeing, whoo! Oh my goodness. Zav's nearly doubling the damage of Sasa here. Moonji very much almost getting close to that Mark II against Detto. And even so, Malvis DR just, he is just dominating right now.
Look, this Fredrin is a different beast. This Fredrin makes you feel like it has not been nerfed at all.
Of course, having the Matilda there just to pull you in, keep you as sticky as possible to any member you decide is unlucky enough to be within your iron sights, does help the case a little bit here. Fredrin's always been weakest where he is a little bit slow, and if he wants to chase someone, it's not the best. If he wants to escape in a difficult situation, it's not the best, but Matilda just makes up for all of that.
I mean, Sojin didn't even get a chance to really swallow the right target, right? He's either eating steel armor from Yetri, or he's accidentally gobbling up Barbosa, who is completely fine with it. And everything just going to Nine's plan. You look at the total damage taken. Sure, X-Win, he's the main tank, but look at Malvis on this Fredrin.
Oh, I mean, there's nothing much I can really say about it, right? You can already see by the total damage taken, it already tells the story of exactly what happens. And eventually, once you get these big punishes and all the lanes are losing at this point in time, the game is basically done for. You have no pressure, no outs, no objectives you really want to sit on top of. Even if it is given to you, a lot of resources have been wasted to make it happen.
And how little damage Moonji took that game is another indication of how far behind Smooth was put. If you're playing on the Gord, you usually expect Yuzong to be your worst enemy. But Smooth just couldn't do anything. And look at this screen. 0 turret damage from King Empire. Absolute control from start to finish.
With a Claude, mind you. Usually, Claude will at least get a turret or two.
Yeah.
But this one, total, this is sanguination. Completely choked out of any sort of opportunity. And that means Claude remains at 0 wins.
You can join Arlet on the shiz.
Uh-oh. Oh my god, the wall blocked and forcing out the flicker. X-Win is a threat.
Man, this guy,
Actual force of nature.
Yeah, this has got to be super frustrating, right? A lot of resources being wasted for almost no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, I feel like I'm learning a lot here as someone who plays Grok from time to time. This is how I'm supposed to be doing things. I'm gonna keep that in mind for now. Niners, unfortunately, just getting constantly pushed back because, like we mentioned, not enough pressure here. This team composition is not working. Oh my goodness!
What was that? You clearly see Moon wanted to run away and got vacuumed back by the ricocheting projectile.
Yep, really nicely done. Really nicely done. Especially when you pop the entropy as well. The way that the projectile works actually changes a little bit in terms of its, not really curvature, but the way that it actually moves.
Yeah, apparently space does lose against time in this situation. And Sasa really narrowing out the window of opportunity that Niners have because this Nathan is fed. And even if Zaz were to get full items here, it's not the best matchup.
Holy cow.
Look at how strong Smooth is, right? He doesn't even need to bother buying.
Ooh, that's damage too. War Axe into Brute Force Breastplate. He doesn't even need immortality.
If he goes BOD, I wouldn't be mad. Like he is at that point of the game. He is that strong. Who is going to deal with it? It's definitely not Barbosa. Definitely not Moon. Zavs can't just walk up. Frankly speaking, there's really no answer to Smooth right now.
Not yet. Not yet. I mean, they're going to have to try and scale, right? That's as much as Niners can actually do. Unless we see Barbosa hit a miracle arrow, right? That's what we're hoping for. That's why he's in the side lanes.
Oh, actually, his flicker got forced out. KGE will get the Lord. Continue to push that lead. And for the first time in this series, it is one-sided, and not in a good way.
Yep, it really has. I mean, the kill score already tells the entire story here, right? King Empire it just takes one kill, and then after that, they just lock you out of the game.
It's a complete reversal, and it's very interesting to see, considering that Niners had such a one-sided game 1, game 2 was very even, and now King Empire is having a one-sided game 3. Perhaps this is balanced, as all things should be. But the Lord gonna be crashing up top right now, and I really don't think Niners has any way of getting back into this game.
Oh, absolutely not, right? Especially if the front line is being busy. They're so busy. Malvis, he might be in a lot of trouble here. No way to actually keep himself topped up.
Okay, yeah, Tree's gonna jump in first. Wild charge only stunning onto Moonji. Malvis is gonna go in, but yeah, Tree left out to try the Abyssal Arrow. Might take down X-Quid. Not enough.
Oh my goodness, seriously.
One more. Okay. Somebody was able to body block it. Honestly, not that bad. Yettri's like, I've been outscaled. There's nothing I can do. The least that I can do is to die for my inhibitor turret.
And I thought that if the Abyssal Arrow did kill X-Win here, that I could say that, oh, the Abyssal Arrow has done something this game. But it didn't. It didn't even do that. I don't understand the Selena pick. Yes, it's a good combo with the Astral Echo, but not into this lineup.
Look, it really depends on the user, right? It depends on how the enemies play around it. Most of the time, if you walk into the Arrow, then you can see that the Niners have some kind of use.
I'm going to quote what Innocent said. It depends on the pilot. Depends on who uses the hero. I'm not saying, no, I'm not throwing shade at Barbosa. I'm just saying in this current game, we're not seeing the impact of the Selena.
Yeah, and it's all X-Win's fault.
He's already forced out of the game. Oh, Malvis.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's dead. Well, smooth. Does he have the immortality? He does. Well, now he does. Oh. And meanwhile, Yetri also falls.
Dude, this is so brutal to watch. We're watching a public execution here from the side of King Empire. Disrespect them once, shame on them, but now they are going to be fighting for every inch of space.
And all this after we complimented antagonist drafting in game 1, right? You gotta talk about the caster curse a little bit sometimes. Maybe it's time for us to actually stop complimenting people.
You know, there's a fine line in the sand between genius and insanity. I think right now this one is at that border. You know, like we're hanging off the cliff.
Honestly, I don't think Game 1 and Game 2's draft was that bad coming in for the Niners. It's just Game 3's one where it's just like, man, they're really stretching it this time.
And they decided to try this out in a very decisive game here against a lineup which it should never work against. Yeah, I mean, I respect the effort, but again, not the result.
I mean, there's been constant morale boosting symphonies behind our back, but there's only so much you can do, right?
Agreed, but oh man.
This is as silent as he has gotten this entire series. Even the Niners are paying attention. Detto, okay.
Wow!
So close.
That feels bad.
That feels so bad, and now he's gonna end up dying instead. Oh, if only Zav found that.
The hell was that? Where are the rest of the Niners? Why are they not blocking and protecting his BMI image? What was going on here? Why did they leave it out in the open for Sutsujin to run him down? I don't know. If I was us, I'd be pretty furious about that.
Yeah, I would be as well. It's true, like they should have heroes that are there to defend, but unfortunately not enough crowd control, not enough actual bulk to stop King Empire. Heck, you could line up all of the Niners there and they would get mowed down by like bowling pins.
Yeah, counter, Astro Echo. Arrows are landing, but can't steal this Malvis. He's gonna give up on it.
Yeah, there's just no damage here. Barbosa was not able to find much of a snowball to actually keep himself up to pace with, and has been purely outscaled by the rest of King Empire. Any one of the tanks can eat the arrow, and it's just not going to matter.
It literally tickles them at this point, and it's a terrible situation to be in. And so this is meant to be a team composition that whittles down King Empire from afar. I have to kind of ask whether they stop to consider some things.
I mean, you look at the damage dealt ranking, right? Zav still does the most damage. And if only Niners can just give him an extra boost, an extra bit of support, this could have been a slightly different scenario. Maybe you can get rid of Smooth's Viraga armor first, but Susujin has just shown out. Lord is gone. Viraga armor also exploded. Malvis now able to get out of that predicament. That is good. Zav is putting in the numbers. X-Win! barely getting shot
They
down.
need to be landing these if Niners wants a chance here. I have to admit, it is not completely over, considering that Zavs has still been keeping up his farm. If the Claude is able to find a big catch, if they're able to remove Sasa, then King Empire as well doesn't actually have all that much damage in Satsujin and X-Win. But it's a big request here.
I don't know. Personally, for me, I think King Empire, instead of trying to synchronize the waves, they should have just muscled their way through. They're 9k ahead against the Niners at this point of time, right? And again, their damage dealers, both Moonjin as well as Zavs, are really at a point of time where they're getting the third items, and they actually have some very relevant damage. Zavs in particular, he just needs a little bit of space. And if Sasa can get locked down by Malvis or get distracted by Ye3 long enough, maybe they're able to turn things around.
Zav is one of those young rising stars that has a lot of outplay potentials, and we've seen him do it against the best of teams even. The Niners, they need to back him up a little bit. Just now was a very good example. They didn't get the kill, but they stopped KG from doing further damage to the base. And behind almost 10k goal is not going to feel good. How Linus holding on. They need a bit more time though for those core items to come online, at least for people like Ye3 and Barbosa.
If Barbosa can just land the God Arrow onto Sasa,
if he can
that
find
could be
Sasa.
a possibility. But yeah, it's gonna be hard to find Sasa here.
He has Purify, man.
Oh yeah, he even has that.
There's too many ways. There's just way too many ways here. But King Empire kind of foregoing the top side of the map here. It's going to get pushed out by Moonjin. He's going to get a free turret for this.
That's good. Free up the space a little bit. Slow but steady.
King Empire Esports are definitely respecting Niners. They've played enough games against them now to know that there is the risk of a comeback if they were to just try and muscle in at this point. But you are right, Gideon. The longer they wait here, the more damage Zams and Moonji are going to start doing. And that could be risky.
Yeah. Malefic Roar done for Zafs. Now the numbers are really going to add up. Yeah. What is this? Lord number 3.
Yeah, Lord number 3 here.
See Halberd on Smooth with Athena's as well. He just bought 2 items at once.
Switching out the items.
Gotta make sure that they don't recover from the damage.
Oh no! Well, he flickered and didn't find the angle for the wild charge. Okay.
This is gonna let Zaz split push bot lane actually. Niners just needs to delay King Empire.
Look at the recall.
Just stop him.
Okay, Sasa managed to get back. Sasa was able to be sent back.
But now Zavs may be able to join this fight. If they're able to take it before Sasa makes it back, maybe? Looks like they're not too interested in that though. This slow burn by the Niners is actually starting to take a toll onto King Empire. They're making some macro mistakes.
Especially when X-Win went for the flicker and didn't commit because he felt like there's no point committing a wild charge. Now for the next 80 seconds, he's not going to have that battle spell. It's a bit more of a breathing space for the Niners, and Niners are happy to drag this dance out.
How long can they actually drag it for? Sutsujin trying to zone as many people off as he can, and even so, this could be a potential flanking. Oh,
okay, this is a good ping. X-Win.
Oh! They found him!
What? Don't even need an arrow, I guess. Send a meteor his way, and now Zaf has all the space that he needs to put out the damage, and Niners can feel it, pushing KG away from the Lord Pit.
He's mad. He's so mad.
That was the God Arrow.
He was so mad.
Incredible. 5-man Astro Echo and 1 meteor to end it.
I'm telling you, King Empire, they've bided their time for way too long. The Niners are finally scaled up.
Sasa didn't even get to use his Purify that time. He just got bursted.
You know, you die so fast, it's painless. That's what it felt.
No. Sasa just trusted in his front line there. But speaking of front line...
X-Win, the wall just completely whiffed. And Zaf, he's walking into the field to try and deal damage. And
oh!
Again, this time onto Detto. Oh, how the tables have turned. Niners find the Lord.
Are you kidding me right now?
Never count them out. Never count the Niners out.
Oh boy.
Mistakes have been made. King Empire Esports, I understand the respect, but they could have ended this game a long time ago.
They got lazy. They got very, very lazy. And Sasa was very, very greedy with his Purify. Let's see. Let's see it here. Niners, they might be able to bounce back on this one. If it all happens all over again, it'll be pretty funny. But at the same time, King Empire, their high ground defense, not that bad as long as Sasa is still alive.
This will be the first ever comeback in this regular season if Niners make it happen.
Can we see the God Arrow burst onto Sasa once again? Niners needs another miracle here if they want to try and push this in right now.
Get that PTSD. Zav! Same mistake as Sasa, just overstepping. Well, I guess we're on for another long game.
So disrespectful.
Without the Purify even.
Yeah, you better put the respect on Deto's name. It's not like he's got no damage, it's just most people can't get in range.
Have you not seen X-Win in his wild charge? Come on.
Oh.
That should have been an inhibitor.
This is starting to become a little painful again.
I mean, both teams are starting to really make those mistakes. Ooh, Sasa.
PTSD is like, no! More flashbacks.
Zavs is still down for another 10 seconds. I don't think it's going to be enough for King Empire to end the game, but they might be able to force at least one inhibitor here. They're looking for the mid tower.
X-Win, he's going to be dead. Malvis hanging on with his mortal body. Immortality's going to pop. X-Win is going to lose his as well. Smooth with the last insanity to take away 2.
Oh,
and the dispersion. Moonji, they're paying all of them. Save by Zap. Is this your moment, Moonji? The winnable on the down. From the side, blocked by Smooth. Moonji continuing to chase X-Win on the run. Sasa showing out Moonji with the flicker to get away. Sasa had to sidestep the arrow. Moonji needs to get away this time. Needs the Astro, the Star Shatter. Can move over the wall.
Don't
Sasa
get too aggro here.
can't chase this one.
Oh,
Suji don't.
look.
Get him!
Uh-oh.
Get him! Get him! He's gonna come out of the wall now! Get the rats!
Get the tag again. Barbosa, can you save him? Nope, not this time.
Zavs is pushing mid though. This is just an absolute mess here from both these teams.
I mean, the death timers are too long. At least they don't have to wait for the major damage source, safe damage source from Muji for the next 45 seconds. King Empire, right? They can get and secure the next upcoming Lord without having to deal with Munji. And even that in itself is a big win. Look at the damage dealt rankings. 100,000.
You would think that with how the game is going and with the kill count, it should be KGE players. But no, both are Niners.
Oh, what a situation we found ourselves in. Niners somehow getting the God catch onto Sasa to make the comeback and then making a mistake. Oh, Barbosa, he found Jetto. It's not going to be enough damage though.
The wild charge, GH3, ultimate pop, vengeance use. Malvis.
They're sending Zavs to split push.
Yeah, Detto is going to go back home right now.
Is Detto going to be enough? Oh no, they're
Zav
pulling
is
Zavs
coming.
over.
Zav is showing up.
They seeing him go home.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
They made a mistake. They got rid of Malvis. That's step number 1. X-Win. He's going to get tagged by Moonji. Here comes a blazing duet. Swallowed up by Moonji. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Sasa going down. Barbosa finds him in the back. KG to get the Lord. But can Niners continue to power the damage? Detto stealing the Astro Echo. But Zav just going to walk up. Disrespecting KGE. This game still within control. Winter Trunken
move.
only to put him in range of the Astro Spear. Smooth. Nothing left in the tank. The fuel has depleted. Taken out Detto. No immortality. Another Astro Echo. Detto with the arrow on top of him. It's going to go down.
Why do they keep sticking around?
And the Niners found some signs of life breathing back into their veins.
They're losing it. The teams are losing it. The stamina battle is really starting to dig into them right now. They need to wait another 10 seconds for X-Win and Sasa. They should be back to defend the base, but Detto and Smooth are still down for another 30.
Sasa has no Purify this time. He gets caught one more time. It might be the end, but KGE given a second chance. The Niners only took the mid inhibitor.
Oh my god, some of these calls are so weird. They sent Detto back. They had a very good opportunity just to kill Malvis. Malvis all by himself, right? He gets blocked off by the Nature's Barrier. That should have been the call. Instantly kill him, get out of there, look for a reset, and then make sure that Zos doesn't jump into that backline.
Mistakes are being made here, and now the net worth difference is nothing. 24 minutes in, most players are going to be maxed out on items, already selling their shoes as well. It's going to come down to a single battle at this point.
You would think that KGE would be the first team to crack open an inhibitor, and that is not the case this game. Niners somehow find the will to just keep on holding on to this game. Barbosa, we criticized him from early to mid. Where are your arrows? How are you going to get to the front line? And he still finds Sasa when they need it the most.
Oh my goodness. They've dropped down from a 9k gold lead to an even game, all because they've wasted 2 of the lords. It's unbelievable. I don't know. And they still have all their inhibitors up. How crazy is that?
How crazy is this?
I can't believe King Empire wasn't able to get inhibitors. Considering how much of a lead they had like 10 minutes ago, who would have expected we would get to this point? Ladies and gentlemen, are you not entertained?
God.
Forget about the Ocean Derby. This is
something else.
This is something else.
Oh my goodness. 20 more seconds until we see it. All right, let's see how they're going to play this out, right? They can't deal with Zavs.
This move definitely cannot. Oh my goodness, look at that.
Wait, this is punishable. This is punishable. Do they not notice? Oh, they don't see where the BMI is, actually. Unfortunate.
Probably were looking for it, but can't find it. Lord number 5 now. Bottom side of the map.
We're having a long day today, folks. Neither of these teams willing to give up even an inch. Niners, by all means, should not have the composition that would win team fights. But it's gotten so late into the game that the sniping from Novari and Barbosa actually making a difference.
Look at that! 10 minutes ago, X-Wing would have walked into them.
Yes. You are completely correct.
From darts to missiles, right? This is so painful. Oh wait, Ditto actually has a potential flank here on Malvis specifically. He hasn't shown his face, and more importantly so, these traps, these missile traps coming in from Barbosa is giving a lot of information to Zaz specifically.
And they saw Sasa.
Yeah, to know how to kind of push and pull away from this.
Maybe Zavs can set up the top wave and perhaps join his team. The mid wave also can be cleared out. Detto spotted out finally.
I don't think they can rush it down. That's a big problem, right?
I don't think so. That's kind of the saving grace for KGE. The Niners don't have someone like a carry or a Gord to burst down the Lord.
Yeah, Zaz would still be able to work on him pretty quickly, but they want to make sure that he's on the other side of the map, keeping the waves pushed up. For the same reason as well, Sasa can't exactly be pulled over here, or they risk a backdoor play.
Oh.
X-Win.
X-Win dropping
Detto.
low.
Oh, he's baiting
Detto.
him! Ooh. Oh, that could have been... Oh, that's such a smart play there. But Zavs, he's still able to find minions, to find any kind of creep to actually heal himself back to full.
Yeah. Prep the BMI, and look at that. KGE switching their attention. Niners should know this.
Look at them.
Suddenly, everyone has left the pit.
Oh!
And Moon, he knows. Scans all of them out. No gank play onto Zavs.
Really, really smart of King Empire to try and slowly corner the map on towards Zavs' side. Really taking up the space as much as they can. Oh, okay. The
Entropy
has been dropped down.
That is so early.
Very early on, but just in case, you know, Sasa can't risk it.
Can't risk it. Not even with the Purify at this point.
Yeah. From what I can see, every single team today is just trying to make their game tree the longest of the day. The game trees have just been getting longer and longer with every single match.
What was the longest one we had today? 28 minutes? We're about to break that record for sure. We are breaking that record.
It was 24 and then 28. And now, well, who knows?
We're going 32, all right? It's an increment of 4 minutes.
Dude, it's only like second day of week 1, man.
I'm supposed to cast tomorrow.
Don't worry, we're done for the week.
Oh, man.
I mean, good luck to you, man, because I don't know. If it continues to go on games like this where teams are just getting lazy to close out games, it's going to end up like this more often than not.
I mean, I know that there are only 2 SMG members on KGE, but this feels like an SMG thing.
I get what you mean. They're still here in spirit.
Dude, it'll be so funny if King Empire can't lose out.
Yeah,
and they couldn't wait.
Okay, very dangerous move. It's going to blow the immortality first. The marksman is still on the top side. This could be an opportunity. X-Win with the wild charge. Malvin, can he get out? He's just pumping on the damage from afar. The marksmen both disengage.
How does Yetri get out of that alive?
That is crazy. No immortal.
I mean, no Immo and as well as no Winter Truncheon as well, right? Detto was sitting right on top of him to go for the big Shadow Strike to take him out before he even gets back up after the Immortality. So well played from Yetri's side, but still, he still has the Vengeance up. He can guarantee by at least 3 seconds worth of time.
I mean, Sasa is just living life on the edge. He's on edge every single second.
Zavs is as well, honestly. Both these marksmen are evenly matched. Either of them could easily take a 1v1 if they're able to find that ambush, and that's why this top lane is just as volatile as the Lord pit.
Oh, the ping! With the help of the Lord, that's going to be Furaga armor gone.
Okay, I mean, he can slowly... I mean, he can actually just go for the reset here. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Nobody on the side of the Niners can rush this down except for the Claude. So unless they see Claude by Lord side, there's really nothing much to fear.
Can I have a timer on how long this Lord dance has been going?
It's been going on forever.
Oh!
Now. Wait, they're calling him. Wait, the arrow hits. Oh my god, wait, no, they can actually rush it down.
That's Purify gone. They're bringing Zavs in as well.
They need Zavs here if they want to rush it down. They're still not willing to risk it.
Zavs is returning back top. It's him against Sasa.
He's trying to take the 1v1, but this is an opportunity. I feel like
you do it, right? You just do it.
Now they've allowed Detto time to return with full health again.
Oh, man. Yo.
This is, I mean, as painful as it seems, this is just the smarter decision, right? And I think even Sasa knows that he has a slight advantage against Zavs because unfortunately for Zavs, that Winds of Nature doesn't really benefit him in this matchup in a 1v1 against Sasa.
Yeah. Ooh, ladies and gentlemen, if you're still watching with us here, thank you. But do drop your comments down below who you think is going to finally come out on top once this is all over here. Because this is unpredictable.
It is.
I don't know. From people who have been watching from the 24th minute to now the 30th and the 31st minute, it looks exactly the same.
Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. It's just that we have more net worth for both teams.
Like, Malvis has so much HP that all the blocks are melding into each other.
How? What, did he like put 2 Guardian helmets or something?
I don't know, man.
I feel like I need to see itemization again.
He has so much great health that one Appraiser's Wrath can probably one-shot the Lord at this point.
Their fingers not cramping up at this point.
He has so much health.
Where are
the lines are blending together.
We need the ROG hand can like right now. Like right now.
You can just see them once in a while just shaking their hands like, ah, man, the carpal tunnel's starting to kick in.
Malvis has so much HP that it looks like he has less HP than he actually does.
Dude, he has so much HP, he could probably be the Lord, you know.
You are not wrong.
Lord looking at Malvis is like, yo, bro, wait.
Oh, conceal.
Dude,
Moon
again.
God damn it. Moon has been stopping King Empire time and time again.
Dude.
Approaching on the space.
Moon is so good. Appraiser's Wrath goes for Sujin. It's going to be jumped by Yentri. That's going to be Immortality gone. 2-man Wild Charge, last insanity. Sasa is just trying to fight Zavs. It's not dead just yet. It's going to be Zavs.
They're trying to stop them from recalling.
Can they delay?
They can't. They can't delay this, right?
He might get an inhibitor.
He's going to get an inhibitor for sure.
So Sujin is showing up.
So Sujin himself is not going to be enough. Zavs is actually, they're actually playing this slow.
Holy cow.
Oh my god. So what was that MAL game record again?
47 minutes and 34 seconds.
Dude, this sucks. This sucks.
How do you think the players feel?
King Empire, they've got to do something,
feel anything.
Right? I think what King Empire need to do is to dominate the bottom side of the map, right? They need to start pushing that out. They need to force Niners back into a corner towards the inhibitor turret and then get Sasa to actually do the Lord by himself.
Zavs now has a split push angle, has a backdoor angle.
This, man.
We need half a minute for
How does King
Yetri to come
Empire
back.
not just commit with Yetri down for 30 seconds and Zavs on the opposite side of the map? Just
They're going
go
to commit
for
now.
it.
They're going to commit now.
Dude, if they lose this.
No way they lose this, right? Malvis is not even near the pit.
Oh my god.
All right, yeah, there's no steal. There's no steal. Oh, man.
All right, there we go. Finally, they've cracked it open.
Smooth.
You guys need to go home right now.
I don't think you want to fight this. Just call it off. Call it off.
Just reset, man.
Okay, now Zavs finally joins after like 10 years of farming.
He doesn't even need to farm anymore. He's already the richest man on earth.
Yeah, I mean, the Lord isn't going to spawn until about the 44th second, right? And that's plenty of time to actually go for this big reset. Everybody can go for the reset. They don't have anything to worry about. They just need to make sure to not get hit. Like Sasa, do not get hit by the arrow. They're even delaying the Lord to ensure that it collapses at the same time.
Will King Empire be able to do this? They have the better team fight lineup. Niners are relying mostly on whittling from afar, and now they have the Lord that can push things down and expose the crystal for them. This should be a recipe to victory right now.
They have a 34-minute Lord, man. That's as good as it gets.
Yeah, and the minions alone. Like, you can see Claude, he is struggling to deal with some of these minions.
Yep. Maybe a little bit longer and the Lord will be as strong as Malvis.
Oh my goodness, they are going to slow down this Lord until it builds up to 2 waves and let it all crash at once because they know that these minions are too strong.
They have to.
They have to.
If they don't do it now, who knows when they'll get another chance.
Braga armor broken. Susujin has no Immo, no Winter Truncheon. Just be careful of that.
My God, those minions are
Here comes the
massive.
ping. 5-man ping. King Empire Esports. Looking for an opportunity.
They're literally taking no damage. Malvin, he's got to throw his body.
There it is,
no!
excellent. 3-man wild charge. A means to an end. Niners retaliating. Zaf losing majority of his HP. Has to go for the Lord first. The Moonji, the damage though. Gotta watch out. That's Immortality. The Lord has been taken care of. Zaf's gonna get out. Winter Truncheon to buy a bit of time. Deto can't find the finisher. And the arrow. Plus the Star Shatter to keep Niners in the running.
You're joking, dude.
We are not done just yet. Niners refuse to die, and Moonji. Can you find more? Susujin is gonna take a bullet for his friend if he needs to.
This is madness we're watching right now. How does King Empire not push that in? They got a beautiful wild charge. They had the
Davs, wild charge used. Davs has the BMI. It expires, but he has the blazing duet. He's gonna use it. Sasa now.
Run him down!
This is the opportunity. Finally,
it's the chance they've been waiting for.
Arrow.
The arrow actually finds Sasa.
It's hit him 2 times in a row. Okay?
Can you get through Moonji though and Barbosa?
I don't know. Can Moonji break first? He's got to break the immortality from Suud. Next, he gets a free kill and breaks Sutsujin's immortality as well. Third, he finally hits Sasa.
Okay, that's 1 arrow. Susujin shows up. 15 seconds for Malvis.
15
Sasa
seconds.
is in.
They defend.
Barbosa is out. That's immortality. Sasa, I don't think you can end this.
No
No way.
Can't. The
Look at
minions are
Moon.
back.
Bottom side.
Where's the snipe, Moon? Where's the snipe? There's the Twilight armor. He should be fine. Dude, this has taken so long. The Lord respawned.
They're not brave enough, man.
Dude,
brave
Lord
enough to
died
risk it.
and was like, I'm back. I'm back. Let's do it all over again. But without Zaf, this should be a KG Lord.
They blaze into duet the entire wave on top of the Astral Sphere as well. Like, oh, man. Maybe consider. Oh, there's
Do
so many
you
things
just
to
do the
consider
Lord now?
here.
You do it now, right? Do it now. Do it now. Do it now.
Just do it.
Just do it. Please, please.
Just do it.
I don't have any words to say anymore. This game.
Zaf needs 5 more seconds. They
He's
can
not
do it
gonna
in
make
5
the
seconds. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, Entropy. It's already coming out here. Smooth
Look
is
at
on the-
Barbosa on the side. Deto.
Wait,
no
this is
Purify
actually-
yet.
Wait. They
it
need to
doable?
actually zone him out. They need to actually zone them out.
Yetri dives the bat. The arrow onto Deto. No follow up for now. Okay, Susujin.
Yetri
That's the Lord.
Everything.
Yetri finally goes down. KGE, another lifeline.
Full reset. Boys, full reset, full reset, full reset here. They're going to chase them down to try and cancel down these resets as much as they can, but at the very least here, King Empire, they have to learn.
They have to. And
end
70
this time.
seconds for Yetri. Surely this ends.
Like, surely the minions are too strong.
They have 10k gold lead. I know it doesn't matter, but I'm just putting it out there.
Look at it. Look at this. Zops immediately on the bottom side. He's going to try and smother that as much as he can. Look at how long it's going to take him to actually get rid of it. He gives up. He's like, nah, fam, I can't do that.
I can't do it. My team needs me. My team needs me in the base.
Yetri is still gone for another 40 seconds. How long can they delay the Lord?
The 4v5.
He's running Moonji down.
Oh my goodness, Moonji.
He's been in this place before.
Moonji. It's nothing, Moonji. This could be it. The Empire standing to test and trial Zaf. What can you do? Blazing Duet runs out, but King Empire just sights on a victory. The first on the Niners. And after a long drawn battle, they emerge victorious.
38 minutes, 29 seconds, the longest game that we've had here, coming in between King Empire and as well as the Niners. What a game to be had to finish off the day.
I have no idea what we just witnessed. Kudos to both these teams who are holding it out that long. But honestly, King Empire, you could have ended this game 20 minutes ago.
I mean, it all started with what? Sasa dying to a combo. Can you imagine that?
He's like, man, if only I just used Purify.
Yup.
Must be heartbreaking though for Niners. Held up for so long, what? Since minute 1, they took a beating all the way until the very end. could have been a great fairy tale, but not to be this time.
Not this time, but it's good potential here. It's good to see that the Niners are in good spirits about it all, especially against King Empire.
I mean, Maoist looks, he looks out of it. That guy's exhausted.
I would not be surprised if everyone looks out of it. The fact that the Niners are still able to fist bump with smiles on their faces is a testament to what they've achieved here tonight. It's just not, I think, how they wanted to achieve it.
Even as the winners, it's not a win that you're extremely happy about. At least not in that manner, but the win's the win. I think they'll take it.
Absolutely. Either way, let's throw it over to the stage. I think we'll want to listen to this interview.
Perlawanan yang sangat-sangat sengit. Game ketiga. 38 minit. 2 berbalas 1. Kemenangan untuk... Oh my god. Guys, KGE... Wait, hold on. Guys, tadi you guys were rushing over there. I nak dengar the hype sikit. Alright? Okay, guys, a round of applause to our players before anything. 38 minutes was a really, really long game. Alright. King Empire Esports, okay. Sorry. Okay, Hyde, I nak tanya, first of all, 38 minit game ketiga tu, apa yang you nak cakap kepada ex-teammates you dekat Niners?
Untuk ex-teammate saya rasa diorang dah banyak improve lah daripada season lepas.
Wow. Okay. Alright, can we please pass the mic to Sasa? Sasa.
Apa? Cakap. Apa? What?
Sasa, new team. How is the team like?
Now?
Yeah.
The team like super strong, and then very good also. I think but we still got a lot of things need to improve.
Okay, are you confident with King Empire this season? You confident or not? Confident.
Oh, I very confident with King Empire
Wow.
until the end.
I see. Okay, with your confidence, you think you guys can go MSC? Can go MSC?
We will try our best.
Okay, Sasa today very behave. I think dia penat. Okay? Alright guys, korang rasa siapakah MVP perlawanan ini? Smooth? Alright, in smooth. Okay guys, the crowd is speaking. In 3, 2, 1. Kita punya MVP ialah Smooth. Smooth, your debut dalam MPL musim ke-13 hari ini. Game yang sangat-sangat sengit dengan family baru. How are you feeling and apa yang you nak cakap kepada fans-fans yang datang?
Sebenarnya feeling penat juga sebab game paling lama. Rasa ni paling lama kan? Ke ada game lain?
Tak silap. It was also Niners last season.
Okay.
Tapi ni agak lama juga.
Perasaan have fun lah tadi. Walaupun kita orang kalah, lepas tu dia orang comeback, lepas tu comeback balik. Best lah.
Alright, apa yang nak cakap kepada fans-fans before I let you guys go?
Okay, kepada semua fans yang datang hari ni, King Army dengan JP Niners punya fans, terima kasih datang. Walaupun dah nak berbuka, tapi korang still duduk sini tengok kita orang, support kita orang. Terima kasih semua.
Alright, thank you very much and congratulations on your win. You guys may now head on over to the media room. Oh my, seru Saturday. Memang seru sangat hari ini. Perlawanan yang sangat sengit. And I'm pretty sure ramai orang dah nak pergi berbuka. So, before anything else, let us show it over to the casters one last time for today. Untuk mendapat tahu apa yang jadi dalam game ni. So, casters, dipersilakan and to everybody, selamat berbuka.
MVP of the match gonna be awarded to Smooth here. His Benedetta gameplay in game number 2 was absolutely stellar and dominant. And in game 3, although it definitely took way longer than necessary, the X-Boys' constant presence in these teamfights made it very difficult for the JP Niners to actually be able to fight into them even after they got their scaling in.
I feel like I aged watching that game.
Oh, we did. We aged 37 minutes.
Is this what it's like to be sitting inside the hyperbolic time chamber? This must be what it feels
This
like,
must
right?
be it.
It's just exhaustion. You walk out of it. 10 years have passed.
We do have a time traveler in game.
We do. It is very impressive though. Look, seeing how these players play in this ridiculously late stage of the game, where I believe Moonji, when he was defending base, so there's this trick with Novar that he did. Astrosphere top lane, Starshadow mid lane, you clear 2 lanes at once, and then you can cut to the bottom lane afterwards. And when he was defending base, apparently he sold his boots, bought Holy Crystal, just for extra damage.
Yep, I mean, all of these small little things is really what's keeping Niners in the game. And let's not forget about some of these calls coming in from Moonji. Every single time KGE starts to encroach on them and finally figures out a potential play that could be made on the Niners, instantly Moon is able to reveal their positions, completely shutting it down at the critical moment.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, those Astro Echoes was also a big reason why this game went on for that long, because KGE's plans kept getting foiled.
Yeah, I think if not for the fact that Moon was around with those Astral Echoes, King Empire would have felt a lot more comfortable to just rush in and muscle their way to a victory like 20 minutes earlier. So Moon definitely showing what he's got here now that he's returned to the MPL stage.
It's good to see him back despite taking a loss, right? Still one of the earliest, most veteran kings of the mid lane that we have. But you know, at the end of the day, it's team game. They just got bested by KG when it mattered the most.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at the overall stats, they're just hyper-inflated considering how long this game actually went. 1 million total damage taken from the side of KGE, purely from Moon just harassing them from afar.
And some insane base defenses. By Moon alone.
By Moon.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is that the second to last Lord push should have been an easy victory for King Empire. And despite that, Niners were still able to hold on until the next Lord. It's insane. It's crazy what happened this game. I feel like I am definitely going to blame King Empire a little bit for this, that they didn't end the game earlier, and I'm very impressed by the Niners that they somehow managed to make the Selena Novaria, which by all means should not work against the Team Empire lineup, last this long.
I would say that Zavs did get slightly sloppy towards the end, right? The first big push in the mid lane, man stood in front of a Grog and just took it to the face without Purify. That was one. Secondly, it was what? It's trying to whittle down X-Win. Also took a wild charge to the face and the BMI expired. So 2 instances that can really show the fatigue that that's creeping up on these players. But overall, I think still very well played despite the circumstances. Hall of Famers, look at this, look at Moonji.
Oh my god.
246,000 damage dealt.
This is so
How does Sasa have 900 GPM in a 38-minute game?
Hey man, he was defending topside, sometimes taking a camp back to topside, taking a camp back to topside, down by mid, and then back to topside.
Yeah,
that's all he did.
Sometimes taking shots from Zavs and he's like, oh wait, gotta run.
Hey, okay, thanks, bye.
Sasa was just going to work.
He was. He really was.
He was fully employed in the top lane.
But like at the beginning of this game, you would have imagined that King Empire was doing a very good job sidestepping pretty much everything, right? Smooth gets to do whatever he wants to the front line, and then eventually King Empire had so much so of a lead that this should have been a pretty easy game to close out. But that just was not the case.
Yeah, this one, that nasty shot. I mean, I think X-Wing was trying to figure out where Moonji was, but Star Shadow is splash damage. You block it in front of Sasa, Sasa dies either way.
Sasa gives him the bombastic side eye to X-Wing. It's just like, brother, man.
I know you tried, but
hey, do you not know how Novaria works, huh?
Oh man, but in a lot of these fights, it really is just the way that Smooth is holding off that front line. And I feel the worst for Malvis, because Malvis, there's literally nothing he can do.
Look at this. This is the one with the crazy defense. Cut short, of course, yeah. The BMI expiring. Oh, what a rough moment for Zavs.
Heartbreak.
Heartbreak, indeed.
Yeah, an intense battle between both these teams. No one would have expected that the last game of the day would go to 38 minutes long. So props to both these teams for making it this far, for keeping their mental up so long, because I imagine they are exhausted.
I'm pretty sure they are. And some of these players are also fasting, right? So yeah, it's been a long day, but glad we ended it on a relatively high note.
Relatively.
Rest the Hive Lord. I think so. I think it's been a great day nonetheless.
Oh, look. At the end of the day, the All-Star event has already kicked off on the 16th of March. So participate in the All-Star Festival by completing daily tasks and receive a ton of All-Star promo diamonds for free. Those promo diamonds can be used to actually pick some of the cool stuff in the event itself. I mean, have you seen some of the skins that have been dropping down? The Dazzle skins have been looking great. The Esmeralda you get for free, by the way. But man, this Fredrin looks good.
Sparkle, Fredrin, Estes, Alyssa.
They're all looking good.
I'm collecting them as band members, man. So I have Melissa and Esmeralda. I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
We'll get there eventually, just like all these teams will get there eventually. It's only week 1, but it feels like we've been through an entire new era already. Looking at the graphs right now, every single team has now officially played their first match of the season. And as we can see, Niners, unfortunately, going to be tied in 6th place there, with King Empire Esports tying in 3rd place with RSG MY and Toda.
Oh, but don't worry, this is all going to start shifting around ever so slowly, as this is only the very first week, 2nd day of the MPL Season 13. And I mean, we're getting a good taste of everybody here, right?
Yeah.
Everybody has given a good showing thus far. Other teams are going to need a little bit more work than others, but honestly, considering from the past couple of seasons, this has been one of the better showings.
Yeah, some teams show us set the bar, some teams show a lot more of a desire, and some teams need a bit of adjustments. But tomorrow, some of these teams get their chance, as we have Team Hawk and SRG to kick things off, followed by RSG versus King Empire, and we are closing it off with Monster Vicious against Barracuda.
Now that we've gotten a taste of what all of these teams are capable of, it becomes that much more clear what exactly we can look forward to in the upcoming matches. And I think that we do have quite a slew of interesting series here. So you guys make sure you don't miss it. Do tune in from online. And if you're in the area, make sure you guys drop by MBSJ Stadium, Serdang Jaya, if you want to join in the fun live.
You know what? I'm looking forward to RSG against KG because they gave us the 2 longest game to date.
I'm so worried about that, dude. I'm so
Please
worried
don't
about
do this to me.
We are not worried.
I'm the only one who's going to be here.
I mean, it's true that you guys are going to be the one, that Snowfall's going to be the one casting, but we're going to be watching it regardless. I'm going to be sitting there for a long time.
We're going to be there for a while. I'm pretty sure they'll do better tomorrow. So
I hope so. I really hope so. Otherwise, tomorrow, the fans are going to see things on this desk that they don't want to see. Either way, that's going to be it for today. We'll throw it to the mic check. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Lu ya, orang lu guys.
Aku tengok. Mati dia.
Tengok aku.
Pada mati.
Tekanmu.
Pada mati.
Nice! Baru Cok menang kita, woi.
Woi!
Boleh, bro. Kena tu.
Mau kemana?
Nice,
Ini.
Pandi.
Gua atas.
Oke.
Aku bakar. Bisa. Lagi. Lilianya Puri, lihat gua dong. Hai. Mati dong. Nah, slip.
Target guys.
Mana. Sini. Ada Tita, baru daksa.
Flicker itu Mino.
Sasaman.
Mino,
guys.
Mino no flick.
Balikin guys, percaya gua guys.
Mino no flick.
Udah. Bisa enggak sih, panik enggak? Ih, mati dong, ngapain dia?
Mati boy.
Boleh dong.
Kari guys.
Nice lah.
Nice. Granatan tuh.
Kelas.
Go.
Susuji.
Boleh ke guys?
Boleh.
Tak boleh. Wah, dengar gua tak boleh coy. Tak boleh dengar gua.
Basia lama.
Tolong ambilkan buff. Tolong aku ambil buff.
Cloud-nya lo. Satu. Nice.
Kau ada imbau lagi lo orang lagi. Mati dia.
Mati.
Nice. Nova dari doang bisain guys.
Respect Nova. Let's go ya. Kena tuh.
Flicker Nova.
Flicker Nova.
Sumpah mati Novanya nih.
Nice.
Depan guys, lihat.
Envoy, buat masuk.
Nice.
What are we looking at next? We're looking at our library and a special photo here of probably two of the most famous cricketers ever in the world. Sir Donald Bradman, Sachin Tendulkar.
It was the only time they met, a rare crossover between eras, when the greatest batter in the modern game met the greatest of all time.
This photo was taken on Bradman's 90th birthday. There are only 4 examples of it in existence, and we're lucky enough to have one here.
Just 2 years earlier, Bradman had paid the young Indian a tribute he gave no other player.
I've only seen Tendulkar on the television. And I was very, very struck by his technique. I asked my wife to come and have a look at him because I said, I never saw myself play, but I feel that this fellow is playing much the same as I used to play.
It was huge in India. Everybody in India said, right, who's the greatest has ever been? There's Bradman. And now Bradman saying, this kid plays like me.
It's probably the greatest compliment any cricketer can get.
And suddenly the parallels with Bradman started to emerge.
The hunger for runs, the hunger to bat on and on. When you look at footage of Bradman, he looks more dynamic. When he cuts and when he pushes off for a run, he looks like a modern player.
Nothing fazed them. They had an answer to every attack.
Hi, Sachin. Paul Kennedy from the ABC in Australia. Thanks for having us here.
I just love the way he batted and he just made runs for fun.
Brilliant effort by Sachin Tendulkar. That brings the crowd to their feet.
Grandpa certainly had quite a fascination, I think, with watching him play, but it was more than that.
There's a technical aspect, but there's also skills, there's tactics, there's mental capacity, and there's physicality.
He throws so much at it that after he hits it, that front foot sort of overbalances slightly.
When I watched Tendulkar, I recognised a level of calm focus.
And I felt I was in that zone where I could actually figure out what the bowler was trying to bowl.
Thanks very much. Must have been a very special thing to witness.
It was.
There are also cricketers who wrote the book on fame.
It felt like the country weighed on his shoulders every time he went out to bat.
They kept sane and they kept their balance. They kept grounded through all that. Not an easy thing to do.
It just defies belief that you can keep it all together. And maybe their sanctuary was going out in the middle of the cricket ground.
The best I ever saw and the best I never saw. 2 players from opposite.
See some of the picks that has been revealed in MPL ID and MPL Philippines. I know we like in maybe Todak, there's a more experimental team. I mean, we already saw the Roger goal in as well. There's so many exciting things to be looking forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you guys want to be able to catch all of this exciting stuff that is going to be coming your way, maybe you guys could check out Hotlink, because right now with Hotlink Prepaid 5G, you guys have a chance to get some 20% off on MLBB in-game items. All you got to do is check out that QR code down there. It went by very fast. You guys can still reverse, but make sure you guys are on the ball next time.
I mean, we were all talking about having that Malaysian playstyle, and I think if everybody out there wants to join Hotlink and say, hey man, why are my solo queue games not going well? Well, our Malaysian international teams can't make it out of groups, so we're all on the same page. I think at the end of the day, what we do want to see is growth and elevation to the overall level of gameplay, especially at the top 1% here at the MPL itself, right? We don't want to be stuck around in the ways of, hey, let's try and experiment as much as we can. This is week 1, so we do kind of expect that, but eventually I would say that the bell curve should even out around week number 3.
I think we also have had a taste of that last season, right? We talk about experimenting and then certain teams end up losing to tiebreakers. So you got to be at the top of your game from the very beginning.
Absolutely. Well, without further ado, I think it's time to get the festivities started for week 1, day 2. So let's introduce the first 2 teams of the day. Starting things off, we have Todak. Despite a disappointing display in Season 12, the Malaysian staple returns to the MPL MY stage with a refreshed lineup. Today, not fielding the legend himself, Chiku. Can their new lineup regain their Langar ways?
I mean, they have added Shizo God from Euphoria. They have Rafflesia, who is returning to the MPL scene after 2 years. This is exciting.
On the opposite side, we have none other than Barracuda Esports going up against the swordfish that is Todak. We got the brand new fish in the ocean making their debut on the MPL MY stage. Barracuda, with a massive and deep roster to choose from, will be showing their strengths on stage today.
A good mix and match between Red Esports and new players, new faces as well. It's exciting to see whether this chemistry is going to be enough.
Well, hopefully that chemistry will be boosted by the coaching staff. Walking up on stage right now with our head of League Ops, Cedric. We have Coach Fly Solo with Analyst Kuja and Coach Chalice with Analyst Esha. It's time for a fist bump between Todak and Barracuda Esports as both teams will soon be encountering one another upon the land of Dawn.
You know what? I'm holding Kuja to his word. End of last season when they fell to Selangor Red Giants, he said that give us some time, we're still trying to work things out. And now time has passed and Kuja is now back with Fly Solo by his side. The guy that led Deus Vote to a 4th place finish on the M5 World Stage. The best result that ECA has ever gotten in MLBB competitive history. This is, I would say, an exciting era for Todak, but again, can they gel together?
I think the real question is whether or not they have reset it back down to 0. A new lineup, a new roster, a new coach. Even, yes, there are some familiar faces and obviously people who are going to be mainstays for Todak. But that doesn't really change the fact that they might just be starting from the ground up all over again.
It's a very scary situation to be in, but I'm really glad that Todak has decided to take this step forward. They had been a little bit too reliant on their legendary lineup for many, many seasons, and a lot of the newer, fresher talents that they brought into MPL haven't had a lot of chance to shine. So with a brand new era of Todak Langar here, what are you expecting to see?
In fact, I would say, is this brand new era still Todak Langar? I know it's their motto, but is this team going to be the same erratic team that we've seen, the team that likes to experiment, the team that likes to go in your face? Changes are always the hardest to make, right? And I'm happy Todak is taking this step. They've dabbled with imports a couple of seasons ago, and then they decided that, nah, it's not working out. Let's go back to a full local team. That didn't go well either. Now they're taking that step. I would say moving forward, even though they're reverting some of those decisions they've made, in this case, I would say even if it's not Todak Langar anymore, I'm all for it.
Well, I mean, if not, the fans are still going to be the same, right? Here in the stage, we've got the entire party crew just not too far away from us watching from the stands with 2 sets of drums, 3 sets of flags, everybody with headbands to show the Todak Langar spirit is still alive.
And not to forget, Abba Lord is there. He is
we do see him.
He's leading the orchestra.
He's right in front, banging on those drums right now. He's looking straight at us. He's feeling himself right now.
He knows it. He knows it. I mean, keep in mind, this is the excitement that Todak is able to bring. A namesake here at the MPL for a reason. But their opponents, Barracudas, a good mix and match of what used to be members of SRG as well as members of Red Esports, kind of combined into one.
Yeah, and I think in this case, Red Esports, we talk about, when we look at the history, right, in the last season, it was quite a run for this team. Not really, I would say not even acceptable to certain levels, right? They had certain games where it did not make sense for Red Esports in Season 10, in Season 11, which performed pretty well, to kind of have this drop-off in Season 12. So this is also a revitalization for some of these players. They were given a second chance, and now it's for them to prove to Barracuda that they still deserve to stay here. I think that's the best way to put it.
Or just worth their paycheck overall, man. I think a lot of people have been like kind of wondering whether or not, hey, maybe they should start off in the MAL first.
Oh, yes.
Ooh, that's definitely something to keep in mind here. But something else we want to remind you guys about is that the aspirant skins of Leslie and Chang'e are hot on sale right now. All you guys got to do is come on and enjoy the bonuses of first 10 times draw, 50% off, and daily first draw, 50% off. Because a guaranteed epic skin is going to be in your first 10 draws. So make sure you guys log in, go check out the aspirants banner, because there's a lot of cool skins there.
Yeah. Oh, I want to share my first, the guaranteed epic skin that I got. I'm not sure if that's even epic tier, but I got Lightborn Fanny.
Is that epic? Does that count as epic?
Perhaps beyond epic, but I'm just gonna put it out there. I got Lightborn Fanny with my first 10 draw, so
Yeah, lucky you, because what I'm looking out for, and keep in mind that the event exclusive item packs, the Sacred Statue recall effect, and the killing notifications are also available in the shop. Now, I'm a Sacred Statue hunter. I am looking for all the portraits, all the Sacred Statues, as many as I can get.
So you're the guy who reveals your position on the map unintentionally by putting a Sacred Statue on turrets.
Exactly. And sometimes I even take a rival so I can go down to the gold lane, drop down my EXP statue, and then just hop back over to the top side of the map.
Now we need a score to keep track of in Gideon's game. Not towers taken, but towers turned into Sacred Statues.
Towers hijacked.
Hey,
towers hijacked.
It's about sending a message.
I don't know what message you're sending, but I really would not want to
rich.
receive it.
He's got like he has full pockets. I believe that's the message.
Exactly. So when they check my profile, they're like, "Oh my God, this guy's got the achievement for Sacred Statue."
Look at the gallery. He has the Starlight slot, and it's all Sacred Statue.
That's the dream. That's the dream to be had here. But I'm curious about what you guys think. Since we got a minute to talk about this, a particular matchup, right? Are there any first picks that we're looking out for?
Ooh, I mean, I will go a bit safe. I'll play it a bit safe. I think Baraz is still going to be highly contested.
Oh, Baraz.
I mean, you can't argue that it works, right? In the end, what works does work. But I do think that we're in a meta right now where there's a lot of flexibility in that first pick. And as you can see up on screen right now, this very first match is going to be the Ocean Derby between Todak and Barracuda. Now, if we study biology, Barracuda by nature is the stronger fish. So what are your thoughts here, Gideon?
Look, I mean, everybody is going to say, hey, Todak is going to be strong no matter what. For the namesake, they have a legacy behind them. They have some rookies of the season on their side as well. Gary, one of the bigger pickups of this team overall, and quite a shocking revelation to most after his time with Team Hawk and now over to Todak's side, but supplemented with a potential MPL Hall of Famer, Refalacia as well. Shizo God as well, who's been dominating games in his time with Game Lab. So, I don't know about you guys, it's an exciting time to be a Todak fan.
Yeah, when Shizo God was with Euphoria, they were the tier 2 tier 2 slayers. Her boss was Game Lab, right? So her boss, Game Lab and Euphoria are like first and second in this tier 2 scene outside of MDL in the Philippines. And Shizo God, that's one thing. I want to see Refalacia's resurgence, because this man has not played in an MPL or MDL league for almost 2 full years. Sure, he has won 2 different MPL Philippine trophies with 2 different teams in 2 consecutive years, but afterwards it was a downhill spiral, and now this is his second chance as well.
It does seem clear that between both these teams, both lineups, and all the players on stage have a lot to prove. Immense legacies, but poor performance in recent years. We'll see what happens as we jump into the draft here for game number 1. A couple of bans already taken out of the pool. Now, my first question to you, Gideon, is what do you think about the Arlet pick recently? I do feel like teams that prioritize it early leave themselves not a lot of room.
Well, true, because most of the time, they are either A, unwilling to throw him back into the EXP lane where he honestly deserves to belong to, and most of the time, if you are going to supplement him into the support position, you have an all-in style of composition. You need ways to get mobility, ways to disengage other than just the Arlet for those hard big plays, right? Things like Ruby, for an example, which has also been banned out.
But thankfully, the Nolan is now left open. And we saw that example yesterday, what SRG did against Homeboys. We leave the Nolan open and we pick a lineup that the Nolan has trouble snowballing against. Baraz now comes back into the conversation, right? Tanky heroes, Terizla, heroes with mobility, Valentina, those are all very, very good options to deal with the Nolan if you don't have access to that Phobius. And in this case, Barracuda still has.
Yeah, the Nolan challenge is kind of a tech now for teams that are playing on that red side, trying to force the blue side team into grabbing it for themselves. Barracuda gonna go for the Vexana and the Fredrin. So as of right now, still not going to be the Barats just yet.
It's fine. Those two can also stop the Nolan. You have a Terrify and a knockup for Vexana. Fredrin just sandbags you. Like, what are you going to do to him?
Yeah, and let's not forget that Nolan has gotten significant nerfs. The fact that he can't like just purify using his ultimate, his Fracture in the first place, is quite a big hit to his overall kit. Yes, he's hyper mobile, but that's kind of it now. He doesn't have that escape tool.
It means it's that much more important to be able to build a lineup that can secure these kills and the snowball that Nolan really needs to be able to become a threat towards that early and mid game. We've seen mistakes in the past where teams with the Nolan didn't quite have enough solid crowd control to set up for these kills safely. So hopefully Todak will be able to learn from those past mistakes here. We see the Lilia and the Barats being locked in.
Alright, this Barats is 100% XP lane Barats. So Todak, they are not playing any flex pick games. They're just letting you know that we have this Nolan and now we have the Barats, which I think is a great idea because we've seen what Barats can do. This, whether it's XP lane or in the jungle, he is good at helping your team secure objectives. And you have a Nolan that wants to play fast, you need an insurance policy to fight objectives, Barats is the way to go.
I mean, at the end of the day, they were looking for something that can force out some kind of ability, some sort of reaction from the side of Barracuda, whether it be the energy eruption, whether it be just the fear from Vixana itself. Barats is just a great way of doing so. He can kind of sit right on top, and if he is able to pick up on that Fredrin with the Daytona's welcome, it's just going to make Barracuda say, hey, you have to kind of go in. With that being said, Todak's response with the Lilia as a means to say, hey, yes, we are going to look to get your Fredrin. We are looking for an opportunity to lock you down, but we can also kind of take the space while we're doing so.
I think Lily has a great pickup here because Todak understands that Barracuda is going to want to have a tanky lineup now, and Lily has one of the best early game mages for dealing with these big, bulky frontliners. The Barats as well, from what we saw in yesterday's games, is very good as an EXP laner for dealing against Fredrin jungles because he just jumps in, he eats him up, and you can't retreat the objective.
And I think you look at Barracuda, they actually respond for Grok. Now, on paper, Grok into Lilia is an abhorrent matchup. You have nothing to do. You can't deal with the Lilia in any way. But what Barracuda can do with the Grok is actually as a means of counter-engage, right? If Todak makes the first move, at least you have a double layer way to respond to Todak. Vexana sometimes, when the Daytona welcome is channeled, you actually cannot crowd control this Barats. And now Grok can be that second layer of insurance to somehow to give Barracuda a better way to respond.
You know, speaking of responses here, right? The fact that we're seeing Harith bans and as well as Diggy bans. Diggy in particular, rather interesting because it gives the indication that they want to play a little bit more teamfight centric and having a lot of CC on their side naturally. It's going to be a counter, of course. But with the Harith as well, so that means their main damage dealer, I'm guessing Beatrix along those lines, something that can actually utilize, oh, you set for me, I have an instant combination with you.
I want to quickly talk about the Diggy ban, right? So the Diggy ban, I know when Farlight Solo was with Daewoo, Savo is a great Diggy player, but also because Rafflesia plays Diggy himself. There was a point in time this guy played Diggy and took Retribution just to mess with the enemy jungler. So I think, you know, Barracuda, they definitely did some homework.
Not only that, but Diggy as a roamer is just really difficult for Grok to deal with because usually he wants to be able to walk into these brushes to scout things out, but if an auto alarm bomb trap is being set down, we already know that Grok is naturally weaker to magic damage. With the ban of both Diggy and Harith, I get the feeling there is a bit more focus towards that gold lane at this stage because Barracuda want to make sure that they can safely farm considering that there already is the Nolan threat.
Yep, here we go. It's going to be Claude. Super safe pick coming out for the side of Barracuda. A great way to kind of just jump into that backline after all the abilities have been exhausted from Todak's lineup. I think it's just overall not bad, right? Because at the end of it, it still gives you that question of Fredrin. Is he going to EXP? Is he going back into the jungle as we should expect him to be? Or this could even be said the same about Grok. If we are going to see this Barats actually sandbag the wave, guess what? Grok can do the exact same thing.
But Barats does it a bit better as the game progresses, for sure. I think with the Fanny ban from Todak, this Fredrin is definitely going to be forced into the jungle. There's nothing else you could do to change that unless you somehow throw in like a Baxia or Mantis at the end. But I personally don't like it as much. When you see a Harith ban, it's always a carry or a claw, so this one's understandable. But this Roger, now I want to quickly talk about the Roger pick again. I know yesterday Innocent went 14-1 on this Roger, but that's besides the point. The thing is, Roger, he's going to take Master Assassin, and Roger into Claude is a deadly matchup. You can, the moment you get Corrosion Sight, or in this case, he could go for Thunderbell or Endless Battle first, you beat the Claude no matter what, with your first core item. So this item spike timing is going to be important for Todak, and of course the Phobias, led run to the end, is going to be picked up. And that means we get that XP Phobius.
Interesting. Okay, so with Barracuda, we do notice that, hey, we are going to be a little bit late on these fights, but we have a lot of mid lane priority, right? We can actually start spilling our leads from the mid lane into the side lanes as much as we can, make sure that Claude is able to get to his item power spikes. Phobius, we just can leave him on his own for the majority of the game. It's not like Marat's is going to do too much to him at that point of time. And even so, right, at the end of it, we're looking at Reflecia to make that big play for the team to initiate the fight.
Will he be able to find the catches that are necessary to set up the kills and snowball that Gary and Shizo are looking for? Todak, they run it down hard and fast early. Can Barracuda stop the waves from crashing against their shores? We're jumping into the Land of Dawn for game number 1 of our first match of the day. It's gonna be Todak versus Barracuda Esports.
Let's get the action going. The waves are unsettling, but unfortunately, there can only be one giant in this whole ocean. And I would say, in extended fights, I'm looking at Barracuda to have the upper hand as the game progresses. This Phobius will be kind of the pillar that holds BRD together in that mid to late game phase. But for Todak, we know Gary. He loves Assassin. He loves to play fast. He has the tools given to him. And now we have to look at the side lanes and how they supplement Gary in the endeavor.
Yep, a lot of things could go wrong for Todak here. A lot of volatile lanes, in a matter of fact, right? Especially since Zyme Senpai, he is going to be the crux of this mid lane. He needs to make sure that AJ doesn't get to walk out for free, or at the very least, force him to use a lot of mana before he leaves that lane.
Absolutely. We've already seen how well teams are able to balance around resource management. Basically, deciding when is the right timing to take fights is very important in this current meta because of how valuable crowd control as well as utility tools are going to be. Therefore, if Todak wants to be aggressive here, Barracuda needs to know their timings very well.
We talked about the snowball effect yesterday with the Roger, and we've seen an exact example of that. So it's very important for Barracuda to understand that you do not necessarily need to kill the Roger, but you have to prevent the Roger from getting this insane lead, because your tanks are not going to survive against him if he starts hitting those big island spikes. I am looking at Shizo. He has the Quantum Charge. Probably will go for a Thunderbelt Endless Battle build again, and that makes it even harder for tanks to stand against him because those true damage are going to hurt.
Did Jesus spot out Gary walking into the lane there? I felt like that one minion that was pushed past the middle point of that lane probably gave away his position. And so Amal got to take their time overall, but yes, I'm expecting not much interaction from Barracuda towards Todak's side. It's kind of on Todak to make this big play, or at least find that first blood.
The momentum will be towards the team that is able to more effectively respond here. As of right now, Amal is going to be the first one on the turtle, but Reflecia going to be able to scout things out instantly. Even though he's not level 4, Amal understands this risk. This is an important objective if they want to keep a certain degree of advantage against Todak's early game lineup.
The threat of Momo's Barras as well, when you have an export or Barras on the enemy side, you can't just brute force your way through objectives, and Momo is forcing these resets, which actually benefits Todak in the long run. Now they allow Gary to have a bit more time to gain that level advantage. He is level 5 compared to Amal's 4, and now here comes the fight. And Praetor's Grab actually secures the turtle for Barracuda, and the Phobius comes in for a double kill. Both Gary and Momo go down. Barracuda off to a great start.
Now, we didn't get to talk too much about Grace, but that was a great wild charge. Well timed, using the Nature's Barrier and timing it to make sure that it supplements alongside with Amal's Retribution, manages to catch Gary in the wild charge itself, and then locking him down just enough for Barracuda to clean up that fight. That's a very good start for this rookie.
Yeah, a really good eye for opportunity as well. Understanding that Todak's positioning is very aggressive because they, of course, want to be the ones controlling tempo in this game. But all it takes is a single moment to reverse things. And Barracuda now are in a pretty solid position. If they're able to continue making plays like this, then Todak's timing is going to slip away from them.
The best part is that you alleviate pressure from that goal lane. Now Claude feels a lot less pressure to make something happen. He can focus on farming. If Shizo is doing the same, it's completely fine. My side lanes are gaining something for my team.
And AJ also understands that, hey, as long as Trap is able to get us to his power spikes, we have a very good chance. My job is to be utility right now. I don't need to be the hyper carry just yet. And if Trap gets 3 items, then I can start thinking about taking resources off the map. So, taking double waves here for the side of Barracuda, they can play this for at least 9 more minutes until we start to see Barracuda really start to push their advantages.
So considering that is going to be the win condition that Barracuda Esports are going for here, I do want to ask again, Gideon, what does Todak need to do?
Well, if they're looking for anywhere to punish, a good way to actually find an opportunity to do so is mid-rotation. Wait, hold on, no. They still are too clumped together here. Barracuda understanding that that is a potential way of losing. And you can notice, Gary, he's looking for opportunities to ambush targets who are either by themselves, isolated from the rest of the team.
But unfortunately, Grace isn't that target. We talked about this. If you can survive that burst, it doesn't matter if the Nolan is strong early on. And in this case, Barracuda, I think the next challenge, aside from taking objectives, is how do you break tier 1s?
Yeah, that's going to be a big question here. 5 minutes in, second turtle is coming out here. Ooh, Todak trying to contest. Will they be able to get this one?
Turtle is going to be low. Amao, just quick trigger finger to scare Momo. Even missing the Daytona's welcome. That is not good because Hesu now finds the way in. Momo completely trapped. And then blazing duet from this plot should get the finisher is Hesu on the killing spree. And at least Shizo gets one back. That one onto the AJ, but now he needs to get away with the flicker, and he will be successful in doing so.
Okay, not too bad for Shizo. It doesn't mean that Barracuda... it looks like they didn't want to go for the instant invade this time round, because they should have noticed that, at least for Zyme's standpoint, he is running out of mana. He cannot sustain this lane for too long until he gets his Enchanted Talisman. In the meantime, though, I like the game plan from Barracuda's side, right? Consistently grouping together, making sure that they scratch each other's backs, and more importantly, just supplementing Trap, making sure that he gets as much gold as possible.
Yeah, I'm really liking the coordination coming out from Barracuda Esports right now. Understanding what Todak's win condition is, and then taking opportunity of timings to really press them when they've already used a lot of their resources, allows for them to be the ones that are pressuring the opponent, even when their lineup should logically be more late game centric.
This is great. I like it. They took the bot tier 1. Sure, they had to give up the top lane because Gary was able to make that rotation there, but at least you free up the side lanes a little bit. And this benefits both the gold laners. Shizo has one lane to play in, same with Trap. Third turtle is going to be spawning on the top side in 40 seconds, but looking at Barracuda's state right now, despite them having all 3 kills onto Hesu, there's not really a sizable goal lead for them. It's still a pretty even game.
I mean, we say that, but I will say that a majority, especially since Hesu was the one picking up a lot of those kills, they want to make sure that maybe Trap can actually get in on the action here, right? The fact that there's 20 seconds and the turtle is spawning on the top side of the map, the fact that they want to break that tier 1 on the top side as well, he's going to participate for this upcoming neutral.
Yeah, part of the reason I would think that the goal difference is not that big is because Barracuda have been moving around the map a lot more grouped up in comparison, which means that their supports are going to be getting a little bit less farm in comparison. But I imagine that Trap should be getting quite a lot of gold himself, which does skew the way that the gold is leaning here. But Turtle now going to be contested. Barracuda in full control of the pit.
Shizo is going to take the bot tier 1. This turtle given over to Barracuda. With all that being said, Gary is still ahead in terms of experience. Again, the Nolan clear speed is unmatched in actually almost all of the matchups. But Barracuda, they are going to trade the top tier 1 back, so still gaining some lead for themselves. Grace is just going to tank up the burst from Gary while charges to safety and actually ends up running into Momo instead. He will go down to Gary, but Momo might be sacrificed as a big full combo from AJ drops in. Here comes the bleeding duet from Trap, and AJ picks up the barrage. Trap wants a bit more. It's Shizo who joins the fight, ends up not being able to get away. Hesu can't get the pullback, Reflexa saving his teammate, and Hesu ends up going down.
Really nice play coming in from Reflection to buy that extra bit of time, but while this is all happening, Barracuda are now working on these tier 2s, putting it down below 50%. He shouldn't be able to get this turret just yet. Roger should make it in time. And yes, Trap does not get the tier 2, but look at that. That's what we want to see from Barracuda's side. Grace, unfortunately, while charges into the Daytona's Welcome's second part, which is the spitting the Fredrin back into him without being close enough to a wall with the power of nature, he still gets CC down. But at the end of it, right, who gets the kills? AJ, Hesu, and as well as Trap to make sure that these people who are going to be playing for the later stages of the game are going to accelerate.
Yeah, not to mention that Grace basically already completed his job at that point, eating the entirety of Reflecia's combo and then dying after the wild charge is excellent there to set up for more kills from Barracuda. It's just that Hesu decided to overextend just a little bit to try and finish off Shizo. But despite the goal difference, again, not being that wide, Barracuda are firmly the ones in control here.
And I want to quickly point out the item build that we got a glimpse of just now, right? So Shizo is going to full damage Roger, so no Thunderbelt, no Endless Battle. This is just pure raw damage to try and assassinate perhaps Trap and AJ as fast as possible. I would argue you could do the same with the tanky Roger build, but perhaps in this case, Shizo felt the need that he needs that output as early as possible.
Yeah, he needs to be a threat. Keep in mind, when he is in human form on this Roger, he does some extra percentile damage, especially when we're thinking about how heavy they are hitting. Oh, it did not connect.
Flicker, wild charge. Momo is going to get locked down. Gary from the back to look for Trap, but the damage is just not enough. AJ, though, unfortunately trapped in the Lord Pit. He will go down, but Jesus gets another trade, this time on the Gary. The jungler of Todak is down. Reflecia wants to go for Grace, but Todak, maybe this is the opportunity to strike as Momo strikes down Jesus. Reflecia is going to be low, but the Cho, just great movements, playing footsie with Barracuda. Todak gets 2.
Ooh, a bit of a mistake there by Barracuda, starting to get a little bit overconfident with their positioning. So far, they've been able to win out these fights against Todak because they've been patient and waited for their timing. But by splitting up their front and back line, they finally gave Gary a chance to actually chase Trap out of the fight. And even though he lost his life, Barracuda's team was now out of position and they could get more kills for themselves.
Ama will have to soak this up a little bit, take a beating. Here comes the Eternal Guardian, hitting onto Reflecia, who will use the Shun Put to get out. Ama not too healthy. They want to focus him down, and Gary will find the collection. And this should be Lord for the side of Todak. And they will get it. Barracuda on the run right now. Hesu with the demonic force is starting to pick up the pace. The tempo accelerating for Barracuda as Zaim Senpai sent running. It's an even trade, but Todak gets the Lord.
Okay, and now the gold swings into Todak's favor. And now Barracuda, they're trying to play a man-to-man defense here, and now that we're going straight away from mid in towards the later stages of the game, making that transition, that's not necessarily going to work. Zaim Senpai is a legitimate threat now. He's got the Enchanted Talisman, and he's also got the Necklace of Durance to make sure people like Imal, he can't just keep on taking these hits. He's not going to regenerate as much health as he'd like to.
Yeah, it's very effective against Barracuda's lineup because we can see that Fredrin and Phoveus are going to be pretty heavily affected by that anti-heal overall. And honestly, Barracuda, if they had played this just a little bit smarter and more patient, if they had kept the mindset that they had earlier in the game, they wouldn't have found themselves in this situation. Todak have regained a grasp over this mid-game, and with the Lord now, are going to do some pretty notable structural damage.
Taking down that bottom tier 2, it's time to open up the map. If you are Todak, and all 3 waves are synced up, Todak can do some massive damage to that outer line of defense. The conceal will expire. Aphysia can't find an angle right now, but Amao this time is an even more important component for Barracuda's front line. You cannot let him get isolated in these potential team fights. Lord will be taken care of in the bottom lane as Barracuda keeps all the inhibitors intact.
Good stuff coming in from Todak at the very least. They understand the item power spikes, they understand this current situation, they're very attentive and very present in this game. Unlike Barracuda, right? They need to kind of keep up with the times. At what stage of the game are you going to be strong, and how far can you push your lead? And I think as of right now, this 3,000 gold lead on Todak's side, mainly coming in from Zaim Senpai's overall zoning, is a bit of a problem for Barracuda. So they need to start shifting their attention. Continue playing the front to front, but keep their eyes on the target. Grace should still keep Momo in check. Look to body block the Daytona's welcome. Maybe even Hesu, or considering Trap, could try and force out the black shoes from Zaim Senpai early on to make a significant play 30 seconds later.
Yeah, they gotta slow down the fights. Good shot calling is going to be key here as we approach into the next few minutes of the game, as it's clear that Todak now actually has enough damage to threaten Barracuda's lineup and make it very difficult for them to actually want to play the game they're looking for.
You can see the gobble up, Momo finding the Fredrin, big burst damage coming through. Todak unable to finish him off, and Ima will suck Momo back with Energy Eruption. Hesu with the finisher. Barracuda, big wild charge from Grace, and now the follow-up is here. Hesu gets the Dukes from Shizo. Gary does finish off Amao. It's still fair trade for now, but the Wisdom of Nature allows Trap to go for the dive. Professor barely getting out, but can't say the same for Gary. Barracuda with the response.
Beautifully done there. Double kill for Trap, and well deserved. This is what we were talking about. These teams need to be more careful. The shot calling needs to be on point. Momo really did not need to jump that far in to get the catch onto Amal when the rest of his team was all there. Again, utility trading, making sure that cooldowns are being used effectively is how these teams are going to come out on top here. And because Todak jumped the gun in that fight in a disadvantageous landscape, Barracuda were able to take control, and now they get the Lord.
I got to give props to Grace here. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Coming in as a rookie, playing Grok of all things. I thought the age of Grok has already passed. Most people don't even know how to go for the Wild Charge Flicker at the right time. But Grace, I'm thinking that he made the call saying we can actually chase this down. They're about to walk into a trifecta of areas where I can hit multiple people with the wall charge, and he finds 3.
Yeah, 3 on the edge of the ability. Yep. That is not easy to land at all.
Yeah, you gotta love the aggression as well. The flicker into the wall charge to catch out Shizo much earlier in that fight as well is kind of proof that there's a big confidence from this player, even though he doesn't have that much experience on the MPL stage. We do call him a rookie, but technically he has played a season before, just not very much. He did go by a different alias back then as Amirul, now joining Barracuda as Grace. It's good to see that he has a chance to shine once again.
What I do like is also kind of the synergy between Grace and Hesu, which you don't really get to see kind of in plain sight. Every time a fight starts, Hesu already has his ult, but he's waiting for Grace to set up so he can ult in and start really following up in terms of the damage, and that's really what happened in that mid lane fight. Barracuda using this lord to finally crack that mid tier 1 open.
It's just one of those small interactions, like getting simple knockups like that is actually going to proc that demonic force. And I really wish there was a clearer definition of what is going to be considered, well, like interactions like knockup compared to stuns. Stuns can't necessarily cancel certain abilities, but knockups can, right? I'm like, come on, where's the consistency in this?
If you play enough X-Borg, you will understand this. The line is very blurred.
Wow, 2,000 gold lead coming in from this quad so far, and we're looking for a crit build coming in for Shizo.
Yeah, crit build is pretty... Actually, it's an interesting choice to go for crit build here. You typically want to go for that if the enemy team is majority squishier heroes, but considering that you have 3 pretty bulky frontliners, you'd expect him to go something that could deal with tanky heroes a little bit better. With a build like this, it's clear that Shizo wants to be able to execute Trap and AJ, but so far their positioning has been immaculate.
Very, very good indeed. I mean, obviously the anti-cuirasses are going to be great, but I think it's not too bad in this type of situation, right? What is Shizo's job? He's going to be staying in human form for a majority of these fights and only diving in unless Gary or even Zyme Senpai gets the big chunk.
Yeah, the item build doesn't allow you to aggressively dive in anymore. It would be different if we went the way that Innocent has done it, and the AI winning prediction says that Barracuda has a 62% chance of winning this game at this point of time.
I must say right now, I did do some predictions before the season started, and so far they've not been looking very good, because I did put Barracuda at the very bottom of my list.
What did your AI say?
What did my AI say?
Definitely not Barracuda. I think it was King Empire.
My AI put King Empire at the bottom. I'm going to look it up right now. Where did they put Barracuda? Because they knew something I did not.
Well, let's see. Because if we're thinking of how the AI is going to predict it, right? I think that Barracuda are looking more like a team as of right now. I do think that Torak's draft makes it slightly difficult to manage overall. Because again, Momo, he's getting body blocked by literally everything. Every time he wants to go in, either AJ fears him, Amal is like, oh no, I'm the main target. But Grace says, no, I have anti-CC. What are you really going to do about it?
They will be able to force out the Demonic Force very early from Hesu, and this could be an opening for Toa to look at. From behind is Grace again! The eye for opportunity for the 2-man knockup, and Hesu continues to pummel them with that Demonic Force. Is trapped to follow up with the kill collection, and Toda loses Momo.
We are seeing the impacts of playing an aggressive snowball type comp here. Todak is very pressured to make something happen, and all Barracuda needs to do is make sure that they respond appropriately. Hesu surviving the engage, and then Grace coming from behind.
No, he will eventually die to Zyme Senpai, but Trap, it is your time to shine. He is in the middle of the firefight. Gary executes him. Lord does go to Barracuda, and Shizo finally gets the time to show his fangs. Picking up AJ, and Gary gets a double.
The Todak fans are extremely happy about this. Big pickups coming in from Zyme Senpai, right? Just chaining the Gloom together, making sure that it's always at its largest form, dealing the max amount of damage. Barracuda cannot just be taking these for free. They're going to lose an inhibitor for this.
The Lord went top, which means that Todak might be able to end this in one go. The Lord didn't go where he's supposed to be. Grace, with his dying breath, cannot save it. Todak turning it around in this game 1.
Woo! A big win.
What an incredible performance coming out from Todak here, showing their experience despite being a brand new lineup. Being able to change the entire tempo, making Barracuda think The fight is over, but we are still here.
Man, Zyme Senpai, he still got it after all this time. Legacy player, played under SMG, and now that he's with Todak, you would imagine that he would have fallen off. Man, he doesn't fall off.
Telling you, man, it's always Zyme Senpai making these calls. Everyone from Todak was ready to call it quits and just defend against the Lord, but Zyme Senpai was like, no, I can do this. Look at his phobias. He's got nothing. We can push in, and Todak followed up. They followed the man, and it led them to victory. Can you believe it? Remember, Zyme Senpai was also the one who kept Todak in the playoffs against SRG last year by stealing 2 Lords in a row.
I know very well. Zyme Senpai remains to this day one of my favorite players here in MPL Malaysia, and I love to see what he's able to bring to the table here. It's clear that he is the shot caller in this situation. Being able to recognize the situation, he's quite experienced on the MPL stage, even if he hasn't seen a lot of play recently. Being able to identify, hey, they've used all their cooldowns, now is the time. We still have our abilities. Let's contest this, even though they have the Lord. And they're able to push in, win the game in one fell swoop.
Man, with a nice Queen's Wand, this man is dangerous, running down his targets one by one. The fact that he's been playing all the way since Season 2 of the MPL's initial inception, it's great to see that experienced players like this bring that type of value. And we were talking a lot about pillars yesterday in day number 1 of the MPL. That right there is the definition of a pillar for Todak.
The man that keeps everything together even though the world seems to be crumbling around him. I would say it's not very often you see the Lord betray a team. Lord was like, man, I don't want to do anything with this base defense. It's all you, Grace.
It was 50-50, man. Both sides also had the fact that there was 2 turrets still available. It's like, roll the dice, see what happens.
Lord is like, I'm just doing my job, you know?
It was literally I'm a head out situation here from the Lord.
That's how the game was coded, you know? You can't blame him.
Unlucky. Let's have a look what's going on backstage here. Man, this has been brutal because so far
it better be Zyme.
It better be Zyme here coming in for the MVP at the end of it. Yup. That's just the preview. That's
my boy. That's Zyme.
Giving you guys a sneak peek, but of course MVP of the game, Zyme Senpai. His experience really defies his age here. This is a player that really knows what is happening with a bird's eye view of the situation and understanding that there is no situation that cannot be salvaged.
I mean, you say experience defies age. Man is only 22, so
that's what I mean.
You gotta cut it some slack.
Cut the guy some slack. He is young, of course. He is still considerably young, but the amount of experience that he brings really makes him feel like he's centuries ahead of his time. Overall, I do think that Todak, a couple of things that, again, we need to start nitpicking on is that early game. What exactly happened there? They had the right tools, but then eventually they need to recognize when they can scale and when they can really start pushing advantages here.
I think one of the questions I actually had in mind that we didn't get to talk about was Shizo as a player. Now, Shizo played with Euphoria, right? We all have established that at this point. Euphoria is a very, very aggressive team. It's all about diving your towers, recalling in front of your crystal, giving no care about what the opponents can do. It's all about themselves. And I was slightly concerned how Shizo is going to fit in with this new version of Todak. It's not like Todak from multiple seasons ago where they can supplement that we dive you and we win. This version of Todak feels a bit more control, and a part of it was also because of Zyme Senpai, right? He's a more controlled, reserved player. And I was worried how is Shizo going to fit in. He's been full damage on the Roger. It's very, very risky at this stage of the game, and it only worked out because they made the right call at the end.
Yeah, honestly, I do still feel like Todak did end up making a lot of mistakes throughout the early to mid phase of that game. They wanted to apply pressure, they wanted to be able to snowball, because on Nolan and Roger, if you're not able to keep an advantage, they do fall off quite a bit. But in this case, by making sure that they were still able to keep a somewhat even net worth difference, they never fell too far behind and remained relevant the entire time.
All right, we got to give it up to our MVP of this match. Our official 5G mobile internet hotlink has given it over to Zyme Senpai on his man. I mean, what can I say more about him? He's just an absolute monster here, right?
He's milking the praises, man.
He's milking it, just milking it, right? But at the same time, being a pillar can only go so far. We've seen it last season. There's only so many times you can steal the Lord before your team eventually falls here. And I'd like the point that you brought up, Husky, about the fact that Shizo did play extremely aggressively, extremely selfishly with an entire 5-man roster on Euphoria, but that's supplemented with chemistry. There's a lot of trust going in between the players. Somebody's going to tank that tower, and somebody might even die tanking that tower. It ain't going to be Shizo.
Nope, definitely not him. I think in this case, when you look at Zyme Senpai, last season was kind of like the second coming for this man, right? We've seen him in SMG and didn't really get too much play time. Some people might even say that, oh, he's just a bench warmer. This man is washed up at 21. And then during the transfer window, Todak brought him in. And guess what happened? Shot all the way to playoffs and almost made history happen again. But I would say for this year, Zyme Senpai is even also important because we're not only bringing M6 back to Malaysia, the first M series Todak made top 3. Maybe Zyme could be part of that history.
That's
making
a big
some
call.
big statements here, straight up. But I would be glad to see it. Again, a little bit of bias for Zyme here, but I think this is a player that deserves it overall. Looking at the match statistics for game number 1, it did definitely go a little bit longer than expected with that 18-minute-and-a-half timer. You typically expect that once you reach this stage of the game, Barracuda with the Phoveus and the Claude should be able to output more than enough late game damage, but Todak were able to scatter that final fight. And when Barracuda is not able to play their front to back like they want to, it becomes easy pickings for the members of Todak.
Yeah, I don't really have much to highlight in terms of items, but keep in mind here, I think that Barracuda, it's just a lack of experience in this types of push and pull, right? Because atypically, if we are saying Todak is going to play a team fight oriented composition instead of the way that they played it here, which again, it's very much looking to actually dive certain targets and pull out resources from Barracuda before committing to the all-in, while Barracuda is again going to be playing very atypically a team fight composition. Grace did a really good job, but you can notice that certain positions on the map, they're kind of uncomfortable here, especially when it's closer towards their side of the jungle.
And I think there are two very obvious instances. The first one was on the top side of the jungle, right, where they were scattered and they got picked up. The second one was the final Lord fight, where AJ was on one end, trapped, somehow ended up in the middle. I assume he tried to BMI and ult or something and got caught. But at the end of the day, I also want to kind of follow up with your point, Gideon. How can Barracuda recover from this mentally? Because when the game ended, I actually saw it was either AJ or Hesu talking to Grace, and I don't think any of them looked content with the result of that game.
I don't think anybody would be content with it because they had such a good early to mid. It's just closing it out and find that win con. They end up losing the initial Lord. It's like, okay, sure, we'll play for the next one, right? That's atypical. We want to scale anyways, right? We've got a Phoveus. We've also got a Claude. Claude's already finished 3 items. Let's give him a Winds of Nature to guarantee to have that insurance policy, and that still wasn't enough.
Yeah, there were definitely some positioning errors during some of these team fights where if Barracuda Esports were able to win out throughout the game a little more cleanly, Todak would probably have had no chance to be able to make that return play even with the opportunity that was granted to them. But either way, I don't think Barracuda Esports should beat themselves up too much about this because their gameplay was still very clean. Their execution was great. It was just a few blunders here and there that got taken over by experience from Zyme Senpai's decision making here. So going into game number 2, start with a fresh mindset once again, understand what went wrong here because they had a very genuine chance.
They did.
Yeah, they did. I mean, we're seeing some fragments of maybe Lunatics or Ready Sports where back then they would get decent leads and not able to close out the game. And I'm not saying that as a blanket statement to be like, oh, Barracuda is going to have this problem for this entire series. But this first game, the glimpses of it are being shown, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Amal played as good as a Fredin as he possibly could, but that late game management is where it makes or breaks you. That's where when you go up against a team like Todak, if you can't keep it together, Todak will run over you.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Amal still has this issue from the previous season where he gets a little impatient, especially if he's in an oppressive early to mid game, right? If he starts falling behind early to mid game and then he's like, okay, a little bit annoying. Once you see the mid-game, he gets hyper-aggressive. He goes too far forward almost and needs to get bailed out by one of the members from the side of Barracuda, right? I think that still persists even here. I just think that as of right now, Barracuda, they need to be able to adapt alongside with their opponents. Because Todak, we saw in the early stages of the game, Grace was doing a phenomenal job pretty much putting Momo out of these fights. Like, Momo was not doing anything from early to mid. Only when we saw that transition from mid to late, we did see the adjustments from the flanking angles of Revelation and as well as Gary to kind of cause that break in the front to back.
one of the key points that Todak has always been really good at as a team is the ability to adjust on the fly, to be able to figure out what is happening if they're in a losing position and try to change the way they approach the game in order to overcome it. This is a brand new Todak lineup, but it does seem like that same spirit is still being embodied, and if you ask me, it seems even stronger than before now that they have a player like Zion Senpoi calling the shots. The fact that they were able to come up with the idea of, hey, we've already lost this fight, but we're going to re-engage right afterwards when Barracuda has let their guard down is something you would never think of in normal circumstances.
I think it also kind of broadens the win condition for the side of Todak. Back then, everyone talks about Chiku Gaming. Even when Zyme is around, Zyme never really got the spotlight unless he has some big moments like ward steals or multi-kills. But right now, you are kind of widening that prospect for Todak. Fly solo as well. He's bringing his experience. I think we're seeing some parts of it in Game 1. Even in this Hall of Fame, every single category is given to members from BRE except for the carry is Zyme Senpoi again.
Yep, he is just doing a great job. I'm very impressed so far with Grace's performance on this Grok. I would like to see it continue to go through. I think a lot of this game is going to come down to the draft itself, and then we'll see whether or not Barracuda can keep up with Todak on the fly when it comes down to adaptation, because they come in with solid game plans, a very decent draft. They kind of cover all of their sectors, right? What's the early game going to look like? How do we start scaling for the later stages of the game? And then finally, it comes down to the execution and dealing with the adaptations.
Comparing the two drafts, just like in a vacuum, I would totally prefer Barracuda Esports' lineup overall, because like you mentioned, there's just way more tools and way more consideration being given to every single phase of the game. And again, it was just that one mistake that cost them this victory. Grace really impressed me, and this team as a whole really impressed me, because again, I did predict them at the bottom of the chart. So their performance has already surpassed a lot of my expectations, and I'm just excited to see what they're going to do next.
I think it's a fair assessment, right? Because haven't seen them before, haven't seen this mismatch of players. So it's fine, we can give them some time. I think this goal graph also tells us a very compelling story. Todak slightly in the beginning, and then Barracuda suddenly started shooting up. They're winning team fights. Grace, this Grok, his eye for opportunity is unparalleled in this game. And then the Lord fight happened. That's where it all ended.
I think it all comes down to impatience, right? Impatience is also capitalization on certain moments. Because keep in mind, from 3 minutes onwards, we're seeing a good domination from the side of Barracuda when it comes down to team fights, but we're not seeing them actually really extend this gold lead and pushing it in towards the jungle. Like, I'm expecting Gary to never have his purple buff ever again, but it's towards the EXP side of the map.
Yeah.
And that's why it's like, man, if it's a 4v4 and it's like, we got a Phoveus and they've got a Barats, I don't really kind of want to deal with the 20-stack Barats.
That's why around, around the second turtle, the gold difference was just like, 500-600. You would expect it to be at least 2,000.
Yeah. Basically, I think what happened to Barracuda Esports in this game is what happens to couples who are in relationships too long. They got too comfortable. They got too used to the situation and figured, we don't need to pressure too hard. We are winning these fights. We just play like we always do.
I'm telling you, there's actually a dark history behind that analogy. For Red Esports in particular, last season, they also were way too comfortable with one another. They were no longer hungry for a win. So every time they lost, it's like, backstage, I guess we lost. You know, let's just do better. And Ama was part of that equation. I'm not saying he's the instigator. I'm just saying that he was in that group as well. So hopefully this new environment is going to bring upon new changes, reignite that hunger within him, because clearly Todak is very, very hungry.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Barracuda has a lot to prove. A new fresh organization as well. I mean, getting a win is going to be huge for the organization in terms of just publicity, right?
Yeah.
I think that when we start looking at these games, you see these really good moments, but you can definitely see the impatience in some of their players. They're more rookie players, in a matter of fact, and even some of their veterans, like Amal, for an example, getting caught here probably wasn't the play, and Grace tried to save and gets punished regardless, right? And even after that, Hesu, he is just going in on these targets. As soon as it procs, he wants to start following up. He wants to get more resources out of Todak when he pops the Demonic Force.
Yeah, and I think Hesu and Grace are just trying to keep Todak back. But of course, some unfortunate areas in terms of positioning in the fight. There was that Lord fight we saw just now. AJ, Gary was trying to one-shot him, but Gary didn't have enough damage. He blew his combo, and AJ just walked into the Lord pit and gave his life up. So that was also a bit of an I hope it was an unforced error, but this one was kind of the nail in the coffin. Traps getting caught, and at that point, it was all over. AJ got isolated by Shizo, and Shizo completely assassinated him in the back.
Always be wary of the big bad wolf here in AJ. Unfortunately on the receiving end of a very painful wolf bite here. And a very painful loss as well for Barracuda Esports. They did do a good job in a lot of these fights of salvaging their mistakes. But you could tell that in comparison, Todak's mistakes were a bit more controlled and a bit more experimental. They were willing to take those risks knowing that they had a team composition that needed to make things happen. And they would keep shifting around the way they would try while making sure not to give too much advantage away.
Yeah, it's just a lot of footsies in this game, right? As much as we would like to believe that it's more of a push and pull and just, you know, poking the bear and hopefully the bear does something, I think that overall, not bad from Todak's side. I hope to see a different style of composition, something like, I mean, it could be even a little bit more reserved. They could go into the same direction, or at the very least, something more aggressive from Barracuda's side, because I want to see them forcefully going for plays. If they are feeling a little impatient because this is the very first game of the season, they might as well show off what they have to its fullest extent.
Yeah, at least for the first day, you can kind of chalk it up to just stage fright, jitters, whatever, right? Just kind of get your engines warmed up. I would say at least in that game one, at least that previous game was the closest we've had compared to yesterday. Yesterday's games were all sort of a wash, right?
Yeah.
Even the second Team Hug against Bounty was also pretty one-sided, but this one, at least we see kind of the tug of war between two teams, and it only just really came down to one macro decision at the end.
Yeah, it did. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, right, they need to start showing off what they have so at least fans have a good idea of what they can expect, the potential ceiling of these teams throughout the weeks of the season.
Yeah. But what I am liking here is that we are seeing these teams improve in real time. I am seeing the competition grow and these players improve and evolve as players on the MPL MY stage in comparison to last season as well. So you can tell there's a hunger. They want to prove themselves. They want to go to international stages like MSC. They want to be able to do the country proud as the hosts of M6 at the end of this year. And I am so excited for what is going to be coming next. But what's going to be happening before all of that is game 2 of this match. Gideon, you mentioned that you want to see something a little bit more aggressive from Barracuda Esports. Maybe any examples you can think of?
Well, I'm looking for something along the lines of maybe getting that Arlet through. I don't know whether Todak is going to allow it or so. I would like to see Grace in particular have a playmaking sort of roamer. The Grok already looks great. Put him on something like Cho. Put him on something like Arlet. I want to see the big sets. Even a Kufra wouldn't be too bad.
Kufra, Tigreal, Minotaur, both were untouched in game 1. The Guinevere as well faded into obscurity. You know, it's a pretty surprising revelation considering the fact that at one point Guinevere was a almost must ban in most cases. So those heroes could be the choices for Grace. I think we are definitely looking at two roamers who are more comfortable with starting fights. Maybe for Rafflesia, you can pivot him towards Enchanted type supports. You know, the Diggy is a very good example. That was one of his signatures. But for Grace, I want to see him start fights. I want to see him utilize that eye for opportunity to constantly get BRD the lead.
I think we all have a lot of eyes on Barracuda Esports here. As we can see, Barracuda or Barracuda Hitam. Are they going to be the dark horse of this season?
You know what?
Where's Sith? I swear to God, I'm pretty sure Sith's the one who wrote that out and he's laughing to himself right now.
Yeah, well, who came out with it? Thank you, content team.
Thank you, content team. Sith, I'm looking at you. I know it's him. I know for a fact he sent it over.
For those international viewers who don't know, Guda Hitam means dark horse in this case. So they definitely show promise here.
I like it. I like the wordplay. It's too early for this, though.
It's way too early for this.
It's never too early.
On Ramadan as well? Come on. People are fasting. Can't deal with this stuff. Speaking of which, right? Overall, do you think that Trap is in a position where he can actually beat Shizo in a 1v1?
Yo, honestly, not yet.
Not yet.
I don't want to say no, I want to say not yet.
Not yet?
Because,
was it not enough that he had the Claude into the Roger in this matchup? Or was it too safe of a pick? It's like, you know what? You need something that actually wins out in the lane. Like, ego challenge him a bit.
I think it would be more evident if they have heroes that ego challenge. But if you say that just player to player on paper, I think Shizo definitely has the advantage.
Yeah, I would agree overall. For those of you who may not realize, Trap as well did go by a different alias before this. He was SYF, who was part of the initial Red Giants lineup. And back then, he was actually known for playing heroes like the Harif, which Todak did ban out in... wait, no, it was Barracuda. It was Barracuda who banned it out. So that's quite interesting. It meant that they went in with the idea of going for the Claude. Maybe they're just testing the waters for now. But yeah, I do agree. If we get to see more aggressive heroes here, that would be fun.
Well, let's see, because they're starting things off with the Ruby. I mean, Barracuda getting rid of the Grok, the Nolan, as well as the Lilia. Two out of the three being in the previous lineup in Todak. And Todak decided to get rid of the Angela, Matilda, as well as the Joy. Interesting.
Arlott is now open, instantly picked up, no questions asked. And you also have the Fredrin. And we saw some examples of this Fredrin bringing Flex into the XP. And I say some examples, but it's actually just Team Huck Iris.
Just Iris.
Just Iris things. But I like the Barrage getting picked up right now from the side of Barracuda. It solves two problems at once, and also the carry. You do your tanks well, you break tempo of the Fredrin and the Arlott. Arlott hates dashing into a Barrage. There's nothing you can do about it. So this response from Barracuda, I love it. And this time the Claude does go over to Todak, so we're going into another late game-centric draft.
It started to look like Barracuda is the one going to be playing a little bit more defensively here. I mean, yes, they do have the carry to actually shred down these tanks, but it's on the assumption that they don't get run down, they don't get, swept in by the final slash coming in from the Arlott. And speaking of which, right, since we've already seen the Arlott Fredrin as well as the Claude, as we go into the second stage of the bans, both mages have not been shown just yet.
Could be a mid-lane focus ban. I would want to point out also Barracuda has essentially two flex picks, Barras and the Ruby. Now whether they want to play around that flex pick, I think it's going to be dictated with this fourth pick from Todak.
They do ban out the Kaja, so they're going to be focusing on making sure that the Claude doesn't get easily picked off. The Cho was picked previously just to deal with the Claude in the hands of Trap. Now, we'll see whether or not Todak will decide to remove it themselves, but they do want to take the opportunity to ask a quick question, right? We know that Fredrin and Barat sort of fulfill similar niches in terms of that tanky jungler, but Barat also has the value of having really hard CC. I'm kind of wondering, why do teams like to pick the Fredrin priority over Barat?
Well, that's because Fredrin just has a lot more CC in comparison to the Barats. Barats is a little bit more snowball heavy. Fredrin is going to be relevant throughout the game, from beginning all the way to the end in terms of just raw scaling, right? The items that he builds makes him extremely tanky. The fact that he can use the energy eruption basically gives him 2 knockups and 2 dashes in a short span of time. It's frustrating to deal with compared to Barats, where it's like, oh no, I used my ult, I'm dead in the water. It's either we all fight right now or you leave me to die.
The frequency of being able to crowd control enemies definitely favors the Fredrin without a shadow of doubt. But in terms of damage, obviously you will look at the Barras a lot more. I think it also comes down to what objectives you want to fulfill.
Yes.
If you want to straight up control objectives, you want to constantly break the tempo of your enemies. Both Fredrin and Barras do the same thing, but Barras does it so much better because he gets to focus down on one person.
Let's not even forget about the zone control, the fact that he can push people back in or away from them depending on the situation, right? With the next couple of bans, we see the Kaja, we see the Diggy, we see the Export, we see the Loyi, and Loyi is very specific to AJ. It's not like it's a weird ban or anything, but we do see the Novaria get locked in for Todak.
And we might see a lot more Loyi appearing either in the picks and in the bans, because in other regions, Loyi is starting to rear her little head a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of damage in these big team fight situations is very effective in this current meta, where fighting is honestly promoted and teams want to be able to secure that. Ooh, that's an interesting factor.
Yes, I like this Nana pick. We saw that exact example yesterday. Nana Barats, there's no running away. SRG gave us a demo of how this is supposed to be played out.
They know that Todak wants to be the one to make the plays. They are going to go slightly more defensive, and this time around, especially for AJ, hey, I don't mind. I can play a little bit more aggressive. As soon as I have my passive up, there's a lot less fear to be going into these big fights. Now, Todak, on the other hand, the fact that it's going to be Zyme Senpai playing this Novaria, information is power. And when they have that type of information, could they look to make plays across the map in terms of smaller skirmishes? Which begs the question, is Arlott really going to be the EXP laner, or most likely going to be the roam in this case?
We'll find out right now. Well, Arlott XP, we get the Tigreal. A great way to kind of hit that backline. A couple of things, a couple of caveats you need to watch out for. Obviously, Ruby is enemy number 1, Nana is enemy number 2, and then you have Barats. But If you can put all of that aside, then I think Tigreal has a great chance to make a play. Your only target is the carry. Catch the carry, the game is done.
Yeah, I do feel kind of curious about going for the Tigreal here, because I actually feel like keeping the Arlet as the roam and then going for the Phobias again would not be bad this game with Tamus, Carry, and Ruby. But looks like Todak going for a slightly different approach now that they know Barracuda Esports wants the team fight.
Yeah, I suppose. I think they could be thinking along the lines of Arlet is going to really struggle to get out of these fights, especially if he gets rotated on. Look at the amount of CC that they've got, especially when you have to deal with the polymorph coming in from Nana. It's like, I'd rather not deal with it. Just throw me into the EXP.
It's going to be exciting to watch what happens here as the Ocean Derby continues in game number 2 between Todak and Barracuda Esports. Todak currently 1 game up. Will the brand new fishes in the MPL Ocean be able to show us something new and exciting today?
I bet you Poseidon is watching this series. Needs to find out who is going to be ruling the seas for quite a while. Though we had this conversation yesterday, Gideon, about this Arlet, right? You say that Arlet should be in the XP lane where he deserves to be, and Arlet also, as a roamer, is a very conditional roamer. You need a catalyst, and he is not that catalyst. Fredrin is. Middle lane, both mid laners receiving some assistance from the roamers to clear out the wave so they can start moving.
Yeah, speaking of which, it looks like it's going to be very EXP-centric for the side of Barracuda, right? You have the Thamos. It's going to be extremely powerful in the earlier stages of the game, so they need to abuse the fact that he has a lot of lane priority here. Walk into enemy jungles, take Litho Wanderer, fight for neutral objectives as much as they can.
I am definitely noticing nowadays in the meta, the gold lane is getting a lot less early game rotation attention. And teams who do go for that early gold lane gank are considered, even to a certain extent, cheesing here. Obviously, they want to play around the EXP lane to get the first turtle, but when you have a hero like Claude, do you think it's a good idea to put more pressure in the gold lane instead?
Well, I mean, even if you do put pressure in the gold lane, right, the Thamos should do okay on his own. But if you are just a regular Thamos player, you understand that you're going to start falling off, right? Yeah. So you want your team to actually push the advantage towards your side while you are still relevant. And I think that he's more than happy to be like, okay, you can try to dive me, you can try to get ahead. I have a BMI to get myself out of there.
And I think Damas's role as the game kind of advances into the mid to late stage, he's just going to have this berserk button. Press my ultimate, jump into you, press vengeance, pray for the best. Eventually, I'm going to fall, but I need to get something out of it for my team. And in this case, I need to sandbag this Claude, which is not an easy job.
And if the Tamus is very fed, it's not going to be him who's praying in that situation. As of right now, first turtle going to be contested, both teams in the area.
Daytona's welcome, following up a target first. It might be first blood going through. Turtle secured by Todak, and first blood going over to the side of Barracuda. Getting 2 in a row. Actually, objective also secured by them. Another great start for them.
Yeah, really messy fight here from Todak's side. Not 100% sure what they were trying to go for. At the end of it, at least for Barracuda, Amal was like, I'm not going to let anybody get hit by an implosion. I might as well just take Refelatio with me.
Compared to the previous game where Barracuda was playing more of a front-to-back, this time it is Todak that wants to be able to maintain how their team fight is formatted in terms of positioning. Whereas Barracuda has a lot of heroes that are quite capable of skirmishing on their own, which is why you could see how Jesus and Grace were just focused on making sure that Gary could never approach the turtle, and they could get that objective for free.
I mean, Aemon likes to be ahead, right? When he's the coolest, he's the calmest when he has the lead. And Baraz as a hero does supplement that, trying to go for an invade on that orange buff, but Gary secures it just a fraction of a second before he arrives. As Aemon want more though, Toda posturing with 3 members up top. Aemon gets that small beetle.
And that's what you want to see coming in from Amal, right? Just be aggressive, start stealing away camps, start sandbagging Gary and slow his farm down as much as you can. Because again, you're going to start falling off eventually. So in the meantime, you might as well put in the hurt in the economic sector for Toda.
We can see that the gold lead very much leaning towards Barracuda right now. Every single lane has a bit of a goal advantage against their opponent. Todak, they're still going to be quite okay with this because with a Claude and a Novaria, their team fight is going to be leaning much more towards that late game. So again, the shoe is on the other foot. Barracuda are the team that want to be able to create pressure and try and end the game early.
Cooldowns are going to be very, very important for Todak. Without big cooldowns, you can't really do much. And unfortunately for Zyme Senpoi, somehow got caught, I believe, by the full AJ combo.
and I don't see any flickers being utilized by AJ, which is even better. Which is an even better fact, right? It looks like he caught him mid-rotation as well. Wait, hold on.
And here it comes for a face stab, the counter implosion. The appraisal's grab does no damage. Hesu just eats it all up. Final slash, not enough. Grace happy to stay in the battle and play that push and pull. Hesu now needs to run away. Leaps to safety in time. Replacer catches up, and now Zion Senpai returns to the fight with that ultimate. Turtle goes over to Aimao once more, and Barracuda get a retreat.
Being able to trade up for Hesu is still pretty good for Todak there, especially with Shizo getting most of the gold turret shield up top. Barracuda will be happy with that turtle, but trading in this situation is still not the most ideal, even if AI winning prediction still leaning very much towards the blue side.
66%, 4 minutes into the game. As we start moving in towards the 8-minute mark, I think that's definitely going to still be in favor of Barracuda for the time being, right? Because for Zion Senpai, getting damage in consistently against Barracuda, especially damage that is impactful with the Star Shatter, you're probably looking to break AJ's passive as soon as you can. Maybe look to actually chunk trap it down once in a while, but you can see,
Nope, Flicker final slash, coupled with the Astral Echo. Extremely deadly, but the damage insufficient for now. Daytona's welcome as a response. Aimao about to split Rafael underneath the turret failure. Just charges away with the Sacred Hammer. What are you going to do about that, Aimao? Nothing.
I don't know. I think spinning him into the wall was probably the play instead of spinning him directly backwards. Especially it's a Tigreal, dude.
Like, he was expecting that spinning him into the tower would somehow work out, but yeah, it is a Tigreal in this situation, and I feel like Amal would have been able to get out of that situation if he just decided to disengage instead of going for the Daytona's welcome there, so that's a bit of a mistake.
I feel like there's a bit of miscommunication because AJ did not have the polymorph to follow up. Maybe that was the ideal play, but it just wasn't really relayed to this Nana.
Can't do much about it. It looks like top tier 1 is going to fall into the hands of Todak in that meantime. I mean, good stuff coming in from Todak to try and pull it back here, but this is starting to look like a repeat of game 1.
And in this case, Todak does seem to have a better grasp of control towards this mid-game phase here. Shizo even feeling confident enough to do things like that here. I imagine he's farming very, very well. Barracuda, they do still have the net worth lead, but that's going to start slipping away from them as the scaling starts kicking in more for Shizo and Zion Senpai.
This turtle fight might just break the game open. Todak, a lot more confident to come in for the contest. Final slash actually does miss. That's big, one big ultimate out of the picture. Barracuda feeling a lot more confident now to continue doing this turtle.
Yeah, this Lord Dance is pretty important. His mid lane is going to get shoved out first by Todak before Barracuda. They can't afford to lose to tier 1.
Because the combo breaker doesn't even get to use the implosion. Spat out back into his team. Perfectly done by Aimao, and he's secured the turtle for himself. Final slash used again, but this time Barracuda ready to give a response. Finding 2 kills in the process.
Nice punish coming in from the team here. They played very coordinatedly. This is their comfort zone, right? Especially when it's not towards their jungle. When it's on the no man's land, the 50% marker in the river line, Barracuda generally know how the format of the fight needs to go.
Yeah, and with the team composition they have, the amount of crowd control tools they have, it's very easy for them to come out on top in these 5v5 situations, especially if Todak are the ones jumping the gun. I feel like Rafflesia may have gone a little bit too aggressive there to try and catch out Amal before he could retrieve the turtle, but he has to remember he is the main catch for Todak, and if he's gone without using Implosion, they don't have a lot left in the barrel.
I think the ideal way is you have to flicker implosion. You can't Sacred Hammer in. Aimao can just gobble you up. Good scouting from Zion Senpai. It's gonna break that cap on that top brush.
The sense is good here, but now this is where we're expecting Barracuda to really start walking into their jungle, right? Face checking pretty much everything, especially with Aimao. He's able to chunk people out. He is in a very strong position right now.
And Aimao, he's gonna try to disrupt that wave, but Todak clearing out in time. Shizo did use the Blazing Duet as a means to kind of stabilize that late equilibrium. Barracuda still wants to stay here.
Yeah, I do like that they're doing this. I feel like in the previous game they didn't quite punish the Gary on the Nolan enough. Comparatively this game now, they are making their presence felt. They do feel a lot tankier. They feel a lot more comfortable with the amount of crowd control they have. They just got to make sure they're never really close enough to a tower to get implosion and pushed in. As long as they're able to avoid that condition, Todak really does not have enough damage yet to try and chase them away.
And that's why you see Shizo kind of rotating fast across the map. He's not going to waste time. If you want to take it tier 2, sure, I'm just going to catch the top wave, run, and pick up mid wave at the same time, and then go back and rinse and repeat.
And I like how Rafflesia is taking up as much space on the map as possible. The moment he sees a brush vacant, he is stepping in. And that is actually what allows Todak to gain extra info on top of just relying on this Novaria. Reflection actually is the one who starts aggroing the Lord.
Yeah, making sure that they are at least able to buy some time here. Even if Todak doesn't want to actually take the Lord, if Rafflesia is able to pull them towards his side, it makes it difficult for Barracuda to get started here.
Hesu getting pushed back. No implosion just yet, but Time Senpai has already used the Astro Echo. Hesu also popping that ultimate. Now sticking onto Gary. That's going to be a bit hard for the jungler of Todak. That means no chance to steal this Lord. It's aim out to secure it.
Interesting. They had all the information there, right? They used the Astral Echoes to make sure that they spot out 4 members from mid-rush all the way up till the initial neutral objective. But more importantly so, I feel like Todak probably could have purposely wasted resources just to kind of buy a little bit of extra time for Claude to actually push open and crack open the tier 2 down on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I actually really thought Rafflesia was prepared to flicker Implosion into the Lord Pit, even if it didn't necessarily result in any kills, because if Shizo was able to get bot tier 2 and even threaten the inhibitor, it would have been actually pretty worth it for Todak overall.
And it's just a worry of expending these resources, right? Because BRE, they do have the lead, and this Lord is not going to make it any easy for them. Thankfully, it's just Lord number 1. You don't have that crazy charge that breaks turrets yet. But with the Lord coming in on the bottom lane, BRE, they not only will get the top tier 2, but they also finally get to try and crack this mid tier 1.
Ooh. Gideon, I want to ask you, look at Grace's item builds, right? Those are all mid-tier items.
Yeah, it looks like he hasn't really committed to anything just yet, right? I mean, he's only got a majority components. Wait,
final slash. Very confused. Gary, though, he's going to get gold.
Oh!
He's got Flicker Implosion only onto 1, though, but is it the target that you're looking for? Apparently, it's just Grace, and that's not good enough. Momo finds the backline, gets pulled back by Amao. And welcome to the belly of the beast, Barracuda with another 2.
Ooh, really good ideas there from the side of both Barracuda and as well as Todak's side. Momo saw an interesting angle there. I just think that Amal, he played it. One button outplay. Daytona's welcome is like, try and do that again, Revelation. Go for the implosion. Try it.
I mean, he did do it, but he got only Grace, which is not the guy you want, unfortunately.
Yeah, and they weren't even able to kill off Grace in that situation as well. That was probably the best catch they could have gotten. And still, Barracuda expanding their net worth lead now. Todak in a very difficult situation. It's team fights like that that did make me doubt a little bit the choice to go for that final pick on Tigreal. It's very difficult to actually catch out Barracuda's lineup, even if they do like to group together.
I mean, even if they do want to go for the catch, like Trap and AJ are not going to reveal themselves, and they're not going to walk up like that, especially when you're that visible as well. So that's one thing to consider. But to answer your question from earlier, Grace, considering that he has a bunch of half components already built, he's trying to be cost efficient with his items overall, right? Because the major damage dealers, there's just too many items that you need to get. You might as well start spreading it out. First, he focused on getting armor. Now he's going in for that magic resist because he can only tank. He can't really tank that many shots from Zion Senpai. Speaking of which, Zion Senpai with these Astral Shatters are really starting to add up. Like, it's really starting to scale to a point where it could potentially break open AJ's Nana's passive pretty early on.
We're waiting for the glowing one, which he hasn't purchased yet, but that glowing one could be the difference maker, right? To start shredding down these tanks to really threaten the squishies.
Yeah, the late game poke potential from Novaria is very scary. Again, especially against a lineup like Barracuda, you would think that, oh, they have Barats, they have Tamas, taking poke damage shouldn't matter to them too much. But once Zion Senpai gets full up on items, even a single Star Shatter is going to hurt quite a bit.
Good ping with the Astral Echo, that's 4. Unfortunately, Gary's going to be better finished off with the help of the Lord, not even close. 4-man final slash, but no follow while Momo runs away, but gets just bursted down by this carry. Reflesia follows him to the grave. Barracuda have taken control of this game.
Bad timing coming in from Todak. The idea was there, but everybody came in half a second late. The implosion was too late, and unfortunately for Gary, he is just caught out of position, and Shizzle already took his BMI backwards after the fight even began. So really, it's just uncoordinated.
Zyme, you pinged out the entire team of Barracuda, but can you keep this game within your control? AJ certainly has to run away thanks to the Astral Spear, so Zyme Senpai alongside Shizo keeps this base alive. But Barracuda, now they're going to reset. Lord has just spawned bot.
How long will they be able to keep alive? Barracuda makes the smart choice this time. Not gonna stay and try to push their advantage. They're gonna regroup, heal back up, and make sure they have all their resources ready for the actual fight with the Lord here. A 10k net worth lead. Will Todak be able to overcome this challenge in order to get that clean sweep? Or will Barracuda show us what they're truly capable of?
They have to take their time here. This inhibitor is pretty much going to be lost on that next wave, but so far, Barracuda really just taking their time. They don't mind absorbing a couple of ults here. They want to be able to get the resources out of Todak's side before really committing to an all-in, but that's only if and only if Todak walk out of position.
Very, very good attempt from Momo. Final Slash is back up. Pretty low cooldown at the late stage of the game, and Zyme Senpoi, like we established earlier, he's going to continue to hurt, and that Final Slash actually misses the Daytona's welcome, immune to crowd control. He's going to get the bubble out, but Amao, Immortality is in place for Flaysta, gets the implosion, but ends up going down anyways. Gary can't get the slam damage in. The Gary love Amao, but Barracuda is about to strike, and Todak doesn't seem that there's much left in the tank. Zyme Senpoi this time needs to do a lot more. Shizo with the blazing duet, immediately start. Momo with the Final Slash, goes down. Barracuda wants the game tree. The Ocean Derby is not done just yet. Barracuda on the crystal, but Todak wants to stop them. Shizo and Zyme again! The savior of the Swordfishes to keep that base alive!
Zyme, he's got to top himself up. The next wave is coming up, and he needs to kill either AJ
so low!
He's gonna try and end it. Game tree upon us! This Ocean Derby continues.
Woo! Oh, that final snipe with the Molina there just to make sure that Zyme Senpoi had no chance of bringing this back once again. Beautiful gameplay, beautiful adjustments, and a much cleaner game from Barracuda brings us to a 1-1 score.
Nicely done by both Jesus as well as AJ. They really stepped up this game this time to make sure that they're not going to make the same mistakes from the previous match, and it really works out. Good zoning from Jesus, good collapsing from AJ's side to supplement both their front line and back line.
Really liking Jesus' initiative, understanding his job. I can give my life away, but if I zone out the important targets, that's all I need to do. Make Gary's life hard, make Shizo's life hard. I just need to be in the fray.
Really well done here, but I do think that draft had a role to play once again in game 2 here. I feel like Todak's draft was maybe a little bit too greedy. They don't have enough damage. And even if you get to that late game where Claude is able to get full items, where Zyme Senpoi is able to get full items, if you're not able to whittle down the Tamas and the Barats, it's very difficult to actually get to that backline, especially with something like the Flicker Implosion. You could see that Rafflesia felt very disjointed with the rest of Todak this game.
Well, it's not even just him. Even Momo as well, like coming in with big Final Slashes on his side. I think the only person who was aware of it was Gary, but everybody else didn't seem to be on the same page. And I think that's the big problem, right? There's obviously some combos and synergies between some of these players, you know, twos. That sounds like a great idea, but imagine if it was all 5, right? Imagine if we did have the Final Slash into the Implosion and then followed up by the Blazing Duet coming in from Shizo, because it felt like the big payoff just didn't come through because Shizo either had already used his BMI at that point of time, had to Blazing Duet very early on to try and hit the front line because he couldn't find an opening to get in. Where was the space being created, and why wasn't the Catalyst started with Shizo as the main ender in mind?
Honestly, I want to see if we get to watch that scene in the highlights later on, but we got to talk about MVP first. This time it's AJ, bit of a redemption with that ROG Phone 8 in his hands, and that's what gives him the confidence to land those Molina Blitz, polymorph the right target to snipe Zyme Senpoi at the end when it seems like we're going to go on for a bit longer.
Nana just continues to remain an absolute terror on the land of Dot. What is it with small heroes that come in big packages? A beautiful score of 4-1 and 11 here. Full